Alright. I think that took a little bit longer to load, but whatever. Alright, so we're in New Game Plus Hard at 80%. There's one major glitch in Chapter 15 that can be used to skip the middle 2/3 of it. But we'll get there when we get there. The main interesting attraction of Hard is it's probably about one of the very few modes that gives you some pushback when you're on New Game Plus. Easy is very heavily routed and does a lot of stuff that's like counterintuitive to do things quicker.
Real joy to work
with. New Game Plus Hard gives enough pushback mid to late game that it's really difficult to do anything. Or to say that one route is the one true route type thing. There probably are a few things that are quicker, but depending on how you stitch together what you do and how well it deals with enemy encounters as well as boss encounters, can very well determine the wellness of the route. I think New Game Plus Hard has quite a bit of variance in what you can do and what's reasonably quick. That's why I like it. Everybody seems to kind of have a different way to deal with everything. I don't think there's any one fight that everybody does the exact same way. We may use similar strats, but I don't think there's any single boss that we all just do the exact same way. So it has a very big variety. The main thing with New Game Plus Hard is mainly that magic is super busted because we have 2 magic ups. And that's the reason why Hard does not allow you to recover your MP until you start a new chapter. And locks items basically to minimize the amount of MP you can have.
Was never in doubt.
A lot of these chapters have Shinra crates, and those crates have Mako shards in them. There's certain ones always spawn every time, and it's a 10% recovery. So your 2 choices to try and manipulate your MP is to double down on one spell in terms of magic and magnify and MP absorb, or to go with MP ups and either heavily route your MP, or go with double MP ups so that you can grab Mako shards out of the crates and get that 10% recovery, and then have it be more and more effective because you have a far larger MP. Because if you're not going with an MP ups, Cloud would have like 100 MP, but now he will have like 160 if I have 2 MP ups. Alright, so we're going to set up to try and kill all the enemies here with this single catastrophe. Catastrophe would normally be too slow for really any practical purposes of killing stuff efficiently, but in this fight it gives us plenty of time to get down the stairs. Oh, I got the good setup. So, if you seems to be a glitch you can activate with the lasers here, where they don't spawn properly. If you get the right cycle, that first laser won't even spawn. Sometimes it's like a 50-50. I'll have to bonk on it and then just walk on through. There's a lot of weird glitches that can be activated in this game, and they can be made to persist by consistently just like not closing the Final Fantasy VII Remake app, so leaving it on standby. You can get a nice advantage. I have a couple of those active right now. That particular one with the laser I activated yesterday, or the day before yesterday, maybe? And then I activated a glitch the day after that, where Sephiroth fails to spawn in the cutscene in Chapter 2, which saves about 18 seconds. For the most part, we're not 100% certain what causes these glitches. It seems to be far more likely if you don't close the app and reset. But one of the other runners got Sephiroth to despawn on a fresh start, so who knows. Alright, so we're doing a little bit of rush slashing here. When you lock onto an enemy and then swing at them with Cloud, he'll rush with a slash to close the distance between the two. You can do the same without locking on Hard, but it'll take much longer because the game takes a lot longer time to lock on without you manually inputting it. So we're going to do Sentinel Scorpion here. Mainly, the solution here is burst it down with lightning in everyone's route. Good grief, what is this ATV today? Yeah, Cloud has been getting really bad ATV today. The few runs that I've tried to start, that I either threw away because I didn't like the commentary. Okay. So, Barrett is going to fire Catastrophe here. Here we go. I kind of messed up my movement. Thank gosh I didn't get a bunch of criticals in here like I did last time. the reason I don't want criticals is so that Synergized Thunder will hit. And since that critical that made it 100% locked to HP here, so we're in a really good spot now. This phase will be super consistent. So we're going to go for a little bit of a magic spam. The reason I needed full MP is there's a 20% buff you get from having full MP when you cast a spell. Barrett is just now casting his first spell with MP, so he had that buff for every one of those Synergized Thunders. And now, those last two weren't buffed fully, but that's fine. We don't need it anymore. We're just going to do the Thundera onto the leg and Bingo Bango Bongo Denzo. So that's Barrett's Synergy activating right there. The game will respond to a finished offensive command to try and target and hit that same target with a level 1 spell of either any of the 4 elements or poison. Fortunately, I couldn't find a place to put poison in because just everything is either weak to an element or it's either just completely strong against it. So right here, I wanted to manipulate the camera in such a way that the first triple slash would hit that mono drive before it fully spawned, so I would fail to kill it. So the third slash would kill and I could roll out of it. Oh, is it? The lunging slash is slightly weaker than a short range slash. I guess that makes sense. That it would be a little bit weaker so that they can kind of balance that out. So if you're playing keep away, you lose a little bit of damage. Interesting. So a lot of this is early game is movement tech and tech choices in general. You could go with a really triple slash heavy fire magnify heavy route with a skill master looping. So performing every three different actions would trigger your ATB recovery, which would give you an additional 4th command. Ice Magnify with ATB Stagger is much more consistent in my opinion after a lot of using Fire Magnify routing. I think Fire Magnify probably has overall the more chance to be faster, but it's a higher variant strat. So if you're willing to reset the start, you might be able to get something better out of it.
Take them down. We don't have time for this shit.
I switched over to Barrett to retarget Synergy. You can kind of glitch out Synergy and have the game kind of treat it as a new command if you switch the person casting it before they fully get it off and can kind of force retarget. So I get shot in the back here. We're going to try and escape up to the top floor here. What we want is not bad movement like that. We're trying to get Barrett to upwarp to the top floor, which I'll explain once we get out of here. Just know that it has something to do with me being in combat and him being in a fleeing status. We want this shock trooper to follow us, which we got. Okay, we're good.
Like a rook seeing its first action.
Alright, it's almost all the way up here. That's bad. Really? Interesting. That's the problem with him being a jerk like that.
Let's do this.
We want this. Okay. That was pretty decent. The shock trooper heading back downstairs was quite unfortunate. I could have saved more time. An 830 is extremely good. I remember with the lasers being the way they are now, you struggle to cut 830, 9 minutes with the other routes. You could go with Catastrophe on the top floor and just move over to the door. It's probably more consistent than what I was doing, and it's more of a set and forget, but it's also high risk, high reward.
Ugh, the air in here reeks.
Okay.
Can't wait to get out in the open.
The way that warp works is combat's very weird.
Man, what is that?
And they're doing their damnedest to keep you in combat.
Oh, it's me.
If you try and flee from a fight, and then try and, say, Cloud's in a fleeing status when I get to that floor before the shock trooper, right? And I try and get Barrett to warp to me, it won't happen. What will happen is I'll switch over to Barrett.
That one in my guts.
And I believe if we're both in fleeing status, nobody will warp. But if I'm in, say, combat with that first shock trooper, and I switch to Barrett while he's in fleeing, he will warp to me.
Hey, we can
If I'm in fleeing and Barrett's in combat, and I switch to him, and then try and switch back to Cloud, Cloud will warp down to Barrett. You have to be kind of careful with that.
I'll have to bring a little pick-me.
Most of the times when you're in fleeing, They're trying to get it far away from combat as possible.
Stand back then.
And especially
I'll
with
set the
Tifa, you're usually should be using parry mechanic. There's a materia that will greatly increase her dodging speed. Dodge rolling is slightly faster than running normally. So in most instances, if you can get a decent distance away while killing the enemy, it's probably the best time investment you can have. So there's quite a few segments where we go for that.
We'll split up and shoot for the last
Especially when we have Tifa, as long as there's no like hard lock where it's like you walk 5 feet forward and there's a ladder right in front of you that you have to interact with after combat's over.
I like my money now.
In those instances, you prioritize getting combat done as soon as possible and not like staying and fleeing for an extended period of time. But yeah, we're gonna abuse that warping mechanic a few times, but not super often. We use it more so in that segment. I'll use it once in Chapter 5, I believe, and I think that's about it. I don't really think there's any other segments where it's super optimal. So we're going to try and manipulate the camera a little bit here so it's in pretty much the right position. Then the game will let me keep jogging instead of slowing me down at all. I would have to go much slower in that sense. So we're going to go into the flashback burning. And Sephiroth would normally spawn here. He shouldn't. Yeah, that's what I thought. This game is really weird. When you get a glitch active, it stays as long as you keep application open. And it's not even so much that I'm like leaving Final Fantasy VII on all day, every day. I finish a run and then I just put the console on standby. I don't bother closing the game. The game will store bugs, glitches, and any like errant RNG values that are dirty, and will keep producing the same results over and over again as long as you don't reset the app. So Sephiroth not spawning here saves about 18 seconds, 15 to 18. That differs on who you ask. I usually err on the side of a lower rather than higher. I haven't timed it myself, but right about here, Cloud would normally stop, stand for a couple of seconds, put his arm up, and stagger at about half of the speed he's going right now down this entire alleyway. I think he speeds up a bit right here, but I could be wrong. So that's some of the time save right there. The other half of the time save is also right here, being able to jog. You'll kind of notice at the end of the alley, Cloud slows down for a short tick. That's the speed he would normally be going in that alleyway. So Sephiroth not spawning just gives you better movement overall, and there's not much you can do about it. It seems to be, the game definitely more often will seems to dirty up the RNG values or whatever it is that causes these to happen, the longer the application is open. So if you can afford to just do remake runs, the likelihood of this stuff increases. Some of these weird bugs only seem to pop up on the PS5 version, but I could be wrong. I don't think Sephiroth has ever not spawned on the PS4 version. I think some of the tweaks they made to AI and stuff had an unfortunate side effect with this, that they probably never saw this happening. And now they're probably 100% focused on Part 2, so I don't know if a patch is coming unless something extremely broken happens. Because they didn't patch any of the glitches in the initial one either. So we're just going to keep on moving here, and we're going to do our best to use ice. Notice that I could roll out of that first slash. I kind of did that because either way it ends up taking 2. Oh, this is really bad. Thank you, doggo. Actually, no, that was awful. The other one died? Okay. That kind of sucked, but whatever.
Bundle up. No holding back. Let's do this.
Okay, they're all dead. Good, good, good. Alright, so what we're going to do here is we're going to stand back a little bit, wait for these shock troopers to fall, and we're going to just light them up with ice. We could cross slash with our free limit here, but I want them to try and get into each other's ice. One of them did, that's why it died, but the other one didn't. The other one went straight forward towards me, so I had to finish him up normally. Oh. I don't know why that extra ice spawns sometimes, because Magnify is only supposed to hit 3 times. Magnify is really buggy in this version of the game, the PS5 version. I'm not quite sure what causes it, but we abuse it as much as we can.
Close call.
There's a lot of things that have been buffed, but the buff itself kind of broke the usefulness of it to the point of being ridiculous. Synergy initially costed an ATB and a MP to activate. they decided to remove both of those, making it extremely strong if you route around it. And even if you don't route around it fully, it can be extremely useful in the dungeons between bosses to shore up lower damage attacks to kill. So a lot of the fights you want to kill something and then move on, because you're not exactly in the best position right off the bat. So you'll end up wanting to do some stuff. So we'll often, like in some of the sewer levels, I'll cast Fire and Magnify, move on, and have Barret finish it up with a Synergized Fire. So we're going to kill this guy to the left here because he's a pain in the butt and ends up screwing this up most of the time.
Bundle up.
I could just kill the one in front of me, but these ices will finish him off. Oh, that's actually bad. Blizzara.
Calling ice.
That should hit both of them.
Let's do this. You're done.
And we want limits.
You're mine.
So the ice, the Blizzara right there, double hits the Huntsman. So the first one that hit the officer pressured him and added quite a non-insignificant amount of stagger. Then the one that actually hit him staggered him.
Because of the evacuation order?
I followed up with another Blizzara to apply another nice chunk of stagger, and then started up with a normal combo because it's the quickest way to stagger. I could alternatively use triple slash, but if all the other troopers aren't dead, I could end up bouncing off of something else rather than staggering, so it's kind of a dice roll. I can control where my normal combos go, but triple slash kind of does whatever it wants sometimes, so it's not something you want to allow variance. Okay, so I gotta wait. Yeah, sometimes you can slip through those too, sometimes you can't. If you don't slip through them, you need to like pause and then push forward again, or else the other one won't get pushed out of the way. So yeah, a lot of the commands you have to be careful with and knowledgeable about which way they're gonna go. Magnify is pretty unpredictable in a sense, and the only reason I would say it's unpredictable is because it propagates to the closest target once it starts once it hits its first target, I believe, and that can be very different from the what layout you had when you first started casting it. Tier 1 spells, it's not likely unless the enemies are super aggressive that they'll separate in a really weird way, because it takes about half a second and then a half a second to get it off, and it with travel time spells like fire and ice. Versus like lightning and wind, which appear on their on the target. But if you're casting a tier 1 or tier 2, it's much more likely that they'll have separated in a weird way where you'll hit one that has really low HP, or you'll hit one you didn't even intend to hit. So you need to keep that in mind because it propagates to the closest targets. It does propagate from the target you're hitting, though, so to keep that in mind, it doesn't go from one and then ping bong to another. Wow, that's an interesting way to save load that. I probably broke even how long that save load took, but I'm dedicated to it now once I'm in the menu. If you don't open the menu immediately, it's probably just best to pass on most of the save loads, except for the 10-second ones. That one's a much shorter one, 2 to 3, I think. I think the biggest is like about 5. There's a couple of nearly 5-second ones. Most of the 3, 10 plus second ones, and then a couple of like really small ones, or ones that don't even break even.
For dragging you into all this. It was wrong of me to put you in danger like that.
The one after the sleeper
I won't do it again.
is 10 seconds.
Don't worry about me.
There's going to be a
I'll try not to.
another one in
Always
chapter
happy to
4
help stick it to Shinra.
with Jesse, Biggs, and Wedge. When we leave Jesse's house, and Biggs and Wedge are like,
you make
"Oh,
nice
we're
with
going to tell you
everyone?"
about her dad."
As I could, all things considered.
And then
Maybe not enough for them.
Good. You had me
there's a
worried.
couple. There's one right
You're not
before that,
exactly a people person.
but the other big one is in chapter
do that.
9. When we're taking the elevator down to the arena, we can skip most of that dialogue.
I saw Sector 8 on the news.
We only have to listen to Aerith's first dialogue specifically because it
Shinra mouthpiece.
Specifically because the menu hasn't loaded yet.
It wasn't that bad?
But in between her first line of dialogue and the second one, the menu will load so that you can save load, rather than just opening the
And
pause
here
menu.
we are.
So chapter 3 is a lot of
You're
micromanagement
on the
movement
second
stuff.
floor.
We're going to try and activate people's dialogues early. most part. We're gonna try and
Room 201
warp
here is where
Tifa
I
to where we want to be.
don't have time for much else.
So I'm gonna try and kind of set it up so that she'll bump into me, and I'll be in a good spot. And this will like activate her early. There we go.
Here's your.
That's probably about the
You did?
optimal way.
Yes?
That
No.
it's
And
not like I
this?
actually knew what I was doing there. I kind of eyeball it each time.
You know what?
I'm trying to figure out a visual cue for it. Getting her to bonk like that's probably the quickest way, because she'll bonk and start and be facing you when she bumps off of you, but it's very hard to get that set up.
Hey.
The easier way to do it is just have her, you know, be facing straight forward where she normally would be. So back to where she is right then. And she'll bounce off and stop early. You can tell because, like, the cutscene will start, so the command menu and stuff will go away. Like this. All
Well,
the
now.
GUI is gone because we're in a
I'm
cutscene.
Marv, you from
We're
up
not
there.
really in a cutscene, but in a dialogue
If you ever
that we
need
have to
What's
mash
she to
through.
you?
the grand.
That's one of the big
Okay.
important
Good.
parts
Now you'd best
with
get a
saving
move
time
on
over the
yourself.
whole run is just kind of memorizing what's a mash, what's a skip
My husband decided to go to this.
type thing.
Rich people start.
So, overall, like memorizing stuff like that. Menus is another big one. Of course, the menus are going to be unique to you, so when people menu, how much you menu and stuff is not going to be the same as everyone else. At least I don't think for a long time. There's no like perfect New Game Plus
Go
hard
ahead
route
and
right
keep
now.
whatever we collect. Seeing as you
Everybody
didn't
kind of
bring
goes
any
at it a
luggage,
different
I'm
direction.
guessing
There
we're
is
stuck.
a like a theoretical perfect route, you know,
And
where
don't worry.
you do the fastest bosses for every fight, but some of them are either random or inconsistent, or have counterintuitive setups. Like there's about a 10-second faster Sentinel Scorpion that's out there in the wild, like a 103 or something, and I think mine ends up being like a 113.
Clouds and charts.
The issue is though that requires you to have wind on Cloud, which you're not. I just there we
See you
go.
around.
Which you're probably not going to have or want to have, because this early game, you're running into a lot of
He's a
monsters,
regular.
machines, and humans.
Well-
Nothing, almost nothing is flying. So
Our next
wind
stop
will not be
is
beneficial.
Then you know what to
The
expect.
reason I say that,
Remember.
humans are usually, if not always, weak to fire. I mean, sometimes there's an exception,
Done by a terrorist group.
but I'd say like 95% of the time that's the case. Monsters are weak to ice,
Hey, Marl.
and machines obviously are weak to lightning.
Be nice.
Better take
Flying enemies are weak to
that
wind,
out.
which was quite an issue in the previous version on the PS4, because
Look, a
the
good long
A tried and true.
that you.
Thanks,
the
Marl.
wind spell
Don't
was
do
kind
anything
of
I wouldn't.
really bad. It was more similar to ice than it is now, which it's more similar to
Marl's
lightning.
great. She helped
Ice,
get me
what
set
it would
up
do
back
is
in
it
the
would
day.
proc a little windstorm in an area and then
5
explode.
years, give or take.
Kind of similar to the shadow flares from Sephiroth,
But never
or
mind that. We've got to get you your
Yuffie's
money. Last stop is the
Storm.
weapons store.
So I do a little bit of manipulation here. I stand out in front of the weapon store, make sure to not walk over the
All right.
cutscene trigger,
My associate.
so that I can wait till she's done talking and then
Thank you
move
very much.
inside.
Seeing as we're done.
Well,
Oh yeah, Rude is the one good exception.
In
Yeah,
that case,
he's
if
weak
you're
to wind.
serious- It's not what.
But for the most part,
how do I start?
flying
Yeah.
weak to wind,
Didn't see
machine
anybody
weak
at
to
the
lightning,
office.
human weak to fire, and monster weak to ice. Valkyrie is one of those corner cases, as well as like Ghoul. Ghoul's weak to curing because it's undead. Unfortunately, we don't have access to items, so we have to cure manually.
Scrap
It's really
Boulevard is out
obnoxious
west.
rather than just bring
Past the
electors.
barricades, supposed to keep the monsters
Phoenix
out.
Downs.
Anyway,
And
we should
then,
prepare, just in case.
Valkyrie loses the lightning weakness in hard. Luckily, Eligor just gains a weakness to wind during the flying
can see why
phase,
monsters would feel
then
right at
loses
home.
it again in phase 3. So we're going
we
to
pile up,
have to
the
do
more
something a
they
little bit
show
different
up.
than we normally would. In the original version, we can just triple slash our way through here, but we're not going to do that because monsters have been buffed in general, so they'll withstand the triple slash.
Wow.
Not going to
So
get away with
that's
that
what a soldier
nonsense.
looks like in
So we're
action.
going to just use a regular old rush slash to
Let's keep at it.
shorten the distance, cast ice, and then keep on moving as much as we can.
Shatter.
Okay. I wanted to make sure that the ice actually pressured the enemies and stuff. So we're going to go for a little bit slower version. We're going to...
Charging in like it was nothing.
Oh, that's actually really bad. That's really, really bad.
Well, I've been taking my shot. If you don't look out for yourself,
Both of them got very close, so triple slash hit them both.
all right.
Normally, I do triple
Of
slash
course
to
not.
kind of
A
keep
win's a
them
win.
in a stunned
Trust
state
me,
so
it'll
that we
do
can
wonders
get
for
through
you.
the tunnel. I was really afraid Cloud was going to kill one of them. Or both of them early. The reason I wanted to get through the tunnel and I was like, oh, it's really bad. You could see how fast Tifa's parry was. If I don't get all the way through the tunnel, there's like an invisible line that spawns you on the other side near the fence. Or the gate, rather, not the fence. I mean, I guess it's both. But,
Come on.
Who?
if you get past that line, you'll get spawned on the other side instead of being the cutscene. Or, not, the cutscene will take place by the Gorgers and you spawn by the Gorgers. In this version, you move to the other side much quicker because you're using parry instead of regular running. Which, you know, dodge rolling is already faster than running, but now that we have parry, it's even quicker, so we can save a significant margin of time by doing that. So it's definitely worth it. Problem is, sometimes Cloud will get feasted. You could YOLO it a bit harder and ATB boost with Cloud and then switch to Tifa, and then let the AI do the triple slash. The problem is the AI is really, like, not right when it comes to doing attacks. So it's more likely to want to close the distance and then go for the triple slash. And on top of that, like I showed off, I pointed out earlier, Barrett rolled before shortcuts. It's 90-95% of the time. In Intergrade, that's what you're going to get, unfortunately. It was something that could happen in the previous version, but it was very uncommon, and when it did, you're like, great, thanks, cool game, I'm glad you could give me the bad RNG. Now it's more likely what's going to happen. You put in a shortcut and the character will roll. Oh yeah, the parry itself, you would think, okay, if Tifa's parry's faster, everybody else's. Thank you for mentioning that, Elsaris. Everybody else's parry is useful, but slow as heck. Barrett does like a short one-step elbow, so you can use it to parry attacks, but for the most part, it's not even faster than his rolling, which is already slow. Aerith has a short little dash forward that's probably the same distance as a roll, if she actually did dodge roll, but she does like a little whirl, and gets a little magic thing in front of her. It's probably better than her regular dodge, but she's so committed to magic because magic is so strong. You're usually going to have her with 2 to 3 elements, magnify, first strike, double magic up, double MP up, so she has like 1 or 2 slots free, and those usually end up falling on staggers or skill masters or something.
I swear.
Yep.
Or some sort of alternative magic for one particular fight. Clouds is a side flip, which is pretty cool, but not too quick, so we won't use it. I want to do this. And that's exactly why I do that.
Bundle up. Get ready. Going in.
Wow, he got hit by the Blizzard, so I didn't need to do that. Normally, I start that fight off with ATB boost so that I can make sure my lock-ons on the dog, because the dog is the one you want to kill with Blizzard. If you Blizzard the whole troopers, then you end up having to cast it again. As you could have, you probably were like, oh yeah, Blizzard's not going to kill that elite trooper.
What?
As you can tell, Blizzard has a pretty big explosive range. A lot of the tier 2 spells have deceptively large hitboxes. Tier 2 spells are pretty strong in this game. They cast relatively quick. They have pretty decent multipliers. The main thing that makes them really good, though, is their stagger values is the same as tier 3. So tier 3 is just a straight damage upgrade, and it just takes longer to cast than a tier 2 spell. So like tier 2 Blizzard will stagger an enemy the same a Blizziga would, but it won't hit as hard, and its hitbox is a little bit smaller. Blizziga, I think, has a larger one, which I mean is kind of obvious because of the visual effects, but yeah, it's pretty strong. We're gonna get drunk here real quick. I mean not, never mind. We're gonna go play darts, maybe. Not sure about that. So between Sephiroth and the lasers, I've saved a significant amount of time. Usually getting out of darts at 29:30 is what my PBs usually, or my good runs are. Yeah, I'm getting out of darts at sub 29, so yeah. It's quite a significant amount of time saved between not having to mess with lasers. Even if you get a really good laser cycle and you execute it properly, you still have to wait for a few lasers out of the 6. I think like the best thing I've ever seen is like 1 or 2, and you kind of have to backpedal into the wall for a little bit, but you can run through all the ones on the bottom floor, or you run through all the ones on the top floor and have to backpedal on the bottom. The bottom floor is much harder because the lasers cycle much quicker, which can lead to you getting through them in a way where you like you're pretty sure you'd get hit. So overall, like Chapter 3 has been a bunch of little tiny things. I could go Gutso here and do my menu for Chapter 4 a bit early, before the thugs, so I have Fire Elemental on Cloud. Between Fire Elemental and Triple Slash, I could probably take these guys out. Problem is that I'm not going to Magnify Fire, so they'll split up before I can get a hold of them, usually. So I'm just going to do like a normal Slash and follow up with Blizzard and go for some staggers and just spam spells. A Fire would usually just end this fight, or Fire Magnify, but I really don't want to Magnify Fire if I don't have to for this. Probably could be quicker and micro-menuing for it and then menuing it away, but I'll have to test that later. That is what you're going for, though. The Slash to kind of stun lock them in place. We're going to put Goddard Umrung on Tifa. We're going to take Refocus and Fire, and then we're going to upgrade, or rather replace our Thundera spell with Fire Gun. Fire Gun we need for Roche and some of the other fights. Fire Gun just has a nice, huge explosion radius, so it'll kill certain things, and it does a nice, fat amount of damage to Roche. It won't even hit damage path on double Magic Up and Cloud on Mithril Blade. Just to, like, it'll normally hit about 8,300. So if you go with Fyra, which probably casts a bit quicker, you get less, you know, your MP is a little bit looser. You're gonna run out of ATB quicker, but you can probably get away with more shenanigans. I think Fire gets just better in general. It's more consistent. There's some fights that are kind of obnoxious with Fire Up. You can kill a lot of the same things with Fire Up. It's just a little bit more random. It does save MP, but overall, using Ice, Magnify, and Stagger here will save way more MP. This will be the first case where all the enemies will spawn soon. There's 3 or 4 wave fights in this game where all the waves will spawn at once because I seem to have a weird bug going on. This first Annex fight, you're supposed to have to kill all the troopers up on the loading platform, that raised platform to your right. I'm not gonna have to do that. I still follow the normal route because once I reset the game, this glitch is gonna go away and not be 100% consistent. So I didn't want to learn consistency for a route that's not won't commonly happen. That's it. Like Sephiroth, you don't have to route for, you just move. The lasers are nice for Chapter 1. I think you can activate that by like doing frame perfect or nearly frame perfect movement when Barrett's killing the turrets and get 2 rolls out in a cutscene skip. And if you like skip it before that first laser fully despawns, you save time. So this is the first save load in here. This saves a little bit of time, a couple seconds, I think. This can be a give or a take though, depending on what. Oh, thank you. Wedge freaking took forever to get over here last time and like circled around and had a drunken stupor moment. So 1, 2, 3. Okay. And we're gonna go over here.
Cloud, you know what to do.
So you have to face the wall here. If you go back first, Cloud will spin around, face the wall, spin around again. It goes back to it's really weird. Which is fine anyway, because it makes this movement so much quicker. So yeah, that save load saves or loses. It does skip the dialogue, but if Wedge, acts up, you're screwed anyway. You're gonna end up losing the time. Not really a risk-reward thing, you might as well go for it. The next big one is going to be when we leave the house and Biggs and Wedge start telling me about Jesse's dad. Jesse's dead. Alright, so we're going to skip a couple of cutscenes here. So yeah, the way Blizzard is, it has an exceedingly high stagger value. Stagger is that little bar under HP. It applies a certain amount of stagger when an enemy is in a non-pressured state for every spell and command. And then they have an additional value where they apply a larger amount of stagger on a pressured enemy. Enemies get pressured in different ways. It can either be by stagger, it can either be by getting hit by a specific command. Sometimes, in one instance, a command will instantly stagger an enemy, and taking a certain amount of damage can put an enemy in a pressured status. So, it depends. But for the most part, if we put something in pressured and hit it with ice, it's most likely going to get staggered. And once things get staggered, they get a basic 160% damage multiplier. So basically an additional 60% damage output on those enemies, unless you buff it with something else. Like some of Tifa's commands will increase that multiplier on an enemy while they're in a staggered status. True Strike being one of them. Her triangle attack, depending on what level. Her basic uppercut, I believe, adds 5%. and then it's like 10% for level 2, and then 15, so it would be 15, 10, and 5, so 30 overall. You get those higher levels by either concentration on your weapon activating, which each weapon has like a different rate. Metal Knuckles is 30%, so I opted to remove it. Even though Omnistrike is very strong, it does a significant amount of damage. I found that just having Uppercut on Triangle is far more consistent than going for the Omnistrike. And in some boss, it actually breaks some boss fights because I want to start out buffering the Triangle. Because you can buffer your face buttons as soon as the loading icon goes away, but your shortcuts cannot be activated until the GUI fully loads, so like the command menu and your HP bars and stuff. Basically, while the screen's in black, you can't use shortcuts, but you can use face buttons as long as the loading icon's gone. And then once the battle fully loads and your HP bar and everything shows up, you can actually start using spells and shortcuts. So it's something you need to be aware of. Otherwise, you'll start missing commands, and you'll be like, "Oh, this sucks." Well, that's the trick. And the thing is if I buffer a uppercut with triangle and concentration activates, she's gonna Omni-strike the opponent, which does a ton of damage and doesn't build really nearly as much ATB, so it completely breaks the fight. It's a big issue for me specifically with Airbuster, because I start off with an uppercut into a spell from Cloud to keep looping her ATB as fast as possible. But overall, yeah, staggering can be very important on enemies that have really high defense or just a lot of HP, so that we can spit a lot of spells out that fast. Most of the endgame bosses, we kind of unga-bunga through initially. Now we stagger most, if not all of them, in one way or another, because it's just much quicker to cause the stagger. So each of them have like a very unique fight. We're gonna do some ice shenanigans here, like I said, to trigger ATB stagger, and also to dope free limits out of this. Okay.
Send back up! They have a sniper! Get him first! Chill.
Can't hold me back.
Shatter. Let's finish this.
Going all out.
Unauthorized entry in 7-6 annex. All units, proceed to location and secure.
So we're going this direction.
Unauthorized entry in 7-6 annex.
Okay, I mean, definitely. Alright.
Bundle up.
So I could do this a different way, but I can always get the stagger out of this. But that's mainly to counteract bad stuff happening. That was very interesting, though. I think they spawned at the right time, so maybe it's not as consistent as I thought. It's just kind of consistent. So we're gonna go for Fire here for a better setup. It does cost a little bit more MP. I could use a limit here instead, but it sets up for better 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, so that I can get this crate more consistently. And it can be quicker if I cast it early enough. So we get a bunch of ATB from staggering the dogs in front of us. I could do the same thing, but I don't want to kill those one at a time. I want to make sure that I'm spamming the spells extremely quick.
You're done. Let's finish.
And then we want to... this one I'm always bad about.
Enough of you.
I used to switch Blade Burst to a shortcut just to prevent that from happening, but I was convinced I could do it faster, though I seem to be very much unable to do that. There we go. Alright, so we wanted to do the normal combo there to build the max amount of ATB. Punisher mode does have a slightly lower ATB gain rate. It seems to have been buffed in the new version, but it's still better to just go with that normal combo so I don't do too much damage. See, I have to get a critical to max my damage out there already. Wow. We'll just do this early. A full combo probably would have killed in concert with those two criticals. So that was exceedingly good. We're going to get rid of Refocus now because we're not going to use it again until Chapter 18. And we're going to swap it out for Warding, which will actually see use at some point. So Warding, get ATB boost back. I don't need ATB boost here, but it makes these fights more consistent. Sometimes the second Whispers fight, I want ATB boost to make my life a little bit easier. And if I fail to get the quick kill on the first wave of Whispers, the ATB boost will speed up the next phase a little bit. So you notice I have like 31 MP. I need at least one Fyra, which I'm kind of glossed over this, but Mithril Blade has a 20% cost reduction. So most spells are 3, 10, and 20. if I'm remembering correctly here. So, fire, ice, and wind are all 3 for tier 1, 10 for tier 2, and 20 for tier. Thunder has a weird caveat where it's 4, 11, and 21. I'm not sure why it costs an extra MP. Maybe they thought it was too good because it quote-unquote always hits, but I'll tell you what, more often than not, that damn thing wins and not do its dagnum job. So.
I heard someone say it was an attack.
Hey, it was those terrorists.
So anyway,
No attack. For your safety, please go home
the
and remain indoors until further notice.
you need to kind of manage your MP. Now that I've gotten completely distracted. I'm gonna need a Fyra in the first fight because I'm gonna use Tifa's limit to kill the other 3 Whispers. If you can kill all 4 of those Whispers with the same exact time, you can skip the second wave spawning. But I'll need the extra MP just in case that gets messed up. So the Fyra will be about 8, I believe. Maybe, yeah, 8 MP. Because of the cost reduction.
I hope so. Yeah.
That way,
For your dad's
410. Oh, it's 21 for the top tier? Okay. I had a feeling there was one number I was messing up. So it's 410 and 21 and 511 and 22. The reason I'm misremembering the numbers is because of Mithril Blade. 90% of the time you're casting spells with Cloud, and most of the time I was routing his MP was with Mithril Blade on, so that 20% reduction was factored in already. So that's why it ends up being 3 and 4, or instead of 4 and 5, because it reduces the cost. But you have to remember that's different for Aerith, because her highest magic weapon, Mithril Rod, does not have that built into it. It only has a 20% buff at full MP, I believe, which is something you'll rarely activate because she usually has to take care of most of the enemies before a boss, unless you have a very, very tight skill drain setup, along with all the MP crates to boost damage. But I'd say in most scenarios, it's not worth that extra 20% buff, you know, to do maybe another 1,000. Because most fights you'll start off with a tier 2 spell instead of a tier 3.
Wouldn't have guessed.
Because somebody else will be doing the interrupt with tier 3 and she'll be following up a tier 1 just to loop into other commands quicker.
I stayed up all night thinking about the
So, Mithril Blade's very strong because of its relatively high magic stat, but often won't deal max damage even with double magic up on Cloud. Obviously Cloud is a more balanced character between physical and magic, so it really depends on what weapon you give him on what he shines the most on. Iron Blade will get used heavily in the mid-game and a little bit in the late game. It's balanced more towards physical, but it's strong enough magically that it can do some good magic damage. It also will be set up in such a way that it does a nice high multiplier magic attack that you probably won't guess about unless you've seen particularly my runs before, because I'm the only one that abuses it. Maybe even at all. I don't know if anybody does the same sort of route that I do with magic in the mid-game. It's mainly because Aerith's magic is so high that you can get away with giving her magic up 90% of the time and do pretty much the same strats with everyone. There's a few times when magnified spells will just be not enough. Alright, so here we're going to do the setup here to try and kill all 4 of the Whispers at once. We're going to go for 3, and Cloud's going to kill the other one with Fyra. It is a slight damage range, but there's not much you can do about it. If you don't do this, you're definitely never going to get the quick despawn, or quick kill. Alright, so we want limit on B, and then we...
Let's go.
I need you to limit B. Okay. Fyra. D. Okay, I got really lucky with that. I thought sometimes if you switch to a character, it'll interrupt their command. That's why I re-input it. Luckily, she didn't roll twice because she was close enough. That fire was extremely slow, but you see how D kind of separated from the group? If I had targeted C, it's very unlikely that Somersault would have hit that Whisper. You could do that with tactical menuing, so like I could have downgraded Fyra to Fyra, which would have been the only spell quick enough to kill D. But that fight is exceedingly hard to get input at 60 frames correctly, so that's one of the instances where it's probably better to just take the short time loss and go for a tactical menu. So this is part of the reason why I'm going for I'm gonna go for the ATB boost. If I get too close, Cloud often will move into the Enigmatic Spectre. The Blizzara here is follow-up damage. Cloud I could force Cloud to do the limit, but I think between the Blizzara's stagger animation on the Whisper and the slowdown and micro-menuing I have to do to get to Cross Slash, it's probably quicker to do the Blizzara Magnify in that instance. Plus, it fully staggers the boss. So, if for some reason Tifa whiffs with a somersault, which is possible, just not probable, there's a couple of times where limits can whiff. Barrett's Catastrophe is one of the main offenders in that. Most of the time you can prevent it, though, by being a little bit less aggressive in fights. Catastrophe's big issue is if an enemy is, like, there's a wall between them, most of the time it won't hit, sometimes it will. If an enemy's too far away, it won't hit, and if the enemy that he's targeting is dead, it definitely won't hit, because he won't retarget somebody else. He'll just throw out the cylinder and not do anything. I think the Catastrophe, just like the end of it, has a hitbox, and if it doesn't hit an enemy inside that box, then it doesn't activate. It's like damage splash. You kind of, when you see Catastrophe, it kind of puts a pool down on the ground. There seems to be a quirk as well with Airbuster, where you can dodge its Tank Buster with Tifa through a Focus Strike. So I think it's probably programmed the same as Catastrophe. That's actually why I think Catastrophe is programmed that way, because it seems like there's just a hitbox at the end of the laser in the T of the catwalks, versus like the whole laser being damaged, because I assume they figured there was going to be no way for you to get up into the part of the laser right next to Airbuster. So you could probably continually apply more damage during the Tank Buster animation with Tifa that way, but you got to be careful that she's not staggering. At least with my strat, I want Barrett to stagger so that he has plenty of MP for the ATB for the final phase, so I can spam spells. My phase 3 on Airbuster is pretty slow.
No way.
Because it requires Barrett's full limit, which is about 15 seconds, plus an additional 2 Thundigas. So, yeah. Okay. So, now we are going to, normally you'd want to switch over to Lightning at this point, but we're going to want Lightning and Fire. Really? Oopsie. For later on in the game. We're going to want Tifa here so that we can just move away quicker with the parry. And I'm sure you guys, if this is your first time watching the speedrun, you're probably like, oh, wow, she moves at the speed of light. Yeah, I felt the same way, too, when I first saw it, because somebody got their copy a little bit early. Their local game store gave it to them early. And when I saw Tifa's parry, I was like, what? Excuse me, what? Parry on her is exceedingly fast. In the old version on the PS4, you would need to cancel out punches and parries to get full speed, because her parry would have a bit of drop-off in its speed over time, like most moves do. And we supplemented that with the burst of speed from punching, cancel it out into parrying, and would loop that for the fastest movement we could possibly get. In this version, I think parry keeps the speed the entire animation, so canceling it with punch just loses you time. It's kind of obvious once you do it. You parry for a while, and then you start trying to punch parry, and you're like, yeah, no, this is... And the other thing is we can avoid punching is nice, because we won't get sucked into enemies by accident. So the reason I didn't make Tifa leader before this is so that I could warp her over to Barrett. This is one of the other situations. So we're going to go into the menu, give Barrett Goddardummerung as a backup measure for some things, put Tifa on lead, and now we're good. We could have toggled out Fire for Lightning again and put Lightning on Magnify. Probably would be a bit quicker, but I want to switch with Ice, or keep Ice since we're going into a bunch of monsters, so it flattens out the damage and flattens out my MP costs as well. Because if I was doing this on Lightning, I'd probably need Thundiga Magnify for all these fights versus Blizzara Magnify, so the cost would be 22 instead of 10. I mean, obviously, we do have the 20% reduction, but yeah. Let's try it. I think this is a good angle. This should be a good angle. One of the things you need to be careful with is that the angle's decent here. Actually, I think this is a really bad angle now I'm looking at it. Yeah. so that Tifa doesn't get stopped too much. Oh, that sucks. You can get all the way up the stairs, but you need to have the right angle so that the game doesn't stop your movement too much when you're starting to come up this platform. That way you can avoid the put away animation. It'll be much quicker. Or even if you can get all the way up those metal stairs, you can fully avoid it and they'll still be in the combat. That wasn't a bad parry. I've had better, but that was pretty decent. So this is like what I'm saying. These guys are weak to ice, so we're just going to ignore it for the most part. Everything's gone. A lot of these things were hard locked right here by interactables. That's kind of what I was referring to earlier. Tifa's parry is exceedingly quick, but in a lot of the areas we can't save a super big amount of time. We could go for, or I could go for Blizzard Magnifies here, but it ends up introducing a damage range, so it's just not worth the extra like half a second I could save. We're gonna try and use Blizzard Magnify here, but this fight's been kind of ornery lately. We won.
You're about to get that what now?
Okay. So yeah, that's the reason I wanted Blizzard Magnify. Then we're gonna switch out for Fire or Lightning and put him on Thunder Magnify. So Thunder Magnify, Thundiga Magnify, and we need a Thundiga for Airbuster. That is all we need to do. We could do some more cute stuff, but for the most part, we're good. The main reason I want to stick with Ice and break it into 2 menus is mainly because Cloud is on Stagger ATB, MP up, instead of MP up, MP up. So his overall MP is a little bit lower than I initially had routed for with this segment. It's not super big of an issue, but it is enough to the point where...
That's that.
So I could have gone for triple slash, but I would have had to wait out the initial slashes. If I had managed to get that hit in before I got shot, I would have saved more time than doing triple slash, but because I got hit, I lost. Or broke even for the most part. A lot of these segments, I'm trying not to cast spells with Barret right now, with Steel Pincers. That magic buff you'd think would make it like the strongest if it really has decent magic. The problem is his magic output damage is probably the same as EKG, or roughly the same when he's at full MP. So if you're triggering Synergy over and over again without using MP, you're more or less doing the same, but you've got a nice fat bonus to your physical damage, so that Catastrophe does a ton more work and much quicker at that. I believe the main cone that he shoots out of his gun or melee weapon is affected by the damage, but I think, I could be wrong about this, the splash zone is a set damage value? I don't know, maybe it works on a set damage value formula. Either way, for the most part, Catastrophe is much better with higher physical damage. So in bosses, Catastrophe will basically do jack and squat when you're on like EKG cannon. You end up having to supplement it. So we're gonna just Catastrophe here, ATB boost. That is not the right spell, but whatever. That's actually really bad. Thunder go. Yeah, I miscast and cast Thundiga Magnify instead of Thunder, but whatever, I guess. So you notice there that I activated Catastrophe, but nothing happened. That's because I killed the missile turret with that Thundiga Magnify. It's not 100%, but since Cloud landed a crit, it was definitely going to happen that way. ATB boost, triple slash. So, pretty decent, pretty decent. Getting to this ladder before 54 is actually really good. We're on a pretty decent pace, surprisingly. I will throw this away somewhere, but hopefully I won't do it in such a way that looks extremely awful. This fight can be very obnoxious, so I'm going to kind of clam up and focus and explain it after the fact. Thundiga, ATB boost, just like a Thundiga. Alright, so I triggered ATB assist there by doing 2 focus strikes back to back. You can add in a couple of physical attacks in between, as long as it's no more than a full combo. So we're going to try and nuke this leg, try and nuke that leg. Awful. We're just gonna do this the normal way. Oh gosh. Okay. We're gonna have to switch over to Barret here and just do this with Overrun. Alright. Kinda sucks, but whatever. Hopefully this will work out. I'm gonna move Barret a bit to the left here so that he can't move, this boss won't move out of the way of the attack. Because if I'm not careful with the rear leg, he will mess me up pretty quickly. Okay, I got really lucky with that.
You okay?
Hitting that first leg put him in a pressure. Normally what you want to do is break the front left and front right leg immediately in phase 2, so that there's almost no chance of Tifa getting shocked by the flying dinguses. Unfortunately, Barret rolled low as hell, so he didn't break that front left leg, so I opted to just go for the focus strikes rather than breaking it another way. I could have, you know, hit it with Tifa's True Strike or uppercut it, you know, cause Barret to synergy, or just followed up with an additional Thunder. But at that point, my, you know, my lock-on was already on the boss, so I just wanted to get there immediately. Problem is that my lock-on got shifted off of generator, which is why I was fiddle-farting around after I staggered the boss. Because if you don't lock on, there's a very good chance that you'll whiff your True Strike, which is most of your damage in that instance. You just want to do a high damage single shot to the generator, plus a uppercut's usually enough to move the phases over. Luckily, Barret's melee weapon is more than strong enough to push the phases, so throwing that overrun in there was more than enough to move things forward. I could have alternatively have done something like triple slash or, you know, Thunder with Barret, but overrun is a nice backup in that instance, and you kind of need to switch to him anyway for the catastrophe. It's not optimal because if you just fire off catastrophe where you are, it's very likely that the Crab Warden, if not like 100%, the Crab Warden will rotate in such a way that the rear leg will clip into one of the crates and prevent it from being directly hit by anything. So Catastrophe will just hit with the splash damage instead of the actual cone, greatly reducing its damage output so it won't break the rear leg. But because I had that front left leg already weakened up, the splash zone did a lot of pressure quickly that way. So I ended up evening out in the end in the final phase. Probably not the optimal way to do it because even without the front left leg, the catastrophe will cause a stagger because of how much stagger it applies and pressure and stuff between all the hits. But yeah, that was kind of jank, but it works. That fight can be pretty obnoxious when you're trying to loop ATB, assist, make sure that you have enough ATB for true strikes, make sure you're actually hitting the generator. That second phase is exceedingly difficult because the frickin' game does not like letting you actually, you know, look at anything. It really hates you extensively. That was okay. If you get a little bit further past, I think Cloud puts his sword away quicker. You can get all the way to the bridge, but I think what I'm doing is I'm getting a bad camera angle. I should be taking another angle so I don't get such a severe shift. Sometimes I forget what camera angle setup I have, and then I notice that I'm getting like an exceedingly long camera change, and I'm like, oh wait, that's right, I'm doing this the wrong way. It's very easy to overlook stuff like that in this game where you're kind of like, you need to manipulate the camera. Okay. I've been doing it throughout the previous chapters and really didn't bring it up. You want to manipulate the camera in such a way in a lot of instances where the camera is where the game wants it to be, or as close as you can get it really quickly, so that you don't get slowed down or stopped from moving. You'll notice that I stopped sliding when the camera shifted like that, and that's because the game stops me from doing inputs while the camera is being shifted by the game itself. So if you want to avoid any sort of like the camera manipulating over here to himself, right there, you want to auto-target or kind of manually shift it yourself to save the most amount of time you can from. For the most part, it's not too hard, but you can definitely save yourself time overall by knowing about these things. Not a lot of them save a ton of time. but it's worth going for. This one right here, not much you can do about it.
Hey guys,
You chickening out?
hell no! I'm just
Enough.
okay then.
Alright, so a lot of this segment is going to be knowing where Magnify
One with
will
the
be fully
tornado
effective
warning,
and where it
baby.
won't be.
Don't look at the
This
fan.
first
Whatever
fight
you do.
with the monster, the Gishel monsters or whatever, it will be kind of frustrating because the Thunder Magnify really could work theoretically if I spammed it twice, but it casts so quickly that I won't be able to get them to group together, and Magnify won't propagate far enough. Doing Thundiga Magnify is still risky because sometimes they won't group up quick enough, but it's better than going for Catastrophe, which is a minimum of 5-6 seconds. If you go for Thundiga, it's 2-second charge time or whatever, plus however long it takes you to put it in, and then the spell fires off. Most of the time I do lose out on optimal movement because I'm trying to pay attention to the fight and make sure that the enemies are going to all be killed, so that if I see one separating in a weird way, I can just start something else that will kill it. You know, you would think Barrack could Thunder follow up with a spell, but his MP,
The cargo platform?
his magic damage is
I'm pretty
unfortunately
sure that's
very
the
low
one.
without magic ups, and even with Fury Ring giving Berserk for a 30% damage buff, you know, double magic ups, and like either being on Steel Pincers
By the
or
light of these
EKG.
magnificent lamps.
Steel Pincers does have a nice flat
to a
like
brighter
percentage. I
future.
think it's like 5 or 10% boost to all
It's from a
elements.
speech President Shinra gave, talking
But
up
yeah,
the
you'll see right
importance
here.
of
We're gonna
the
go for
sunlight.
Thundiga Magnify. That should work. Yep.
Yep.
So if I had done that fully optimal, I would have just fired off the Thundiga Magnify and just slipped right over here without it. Also, if like you get headaches from bright lights, this is another segment. This is going to be the first segment where you probably want to dip out. There'll be a couple of segments where like brightness is an issue. For the most part, this stuff gives me a friggin' headache too, so I try and keep it off screen. But in some of these cutscenes, you really can't do anything about it other than just look away. It's quite unfortunate. I think somebody screwed up the scaler or
If we
something.
can't make sense of this place, we're gonna get lost.
So we're just gonna dip out of this fight. You'll note that Thunder Magnify killed both of those laser turrets. That would never have been the case in the previous version. Even with Thundiga Magnify, from what I remember, that would never have hit both of them. So Thunder Magnify, or rather Magnify in general, has a much wider berth. I think it repropagates on the second cast rather than it does before. And I think they increased the range of the initial propagation. So the other thing, the reason I say it propagates twice, you kind of want to slow down here. If you get both of these fights together, which is exceedingly hard and takes very specific RNG, you can get in here and Cloud will spawn on the platform above.
Where was that last light again?
Thank you. Triangle Boss, I'm glad you could show up this early. Cloud will spawn on the platform up there
Almost
instead of
done.
down here.
It's a shame
So
we had to wander around so
you
much.
definitely need to make sure that you separate those two fleeing segments into two separate ones. I really wasn't intending it by
Speaking of which,
doing that. I was probably just going to
what
chill
should
out
we
on the
tell
stairs if I
Riggs?
had to, but I got a
I
bad
don't want him
angle,
to worry.
so I got stuck. So we're going to go for Thunder Magnifies
If
here.
there's no viable path, we'll just have to make one.
This is probably not the best way to do this. You usually want to go down. The problem is my brain, there's these two different movement sections, this one and then the hands in Chapter 9. They're both inverted. They're the opposite of each other. That makes a lot of sense. Cloud, Thunder.
You stand back.
Great. I hate everything.
Take all the glory?
Well, it's not really a glitch. It's just an unintended mechanic. If you kill the turrets before the monsters fully spawn, the combat will end and then restart. So I did lose a little bit of time to switching to Cloud, having the combat end. I mean, I stayed on Cloud anyway, but I had to switch back to Tifa at the start of the next one, then back to Cloud, so I had added an extra 2 swaps in there that weren't necessary.
Best thing you can do to speed her recovery
I'm
is to
pretty
kick
sure that
Shinra ass in
it's
her
the
stead.
same. In the PS4 version, it was about 20 frames per swap. It feels much smoother in this version because we run at 60 instead of 30.
When do we link up with Biggs?
So I'm assuming it's the same
Soon
count, so we
enough.
lose a little
Don't
bit
you
less
worry.
time in character swaps in this version versus the other one.
Came up with a few ways to kill
Though I could be completely
We
full
ought
of
to
shit,
reach him
and
long
it's
before
double.
he dies aboard.
But either way, like the best way to think about it is you lose about half a second for each character swap to a full second and a half for
Get
any
ready,
2
Marco
swaps. So like,
Reactor 5.
if you have like Aerith or Tifa as leader for whatever reason in a fight, and Cloud is the leader out of that, and there's not like a cutscene, so like you're doing it in a boss fight, you switch to another character. You don't have to get the character to switch back to Cloud, but in any normal fights, it can be time lost. So like right here, I'm going to switch to Cloud because it makes this fight a little bit easier. You know, I might. The thing is that I'd have to remove Tifa's lead, which would mess with the way I do Crab Warden.
Dismal. A slaughterhouse where they butcher.
She has ATB assist. So that's the thing with a leader. The combat start leader is usually set for a longer period of time and is based on when you menu and what you need to change for. Like I'll menu again in Chapter 7 specifically so I can set up Iron Blade strats on Cloud. Alright, so we're going to switch over here. Thunder. Thunder. Thunder again, and then switch over to Tifa so we can get as far away as possible.
Okay.
So for the most part,
should be waiting for us up ahead.
I could have had the AI do that, but it would have wanted to close some of the distance, and it would have also thrown in a roll there, so it would have taken longer.
This is Shimmer City.
I probably would have been sitting at the ladder for quite a significant amount of time instead of just switching to Cloud. Bop, 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 bop.
Way too late to bail now.
It's like walking.
Pretty good overall.
When you're on it, only two
PS5 has far less glitches than the original version, so any percent is slower than PS4 any percent. It only has one major skip in Chapter 15, which persists because it's like a cutscene-based glitch rather than a actual combat-based glitch that allows us to get out of bounds. All the combat-based glitches are patched in the PS5 version, Intergrade. I believe mainly these were caught and patched not because of the speedruns, which would be the case. Not intentionally, though. But the reason I think most of these were patched is because they came up in the Yuffie segment of the DLC. Because you have the two characters, and you would more likely find yourself in the scenario where you would get infinite fleeing. Your party has to be wiped out. You have to be in a fleeing status and die with angel earrings on. So it's far more likely for that to happen in Yuffie's segment than it is with Sonon. There's very few of the fights you can actually run away from. As a matter of fact, I believe there's only one enemy encounter you can run from in that fight. But if you're trying to flee and survive something, I'm sure that it would have come up. I believe a lot of the buffs, like Synergy being reworked to no longer take ATB and MP, were added specifically to make Sonon a more feasible character, because the game is definitely geared around you using all the characters to build ATB and perform actions, and not trusting the computer to do all the work for you. The AI gains ATB much slower and can be very passive in some instances and very aggressive in some instances. And not all of those being good, most of those being pretty bad, actually. We're gonna go for Thunder. Thunder. Okay.
Just like
there was an MP crate up there at the end of that walkway that I could have grabbed, but there's no reason to. So we're gonna go over here, switch over to Cloud. Thunder.
I can deal with those things.
Thunder.
Going in.
Thunder. Okay. So we're gonna do a little bit of oh, that's not correct. This is fire, I believe. Fire. Magnify for this, stagger for that. I want Iron Blade, no. And EKG, yes. That is not the right way to equip EKG, but whatever. Cross slash. And self-destruct. So this is what I was referring to earlier with the self-destruct strats. I don't think I may have said self-destruct just to kind of keep the suspense up. Self-destruct is magic-based damage, and it's a massive chunk of it. The only downside is it inflicts instant death and costs 2 ATB. I've mitigated most of those factors to the best of my ability in some interesting ways. First Strike obviously gives you a huge chunk of ATB, but that doesn't give you, that often won't give you full ATB. Perfect ATB is still rare, even in this version where it seems ATB gain, or starting ATB has been buffed. So we have boost on Cloud so that he can double his ATB, so no matter what he gets, he'll be able to SD. So we're gonna stop bomb. Alright, Oh, I hate this so much. What a piece of crap. So, normally, self-destruct will kill all of them. The problem is the AI is freaking stupid here. And this is what I was referring to earlier with the AI issue. The game is so 4D chess, 10,000 IQ, underwater, upside down, in space, beating the pants off of you. It's really bad, actually. So we're gonna go ATB boost, triple slash, star shower here. Okay. So this room, not too hard. Self-destruct will normally kill all of them. The reason I'm complaining about the AI is what it did is the AI, in its infinite wisdom, decided to actually attack for once, which triggered the shock troopers' very high likelihood to start dodging. So that when I fired off my self-destruct, I hit 2 of them. I got a low roll on the elite shock trooper, which, you know, happens sometimes, it doesn't die. And the other one was in a complete dodging state or attacking actively, so he was too far away from the self-destruct. I tried to follow up with a cross slash, and the game activated it again. So the cross slash whiffed. Luckily, I guess Barrett's Thunder crit it and killed. I'm not quite sure what happened there. It may have also been Tifa's Star Shower finished it off, because it got into that. I used Star Shower on the elite one to finish it off. The other one, I was like, this is better to hit with a limit. But Barrett managed to, like, mess that fight up big time for me. And it's just something you can't control. You could catastrophe there, but that's a huge time investment. I hate everything. Cloud triple. We're good. Thunder. So Barrett's catastrophe does jack squat to those. For some reason, the computer always misses a catastrophe on the turret. I wanted him to catastrophe the, let's see, I want to make sure Cloud is over here and kills everything. Okay, so Synergy should trigger. That was a little bit late, but fine.
Looks like there's 2 consoles this time.
Double the 7.
I held his catastrophe back so that he would only cast the Synergy Lightning in such the scenario that he would fire it after that elite trooper was able to be killed. A lot of these rooms is only time loss available because most of them get locked by the guy on the computer. We're gonna triple slash you're targeting me, dummy, aren't you? That's fine though now. Alright. So most of these fights I'm clearing up with Tifa's Thunder, specifically so that we can get good evasion. I can get her all the way to the top, ATB boost. Cloud, get over here and triple slash this thing. Thank you. So that fight was awful, and I didn't warp Cloud to Tifa, which sucks, but it happens sometimes. Let me see here.
I tell you.
So yeah, a lot of this is like either time save or time loss.
Oh no.
Come on, don't.
It's a very tight window. 7 is almost impossible to save time in if you have a good chapter. It's more often you'll lose time because the shock troopers will give you a weird pattern where you have to prioritize keeping them in a spot where catastrophe will kill them. The reason I don't catastrophe that first fight with shock troopers is the cutscene. So I actively do not want the awful. I was getting shot by some other jerk, so Tifa couldn't uppercut. So that was another huge time loss. I could have saved some time there, but... And then he backed up, which they normally do. Maybe that was the one shooting me. It looked like I was getting shot from the side, though, which was weird. It was a catastrophe. So I gotta be careful with the elite shock troopers here. I need to make sure that Barrett's catastrophe kills them. I can kill one of them reliably with Cloud self-destruct, though I have to do it manually. Because it's unreliable to let the AI SD unless you're holding that enemy in place. And as I've said before, the shock troopers are very likely to start dodging. So the best I could do is like make sure one of the characters doesn't attack. And in that fleeing scenario, I'm in kind of a bad position to finish things off. Oh, you suck, Barrett. I was trying to get some HP healing with Bloodsucker, but Barrett stole all the kills because I hit the shield. The hitboxes in this game can be really janky sometimes. Cloud's HP doesn't matter at this point because he's going to do self-destruct on the sweeper. Awful. I didn't even realize I was low ATB because I was too busy explaining. Well, I managed to screw everything in this chapter up to the point where it's like, this isn't a bad chapter, but this is like anybody with a reasonable amount of information on the game is like, yeah, you're playing like crap right now. It happens. Some of these chapters can be very volatile. Sometimes it's just you playing poorly or thinking a little bit too much about something else. So our shower. Tifa's gonna heal herself here. Luckily, her MP is of no importance here. Yeah, I probably could have been over that and like definitely sub 115, 30. Probably closer to 115. So, well, I'm just gonna go on and say that this is a dead run for the most part. I could probably get a 51, which would be a PB world record as far as I know, but not likely. Because I'll probably get distracted a few more times while I'm still explaining stuff. Oh my gosh, why did Cloud have to take damage? Ugh. Sometimes those mono drives can tag you, and
it's locked down.
Is there any way?
Yeah, from that.
Think about it. Do I need to heal him? If he gets hit by the laser, I'm screwed, but I'm going to directly control him before Tank Buster, so the chances of him getting hit by the laser are literally if I mess the fight up, right? I probably should anyway, just as a thing. Because if my ATB gets all messed up on Tifa for whatever reason...
Our movements?
Yeah, that's probably a good idea to take it the safe way.
Tifa's.
Fine, have it your way.
Okay, pay attention, you two. 3,
Right, so
2,
for the most part, I ignore the audio cue because on the PS5 version, it was really delayed.
Hell yeah!
we really did it! Great time.
Yeah.
What job?
A little bit of Motrin because I got some bad back. Alright, so actually we'll just top everyone off. There's no reason not to.
Alright, time to go.
Alright, so this fight, every one of these boss fights can be very tricky, so I gotta kind of focus and explain it before or after. Some of these I can just turn my brain off and start talking. This is... Shower. Charge. Awful. I have no idea what caused that. That's not my fault. Thing.
You ready?
You know what? I must have gotten an extra uppercut and didn't realize it. Switch over to Cloud. Oh, that's a dead run. I guess it could have been far worse, but... Alright, we're gonna get the hell out of here. Barrett, I'm gonna need you to move back too, buddy.
I'm counting on you. Damn, that's...
Let's do this.
Alright, now we're gonna be looping a bunch of commands.
Let's get this over with.
Alright, so I guess I must have gotten an extra uppercut in there. I've a VAD or something crit to push too much damage. I must have gotten an extra uppercut, because that's the only reason. Stagger shouldn't happen. Either that or Thunder didn't get canceled like it should have. I try and cancel out one of the Thunderas, synergized Thunderas with Tifa before she gets off her... yeah, I need to be careful about that. Before she gets off her... that's gonna suck. Cross slash, start shower, start shower. That's a very... That sucks. Yeah, this game has a lot of little time losses like that, but if you're losing... No. If you're losing time in the first phase, it's not too terribly bad. I want ice, and we want to go fire here, magnify here. Because you're skipping a lot of the cutscenes and stuff, and the PS5 version loads exceedingly quick, so if there's something you're going to mess up, that's what you want to mess up. Right in the first phase. Bosses like Ghoul are okay to reset. I mean, they're obviously not going to get you like a really super top tier world record time. It really does suck, unfortunately, but that's how it is. Some of these boss fights can do some weird stuff. I think a lot of the time it does come down to execution error once you get to a certain level. Sometimes you're just kind of boned because you get like a critical on a boss and it really messes up your ATB looping. But for the most part, it's not easily broken. That's a little bit high on the HP value. I'm not super happy with that. Okay. I needed to roll over there because sometimes between the Punisher and the self-destruct, Reno will not die. I wanted to make sure that if that was the case, I'd at least be as close as possible to throw another counter in. Reno is such a boss that like you can't attack him; he'll just start countering you. So you have to kind of be a little more passive. That's why I didn't start swinging. Because even if you start swinging at the very start of that phase, it'll just activate his counter. Then he'll zip away, and then you'll end up losing more time than you save by getting him to attack early. So I'm gonna cure here just to set up a timer. The cure is nice, but that's probably the most optimal place to do it so that my movement is timed out properly, that I can just move right past.
I'll go first.
If you keep pushing to interact or try and get past certain cutscenes or whatever, the game will forcefully back you up. And in most instances, you will be in backup when, you would normally be able to move forward, so you lose time to that.
I can't get to him.
Yeah. I guess a PB is still technically on the table, because, like, I messed up Reno and Root really bad in my PB. Or did I? I know I think Genova is the only thing that went poorly in my PB. My PB is like a 452.03.
Run!
Hey.
Bad camera angle. I'm lucky that I didn't mess it up. You can hold forward during that to keep moving forward during the cutscene, but you need to wait till a certain point because your camera angle is kind of shifted. So if you start holding right too soon to move, you'll end up like turning around and going the opposite direction or whatever. And then you'll end up having to, like, turn around again. So you either wait or make sure you always have the right camera angle. A lot of these hand-over-hand segments are very obnoxious and can be quite frustrating to deal with, to be perfectly honest. But, let's just move on here. So now we're going into the self-destruct phase. More than I don't really use it much in that phase. Or the early Chapter 7, I'm using more triple slash nonsense. Because Cloud has a much higher damage output with the 108-ish attack power of Iron Blade versus Mithril Blade's like Ultra 30 or something like that. So it's about triple my damage output. And my magic is pretty decent. I think it's around 98 base once you fully power up Iron Blade. And with a couple of magic ups, it's pretty respectable.
Let's just go.
So between having a high base physical damage, high base... well, not really high. I'd say mediocre, mid-range. It actually makes it so that the Elemental does a reasonable amount of damage. If I went over to Hard Edge, Elemental both calculates off your physical power and your magical power, but most of it comes as a multiplier of your magic. So having extremely low magic with extremely high physical ends up leaving you like no really elemental damage bonus from elemental materia.
Don't Turks keep
You
an eye
can
on
alternatively,
They do more than just
elemental is something you really need to add in when you're on high magic weapons if that character is going to attack. So, especially Mithril Blade for Cloud, I'd say early on is a really good way to balance him out. And it's probably very good on Barret as well for the most part because most of the time he has exceedingly low stat. His base stats are garbage and his weapons don't do a good job compensating for it, purposefully so. So, like, Elemental is usually that last little bit of a push to make him actually usable. Synergy being buffed as it is, I feel makes Barret a lot more usable and reliable in combat. To where you can back, you can use a Tier 2 fire, a Magnify or something in the sewers, and he'll respond with a Tier 1 fire from Synergy, that will be enough to kill the enemy, so you can save a little bit of time in casting, and you can save a little bit of time in movement, too. So he ends up being very useful. You could put it on Tifa, but I feel caster Tifa is not a good idea, because her physical damage is so high. Honestly, if you're going to do it, I would go with Feathered Gloves. But a lot of people swear up and down by Mithril Knuckle. I'm kind of on the fence still and require a lot of rerouting. But that's part of the allure, in my opinion, of New Game Plus Hard. We have a lot of a variety of choices and tools we can choose from. I heavily use Self-Destruct, and a lot of other people do not. Self-Destruct can be very
Too dangerous?
Too much.
encumbering in terms of routing, because the main issue is that self-destruct itself requires a very high materia setup. In most instances, you need at least one magic up, if not two. Depending on if you have any HP bonuses, you'll have to take crappy armor as well. So you'll have to be on Force Bracelet instead of Chain Bangle. Luckily, I've removed the HP bonuses on Iron Blade and routed in 0 HP ups for Cloud until endgame to avoid the issues with that. The reason your HP needs to be lower is your limit gain when it's damage is based on percentage loss, not raw HP. So self-destruct deals so much self-damage that
You're killing me here.
You end up dealing enough for a level 1 limit with this setup. One magic up, no HP ups, Chain Bangle on Iron Blade is enough to self gain a level 1 limit. Great camera. 10 out of 10. Would throw in the trash again. Okay. Just hope that works, I guess.
You're getting closer to the station. Even so, we'll probably run into a few monsters on the way.
Whatever. I guess the camera might have to go away. Doing that. Yeah, you know what? The camera is going to go away. Rip. Alright, we're going to switch over to regular stuff because that camera keeps glitching out, and I really don't want to have that on a marathon run, so... Alright, I'm going to turn the camera off in a second and remove it. The reason it's frozen like that is I yanked the USB so it would stop glitching. We're going to close that out. There you go. Sorry about that. Well, I don't know why the camera's doing that. It hasn't done that before, so I'll have to look at it later. I guess the rest of this is going to be without a camera, because I'm not going to waste a bunch of time messing with the camera during a speed run. That's actually at a decent pace. I will do marathon commentary with camera on, if necessary. But for the most part, I'd prefer to not do camera anyway, so. Alright, now that the camera has made me do a couple of misclicks and pulled my attention away, so I lost a couple of seconds, we are going to stop giving a crap about it and just... There we go, that's where it belongs, on the desk, on the floor. I have no idea what caused that, and I don't care. Alright, self-destruct, back to that. It's a very materia-intensive setup, and because there's no mechanic for materia loadouts in the game, short of pre-equipping a weapon with a specific setup... wow, she caused Call to Arms? She killed more than one rat over there. Interesting. It's something that most people don't use.
That didn't work.
There are a few fights where you can just go for a self-destruct with Mithril Blade, and just kill yourself with it, and then hard revive, where it can be efficient because it just has such high damage output. Since self-destruct is magic damage, Mithril Blade is technically the most efficient way to do it in terms of damage output. But Iron Blade is usually better because it has a couple of different abilities built into it that Mithril Blade does not. So the thing is, Iron Blade has balanced stats, which isn't the most important part. It has reasonably high magic. But with a magic up Chain Bangle, you'll deal enough self-damage for a level 1 limit every time, as long as you don't have any HP boosting. Like I said, it's based on a percentage for limit gain. So the way that we set this up is we need the one magic up. We need the first strike, pretty much. You could probably cut first strike if you're really being cute and do, if you like want to self-destruct really late into a boss fight. You're probably better off doing self-destruct early on in a fight so that you can throw a limit in the later phases right after that. but it's not necessary. A lot of these fights you could probably do just flat out with magic without using self-destruct. I just tend to use self-destruct so that I have more MP available for the mid-course of the segment, especially because I can't afford to put MP ups in. The reason I can't is because this self-destruct setup is a minimum of 4 materia, and that's not accounting for like a weapon that has reprieve. You need E-skill, well, it's actually 3 minimum for the setup, and reprieve on the weapon, or I guess angel earrings. But berserk is part of the factor of getting enough damage.
You jittery?
So go. You want Fury Ring, which gives you berserk, 30% damage output boosted, 30% damage to self boost. So it works very well in terms of self-destruct strat, so you deal way more damage to yourself, so you're far more likely to hit a limit or be really close to it. The E-skill itself, you usually want to pair E-skill with HP Absorb, which at max level will give you 40% of your damage output back as HP. So in several instances, you'll usually land at about 60, 70%, 75% of your total HP, depending on what you kill and how much HP it has. If you kill a large group, you can often get a full heal or, end up at about 90%. You need warding and subversion. This is very important to it, because what it does is it blocks the instant death in status of self-destructives, which it normally inflicts.
Nice work.
Once you block that with subversion warding, which is really like New Game Plus is the only way you're really going to do it, because you're not going to be able to level up warding in another place.
Right now.
And at that point, it would be a 25% chance on top of you having to learn self-destruct somewhere, which wouldn't be too hard as long as you get an E-skill before this segment. Several of the smoggers self-destruct.
Should be able to relax a little now.
But the problem that you wouldn't have warding and subversion until chapter 10, because you get subversion from the
keep an eye out.
ghoul. And warding is exceedingly hard to level up and only has a 25% block chance instead of 100, but not fully leveled up. So you need that to block instant death so that you deal self-damage instead of instant death, which is what triggers you to gain limits like that. I am going to go use the restroom and hopefully I'll remember to finish this up. Stupid camera!
While fallen beams and other debris continue to hinder rescue efforts, the fires appear to have been mostly extinguished.
So if we help catch the bombers, we get a reward
over
or
there.
something?
That's the director of Shinra's Advanced Weaponry Division, isn't it?
Enough of that doom and
Excuse me,
gloom.
ma'am, but would you mind answering a few
here.
questions?
They're targeting reactors.
Can you give us any updates on the status of the reactor? What kind of damage did it suffer in the explosion? Are we in any danger?
Mako Reactor 5 has been temporarily shut down, and all fires have been successfully extinguished. The situation is under control, and the people of our fair city need not worry about any additional complications. We are in the process of conducting a full forensic investigation, but we suspect the device used was similar to that employed in the attack on Mako Reactor 1. The perpetrators of that atrocity were filmed making their escape. These agents of the eco-terrorist group Avalanche are currently believed to be in hiding somewhere in Midgard.
And given that this group has now attacked 2 reactors in quick succession, can they really be stopped before they strike again?
What do you think?
Well,
Those Avalanche guys are unbelievable. Reactors, how are we
Have no fear.
We need to stand up
Shinra
and fight against
will keep
anyone who tries
Midgard
to
safe.
destroy our way of life.
okay, time's up!
All right, let's go.
Us folks in the neighborhood watch are talking about countermeasures.
You can count me in. I was in the military. I know a few things.
Man, I can't decide where to go on my honeymoon. I'd recommend.
Oh, what timing! Mind lending me a hand?
Place is really hopping, huh?
Nice side effect of the train situation. So, what do you say?
I'd love to, but
Okay, there we go. The camera's dead forever. Tried to bring it back.
I held
As
that.
far as I could tell, it was muting my microphone and didn't want to work, so I don't care. I'm assuming it's the friggin' fact that it's a USB piece of crap 2.0 and it's plugged into a fucking USB 3.0. I don't know. Oh my god, will you get out of the friggin' menu? Good lord. I hate everything.
This is Cloud.
This damn camera is like hanging from like 1,000 different things.
That's Oats.
I'm about to throw the camera in the... Would you fudge off?
See you.
Oh my lord. I don't even know how the freak this thing is like wrapped up behind what it's wrapped up. Can't even get a good look. Alright. What in the hell? Who? Why do I do this to myself?
So, what
Awful.
are you guys
This
up
camera
to?
sucks.
We all went to see the reactor.
This camera is such a piece of crap. Whenever I use it for anything,
What for?
I have to like plug it in fresh.
Supposed to. Well,
I think I'm
we
gonna
have a new
throw that
destination.
goddamn thing over the
I
bridge
should probably
into the
explain.
the
Leaf
well
House is
of
the local
death.
orphanage.
That was
That's where all
awful.
these kids
Sorry
live.
about that.
Hey, Aerith, where'd you go? The church again?
I'll figure it out later.
We should
I'm
all
assuming
go
it's because the stupid thing was in like a 3.0 hub, and then decided to start having a stroke because it's a
Apparently,
2.0
but they sure
device.
keep me on my toes.
Which is weird because it was fine for the first couple of hours, and then it decided to just go Captain Insano on me. Okay, self-destruct.
No problem.
I'm gonna ignore this nonsense
How'd you
with
manage to
this
find so many?
poopy camera and act like I know what I'm doing.
I have my way.
So self-destruct needs at least subversion
He's
warding
my
plus
bodyguard.
E-skill.
Just in time.
HP up is, or HP absorb is heavily suggested,
Maybe.
and you need to not have HP up so that your percentage of self-damage is
Since
boost
I'm so generous,
to keep
I
you
gather there's no
looping
perks
a
for
level
his
1
patience
limit out of it
sometimes.
really quick.
Here's the
It's a
leaf.
bit slower, obviously in
There you
combat
are.
scenarios,
We're
because
back.
Cloud
Sorry to
pops
make-
up
don't
so
be.
high and then
Well,
bounces
then,
off the ground.
No problem.
All you can care. What with all the.
I'm sure they.
But like
let's
in
all
fights
watch
with like Reno, there's really not much time lost anyway, because you gotta wait for him to get over to the flowers. We're gonna do a save load here for some of her dialogue to get her moving full speed quicker. Yeah.
So, Cloud.
So you could
what's
save
your
load
favorite
right here,
flower?
but this one really
Oh,
won't save you
same
much
to me.
time. We're gonna wait until she asks what we did with the
You
flower
sure
that
you
she
wanna
gave us
say that to
earlier.
a florist?
Better than lying.
Okay.
Right here. So this is the another small time save. This is mainly from just like movement stuff. Like I said, it's 6 to 8 seconds to load. So anything that's like over 8 is time save. Anyhow. Whatever.
My house is just up this path. Mom should be home by now, so I'll introduce you. There you go. That's my house.
It's amazing.
Anyhow. So that saves a little bit of time. The biggest and last save load is in Chapter 9 after this. I keep thinking I'm in, like, Chapter 15. Or 13.
He's right here.
There's a
for my
cutscene in Chapter
babies.
13 where Barrett breaks into the house, or busts into the house to go see Marl, and then you Marlene, you gotta walk up the stairs, and then a little bit before the threshold, you skip the cutscenes. So my brain is already thinking I'm at the end of the game, which is like what it was. We're just gonna grab the Moogle here for good luck. Depending on which one of these you
Which ones
grab,
do you think we
it
should
could be a
pick?
donation incentive.
Oh, don't be like
which
that. I know you have an eye for
board
this kind of thing.
get
Good
if you
eye.
grab all the same
People used to
color
give these
or
to
two
declare
of
their loyalty
one
to
color
one
and one of another, you get the same one.
Interesting, right?
So white is a Moogle. The green foxtails are Cactuar.
I think we still need a few
Cactuar,
more.
depending on how you want to pronounce it.
Which
And
should
the
we
other
pick
one
next?
is a Chocobo, the yellow one. Here you go. We're gonna go for Moogle because I'm not playing fast.
She
I'm
said,
playing
as many
slow.
as you can carry. So
I was
maybe a
doing
few
good
more?
until Grab Ward, and then it all went downhill. Now we've got a mediocre run. 3.
I think we're good,
Good.
now. What do you say?
All right, now
Shall
we're
we
gonna
go?
head on into the kids' playground, junkyard, whatever you want to call it. I do a little bit more of an outdated
under the
strat
gun
for the
or
back
anything.
end of it.
I'm not cut out for this
I could
crap.
probably do some better
Sure you
stuff now
are.
that Magnify
When you're done, you'll
reaches
be
much
drowning in
wider.
job offers.
Probably get away with some more shenanigans than I do right
So,
now.
How do you think
But
they'll
the
arrange these
problem is my
flowers?
menu is optimized
Well, we'll soon
for
find out.
going from the beginning of Chapter 8, finishing off Reno, and getting all the way to Poor Hell House before I have to swap gear again. I could probably tweak the way that some of my stuff is set up to make it more optimal. But some of the strats require luck to make them faster than what I have right now. Unfortunately, because the magic up is split, a Magnified Thunder would usually kill both the Smoggers. But the magic up is split. It'll be
Where's Aerith?
95% of the HP. It can kill, but since you're going on a damage range for 2 enemies, it's unlikely that they'll kill both. So it's better to just single target and limit one of them right now. I could do better stuff for sure.
Yeah.
Turk?
That's what I.
It's this guy. They say he.
But
I don't like this.
I know someone who.
Okay.
Come on.
So we're gonna go in the junkyard. If you're used to watching PS4 speedruns, you know, and you like watching super long load screens, you'll notice that there's a fight here that doesn't normally exist. This fight only appears in the PS4 version if you open the menu, like between getting into town and that fight would spawn. I'm assuming there's like a messed up flag or something that keeps the fight from spawning, so who knows. For the most part, we're dealing with some interesting stuff. It'll just be a quick triple slash, and I need to be careful. Thunder can be very quirky. If you fire it off too soon, before a soft target or a lock-on is established, the game will almost unilaterally not cast the spell at the target. And if you start casting Thunder before you would kill an enemy, it'll also whiff too. It very much acts like the initial Final Fantasy in that the spell doesn't recalculate its targeting, which is quite an obnoxious feature. But it, you know, also in terms of casual play, it's awful. Right?
Be careful.
Usually won't prop up because you won't even notice it, or activate it because you're not optimally fighting each fight.
Nothing to do
We're gonna go triple slash here. Thunder up.
Too bright?
Okay. Somewhat okay movement. That fight normally won't spawn. We're gonna start using Source Storm for a particular reason.
I'm waiting.
I'm backing off a bit.
The were rats here will usually activate a attack called Call to Arms. That will spawn an additional wave, 1 or 2 waves of 3 rats in that fight and this follow-up fight. And they take forever to spawn and be able to be killed, so we want to avoid that at all costs. If we kill them all at the same time, that won't be able to happen.
I'd keep my distance if I were.
So we're gonna go for Sorcerer's Storm. It's one of the few commands that hits everything at once. Okay, I was gonna follow up with a Thundera there, but she got all of them this time. SD. We're gonna go for Thundera.
You jittery?
Boost.
Here we go.
I knew it was gonna happen. Triple slash. Oh no! I had her cast it too soon. Oh, I need to be way more careful about that.
Any last words?
We'll be right there!
So, you can trigger that cutscene as quickly as possible when Cloud's close. That's why I cross-slash the closer one. That fight was 100% an example of why you need to be a little bit less aggressive in certain scenarios. I managed to get that Thundera off before they had fully spawned in, so it didn't kill him. Put him to 1 HP instead. And Aerith was screwing around over there, not killing them, instead targeting the ones Cloud was targeting because of the way the AI is set up. So we're going to try and just kind of roll around here and get some time save. Wait for her to fire off a Thundera. I wanted to delay that Thundera as late as possible so I could get as far over here as I can so I didn't have to walk. That was still pretty bad because I rolled into the wrong spot. It's extremely hard to get the right targeting there, and like I said, Thundera is very, very picky about targeting, so you need to be extremely careful with Thundera and how soon you fire it off and whether or not you... Oh my gosh. The only reason that worked out was because they all chased me. Normally what you're trying to do is triple slash one and then hit the other two so they all kind of get weakened. Because Thunder has a little bit of a damage range in that fight. In such that like they'll survive a little bit with like 95% of the time. Especially if you cast it too soon, they'll survive. That's the main issue. So like, I probably just need to learn to delay. I need to practice this area and reroute it a bit because I think some of these fights can be quicker. And a few other things. That area was pretty bad overall, minus the not getting the call to arms. I'm getting really aggressive and greedy with some of these fights, so I need to slow it down and back off the gas pedal. Because screwing stuff like this up, it's death by 1,000 cuts that will kill a good run. On the surface level, it doesn't look too bad, but this game, once you get to the higher end, the enemies are far more dangerous than the bosses for the most part.
Don't worry.
Outside of the silly stuff that happened with Airbuster, where he just got staggered, because I guess I put an additional command somehow. You know, I think I must have got my uppercut in the black frames before the game had fully loaded, so it actually hit for all that, but I didn't realize it. Either that or Barrett crit with a couple of his thunders. Not quite sure. I don't think crits affect the dagger values. So I'm not sure why he staggered. I must have hit him. Some of these bosses, I really need to manipulate the stagger very particularly. Airbuster is one of those, because he backs up for Tank Buster. I want to just stagger him as soon as he gets done with that, because I can't do anything while he's charging Tank Buster. So it's a big time loss type thing. So we're going to go for a little bit of a shenanigans here. Ooh, ATB boost. That's actually really nice. I should be able to... We're going to throw the limit. Normally, I would just want a shortcut with Aerith, but she'll jump into this ground wave or whatever if I don't control her directly. That was really bad.
Enjoy the ride.
I accidentally delayed Cloud's cross slash. The game ate the input and then I switched characters, so I had to do it again. Luckily, Cloud has more than enough HP after the SD to tank that. Barrett, Cloud ends up taking a lot more damage in the PS4 version when you pull that off, because your HP is usually a little bit lower.
You're heading
and also, your limits are not invincible. So this SD into limit stuff is a lot more reasonable in the PS5 version versus the PS4 version. Overall, it's more, in some instances, it's more of a novelty, and is probably slower without super optimal element setups. But the problem with that is, like, a lot of these enemies, if I was to go with wind element or fire element, I would get very little bonus out of being on fire or wind fights outside of Reno and Rude, because we run into a lot of monsters and machines. So not having either ice or lightning element would kind of limit our damage output. So we're on a very particular setup to make everything flow as fast as possible. For the most part, Cloud will deal a good enough chunk of damage with magic up. And there's another nice hidden thing that makes self-destruct a little bit better on Iron Blade too. Iron Blade has trade-off, so when you take a significant amount of damage, you recover MP. I think it's like a flat point count that you get, depending on the percentage of HP lost. So if I lose 100% of my HP to an SD, I get 10 points back of MP. And since I'm on no MP ups, it ends up being quite a significant margin. You know, if you're looking at it in a percent base versus like grabbing crates. Crates would only get me 8 MP to 9 back, because it's 10%. Probably would be 9 MP I would get back from a crate, because it rounds up and you're recovering in certain scenarios, and it rounds down in other scenarios. I think it usually rounds in your favor, so the damage usually rounds down with a boss and rounds up when you're gaining something back. For the most part, though, trade-off I'll be able to activate it most every time I self-destruct. But keeping in mind that it's percentile-based, when Cloud's not at full HP, he won't get all 10 points back. He'll only... I find that normally he gets between 7 to 8 points. If his HP is exceedingly low, he'll get 6, or if it's really high, he gets 9 usually. I never... and except for the first time. This fight right here is kind of like both insignificant and really obnoxious.
It'll be an adventure.
We're trying to save some of the MP here because we don't really need it for this fight. So we'll go for Sork Storm here. I'm not going to do that. Last time I did that, I ended up having to recover a lot of MP.
I'm backing off a bit.
So I'm not going to go for that. because the recovery in MP versus just restarting that fight is pretty significant.
I'm pretty good at protecting myself, you know.
This one right here, like, that Eriga being super late really isn't that big of an issue because I can get to the ladder sooner, for the most part. This is probably the worst area right here because you gotta try and fish your way over to that console with a bad camera angle. So this is what I was talking about. The raise lower is on the left button, or the left thumbstick versus the right.
Absolutely.
And the side-to-side movement's on the right one, which is inversed on the platforms in Chapter 5. I'm not sure if two different people developed this, or like, they did this like months and months and months apart. Like this was the first thing they did, and then they did Chapter 5 way later. I'm not sure what happened with it, but it's like, there's a lot of inconsistency with cutscene skipping, non-movable objects, interactables. It's really weird. Especially like in Chapter 13, it's really awful. Barrett's interaction with the rocks sucks, to be perfectly honest. Okay. There we go, photo mode. Just had to show it off. They were nice enough to add photo mode on the square button, which is really awful when your cutscene skip is bound to your X. XP boost or storm. Thunder up.
Oh, that's weird.
So normally Thunder would be better because I can just buffer the inputs faster and it doesn't require her to step forward. I'm just doing that to manipulate MP so I don't have to do a bunch of other dumb stuff. It's the same thing with resetting off that Eriga. I do lose a little bit of time, but I save far more time not having to recover MP in a weird way. Because there's an MP crate right before the sweeper, but that's still only 19 out of the 21 cost that I get back because the MP crate gives 10%. And then I can alternatively add some soul drains in here, but I have to tactical menu them, so I end up losing more time than just resetting and redoing the fight correctly. If I screwed up twice, I'd probably lose more time than backing it up. Soul Drain is a really good tool for Aerith that will allow us to manipulate her MP and avoid using crates, or allows us to be a lot more aggressive with spells than you would normally think you could be. So she gets 3% of her max MP back on use when she hits a target with it.
I'm gonna head down.
And then 15 when the target she hits is staggered. The MP recovery, like I said, is based on her MP, not the enemy's MP pool or the amount of damage dealt or any of that. So in most cases, when you have her on double MP up, she'll get about 6 MP back off a soul drain. So if an enemy's close to death or whatever, or you have it, especially if you have the enemy staggered and it would kill anyway because there's already the high damage multiplier, soul drain is probably the better bet. There is a little bit of a travel time involved with soul drain, and it does have a weird quirk where it will pull an enemy forward when it makes contact. So you have to be careful. If Soul Drain hits in a weird way, it can pull an enemy out of an attack that would normally kill it. It can happen in a few different instances where I have Gotterdammerung on Tifa to spam Somersault to kill stronger enemies. I add Soul Drain in to flatten out the damage curve, but sometimes Soul Drain can hit in a really weird way where it will move the enemy out of the range of the Somersault. It's pretty tight timing, so it's more like bad luck than anything, because it depends on where the enemy moves, how close they get to Tifa and Aerith,
okay?
you know, how soon Aerith casts off Soul Drain, blah, blah, blah. There's a bunch of little caveats to it. For the most part, it's pretty safe to go for. If you really wanted to do it, you could go for it after limits, because the enemy would end up in a, usually in a stunned state. If it didn't die to a limit, it would be laying on the ground, if not in a pressured status. So yeah, for the most part, you can recover bad MP values by just soul draining stuff. It'll be slower, but it can bring the run back, because if you've routed in MP crates to fill up your MP, it would make it very hard to recover otherwise.
I'd keep my distance if I were you.
Could you not? Okay, I was gonna cast Thunder if I had to, but luckily she finished it off. That fight's usually pretty consistent on the Thundera and Sword Storm. She moved off to a weird angle, so that's why she didn't kill them all with the Sorcerer Storm. Even though it has a massive hitbox. This next fight is probably the worst fight out of the entire chapter.
Random question.
Barring Hell House and the arena fights, that can turn into a complete shit show. The arena fights are either really consistent because you're using magnified spells, which I can't, even if I wanted to, because I need MP on Aerith. So I go for self-destructs, which can be quicker, but also much more dangerous. We're gonna go for Thundera.
Stronger.
What do we got going on here? We got Thundera.
You jittery?
So I've got 141 MP, which means I have 3 Thunderas, assuming I don't Soul Drain. If I can fit in a Soul Drain, I get a fourth Thundera on the on deck. I only need 95 MP going into Hell House, but having 100 is a good safe zone. The problem is I'm not going to get all that MP because I'm going to remove an MP up for Skillmaster to speed Hell House up a bit, so that I can loop her ATB quicker. She doesn't necessarily need it, and neither does Cloud, but it makes the fight a lot more consistent and a lot less risky. Allows me to loop commands much quicker. There's a better fight out there than what I use. Mine's very old. It's and it's something I ended up coming up with, so I kind of like it, as stupid as it is. The problem is that I have to take a much slower approach to it, because of the way that Hell House interacts with the AI's dodge rolling. Hell House does his rush attack in Phase 2, and unfortunately because of that, if I tell Aerith to do anything, she'll dodge roll into the rush and get knocked out of it. It usually won't interrupt her ATB because she'll still be in the roll, but it will delay her inputs enough to the point where it's very risky, because we want her to be on an arcane ward to double cast spells. So if we risk letting her bonk into Hell House like that, we'll very likely get punted out of the arcane ward and the whole fight will break. We need arcane wards specifically to double cast the spells. It's needed because we want to apply a very specific amount of stagger to Hell House, so that we can make him stand up for Phase 3 without walking his HP for Phase 2, carrying over all that stagger so that I can instantly stagger him with a full combo, and then use a combo of SD and Fyra to nuke Phase 2 and 3 together to move right into Phase 4 without having to let him fly around or have God mode on for any significant period of time. The reason Arcane's extremely important is because it casts a follow-up spell of the same exact type, but at a reduced MP cost and damage output, so it cuts your MP and attack by 50% on the next spell.
I'm sorry, okay?
So it's pretty important to making sure things don't get screwed up. Okay, so you could Thundera Magnify there. It's a bit slower, honestly. 157 is not too bad. I've gotten lower 156s, so I've had quite a few dumb errors. Airbuster is probably the bigger issue out of everything, and that and having to reset on the first fight here like a big dum-dum because I can't hit buttons properly. The reason she cast Aeroga in that instance was I was trying to roll forward with Cloud and pulled up her shortcuts while this circle input was still being taken by the game. So it reverse buffered the input. You can buffer inputs in and out of shortcuts, so it can be quite a frustrating experience. So, like, say what I would used to do is I would set up Tifa's or Aerith's Fyra on the triangle button. Yeah. Specifically because I wanted to cast Fyra at the start of the Hell House Phase 2 while he's rushing me, so I could start getting the spells off as soon as possible. And then let go of the shortcuts and use the buffered or held triangle input to switch to Punisher, so that I could counter his rush and then follow up with Triple Slash to put him in a pressured state. Unfortunately, because she dodge rolls now, I can't do that anymore. So there's now a bit of an issue with that. That's what happened exiting or entering the highway. I was dodge rolling away and I accidentally buffered the circle input into Aeroga.
We're looking for
what I could do to be safe about it is what I did the second time. Input Sorcerer's Storm immediately and then follow up with Cloud's attacks after.
What do you mean?
It would lose me a little bit of time to dodge rolling over to the ladder, but it's going to save me a hell of a lot more time than having to reset the fight like a big bumbling dum-dum. Luckily, the
Maybe we'll have
PS5
better
punishes
luck
you a
next time.
lot less for resetting than the PS4 version. PS4 version would take like 15 seconds to load stuff. The PS5 version takes like less than 10 seconds. So if you restart a fight that doesn't have a cutscene activated before it, you lose a very, very... it's not a non-insignificant amount of time, but you do lose a lot less time. Like, if you have to reset L House, especially... Valkyrie is a very good example, where you have to run away from it. You have to do that minigame every time, so you lose all of that. As long as you reset a boss in Phase 1 when there's, like, a skippable cutscene before it, you're in a decent position. So, like, Hell House... as long as you mess up Phase 1, which is like almost impossible to do.
Yeah.
If Phase 1 gets messed up, it's because you don't have enough ATB going into Phase 2. And by that point, you know your bone, but you're in the cutscene, so you have to watch the Phase 2 cutscene. Especially if you're accidentally like in control of Aerith. Hell House will rush her instead of Cloud, and there's literally no way to stop the attack. None at all. So there's a lot of issues like that. If a cutscene plays, you're still going to get punished hard, but if there's no cutscene before the fight or it's skippable, like Ghoul's a decent one. If you have to reset Phase 1, it sucks, but it's not the worst, because you can just skip the cutscene, restart, and then just interact with the thing again and skip it again. Some bosses are a heavy punish, like Valkyrie's one, Genova's one, because of the immensely long cutscene before it. Specimen is not a good one to take the L on either, because you have to wait for Cloud to walk into Hojo's control room, and then you have... The visual cue I have for knowing when I can skip that is literally when the camera pans over and past Cloud's ass. That's the obnoxious one. So yeah, like, it's not a huge time loss as the other two, but bosses like those are the ones you want to be 100% consistent on. I'd say Abzu 1 is another one. The fight's so short, but for the most part, you have to wait for the talk to some of the girls. It takes a while for it to load, for the most part, so we're going to say no deal here. The reason we talked about Tifa's ability to handle the books earlier is also for a particular reason. We want to get the Madam M side quest. The top selection on the dialogue options pushes you towards Sam's side quest. Heads or tails will give you 1.5 towards Sam. The no deal will give you a 0.5 point towards Sam. So basically, anything that's dialogue based, you want the bottom two options. This one, the more expensive course pushes you towards Madam M. The lower course pushes you towards Sam, and the middle one is neutral. So we're gonna heal everyone up, even though I really don't need it. I'm going to be doing self-destruct, so Cloud's HP is kind of variable anyway.
Yeah.
But between the Beastmaster and the dogs, things can be very risky.
You're acting weird, Cloud. Really weird.
So we have a bunch of places to heal, but we're on a pretty decent pace so far. Hopefully, Hell House is one of the harder punishes, so hopefully I won't mess anything up. Because when you mess up Phase 1, like I said, you usually will get hit by a chair, so it takes a little bit longer or something, but you don't really, like, know that you're completely screwed unless you accidentally exit Phase 1 on Aerith for whatever reason, because there's no recovery at that point, or somehow leave the phase with a character dead, or the ATB completely empty, which is usually not something that happens. So we want, no matter what I think, plus the books, that's 3 points and 3 points for Madam M.
How much?
I would say if you're going to learn to speedrun this, make sure you do those options. Because I believe in New Game Plus you can't afford the more expensive or the New Game you can't afford the more expensive massages. You go for the cheap one. So you definitely have to pick those two options to offset it, and you also need a no deal on the coin. If you pick any two options and then pick one that's high value towards Sam, you need to no deal on the coin to take that extra point away. So we're gonna get the last save load going on here. That's gonna be the last one of that, and we're gonna go into the arena. And normally, like Fire Magnify, Lightning Magnify, just a magnified spell in general would be a good choice. But we're gonna go for self-destruct for MP restrictions. Because Cloud's MP is basically, I need almost all of it, and setting up a magnified spell would be a pain in the butt. Aerith's got it anyway, so we're fine. We just only have 3 to 4 casts, depending on how things go. So we're going to save load as soon as she done talking.
So, how deep does this thing go, you think?
Excuse me? Excuse me? Okay, that's interesting. I didn't know that was the case. I guess if you walk forward, the game bugs out and won't load this. Huh. I guess you got... Interesting. 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 Idiot out of 10. So if you hold still, you can save load immediately. I guess if you move forward, the game doesn't let you enter the menu. You have to be in the center of the elevator.
Oh.
So if you do it the way I did it, you lose time save. Interesting. Well, there you go. Knowing's half the battle, right?
Cloud, and please make your...
We're way too deep.
I always like finding out dumb stuff like this on... Well, at least it's a decent pace. I wouldn't say it's PB pace. I've had so many errors early on that it's very high that I'll have more small errors like that will prevent a PB. So we're going to go for a little bit of kaboomy boomy. That sucks. Thundera.
Nice.
How shocking.
Get ready.
And like I said, monsters are weak to ice. So we've got 2 more casts of Thundera Magnify unless I do a Soul Drain, which I may do. Depending on how the Thug phase goes, we'll see. If there's a lot left over, or if it's just one, I'll just follow up with Thundera Magnify, or Thundera. I will probably only use 1 Thundera Magnify on the mechs and SD.
Yeah, true.
Wouldn't bet on it.
Unless I get in a really bad position, the SD might whiff. So we gotta wait for the bat in the background.
Ready to rock?
Gotta make sure the first 3 rounds you gotta wait for the ding dong ding. One of them you don't have to wait for because you're talking to Dum Dum and it happens automatically. What do we got right here? We've got 1, 2. We'll go for error. What? Okay. There, Soul Drain. We're gonna go Soul Drain on Idiot. Soul Drain on Idiot.
I'll take that.
That'll do. That's that.
Well, that's a huge time loss because I accidentally arrowgood. I needed to Soul Drain twice to recover the MP. I probably could have gotten away with it, but I definitely do not want to start the mech phase with anything but a Thundera. And going to 95 MP is not something I really want to do. Hell House can be very volatile, and you really want to have enough MP to push through the final phase as quickly as possible. So that was a pretty awful fight. The only way that this could be better is if, like, Thundera Magnify crits both the machines and, like, Soul SD crits.
It's the final.
Very unlikely, though, that I'll get triple crits or quadruple crits, rather, because I think the crit rolls independently on each one of them. We're gonna self-destruct. Then we're going to we'll just cross-slash this out of the way.
As good as dead.
Go on.
Okay. So we'll save that extra MP. There's no point in Thundera probably would have finished that off, but at this point it was already bad. So this point it doesn't really matter what we do. We gotta wait for this cutscene to start. So getting ready to skip is the best thing we can do. We're gonna convert this over to poison. Tag this out for skill master. Wrong direction. Take that. We want assist off of her. We want to get fire up because we need all 4 elements for this Hell House fight. Hell House is really weird. I do a Biogo strat. It's actually wrong. I thought, from what I understood, it was needed, but apparently it's not. But now I have the 4 elements split between them, so I'm fine. A Hell House will always start fire. That's why I'm an Ice Elemental. But, you need all the elements for the final phase because you get a random element. Let me just stop talking and focus on this.
Oh, the battle is joined, and already I can tell you this will not disappoint.
Okay, so here's what we're gonna do. Hate ourselves. Arcane Ward. Berserk. Blizzara. Throw Ward. Now I gotta wait for it to push me out. Nice. Luckily, Aerith decided to follow up the Tempest so that it actually transitioned phases and I didn't have to get back up normally. That wasn't really optimal. You don't want to get hit by the chair, because if you get hit by a single chair, you have to wait till Byaga bursts to follow up with Tempest. And I let go of Tempest too soon because I was trying to position myself where I wouldn't get hit by another chair while charging it. So I ended up having to charge it really, really late. That phase 1 was really messy, but will work. unfortunately. Triple, Fire, Thunder, Arrow, 1 and 2 and wait. Fire, so I can start getting that Fire going during that last backslash. To try and speed things up just a wee bit. You see how low her MP is right now. She's gonna need to cast at least 2 or 3 spells. I'm gonna stick on Cloud here for a little bit longer to make sure the chairs target him. With this setup, the AI will basically guard everything. Pretty good about it, so we're just gonna get a little bit more ATB, berserk this dude, take a swing, hold on for a Tempest, and hopefully we won't get chaired. We're gonna get Blizzara, wait a little bit, Fire, Thunder. Okay. Not the best, but sub 210, all the same. Could have been better. We're on path to a decent run, but disappointment.
There you are. So, madam, I was...
the soul drains were really awful, though. That ate a ton of time having to tactical those. Luckily, because Soul Drain is her first, it's a pre-learned command that she starts with, much like Cloud's Braver, Tifa's Unbridled Strength, and Barrett's Steel Skin. You can mash them out fairly quickly, as long as you're aware of it. So as long as you, like, toggle to them with the left or right, or L2, R2 buttons properly, quickly, as soon as you open it up, you can just mash out with X to activate that command. Obviously, it's slower than putting it on the shortcut, but you could think of it as a 5th command. Some runners have mentioned that, you know, have kind of put it that way. It's a bit slower. I'd say, like, the 5th command thing is much more prevalent for your main character. The reckless part of it is, if you mash it out too quickly, you'll end up back in the tactical menu, and then time will be slowed, and you're not going to be ready for the tactical menu to have activated in that instance. So you're going to probably hesitate for a second and have time slowed a little bit longer. Don't, if you feel like you want to learn the speed run, 100% do not feel that you need to shortcut everything and you have to do optimal strats. I 100%, even on the PS4 version where it ran at 30 frames, so things were much, much slower and you had a much shorter pace of, a much larger window to do inputs before the enemy attacks. Do not be afraid of using the tactical menu. In some instances, it's probably optimal, to be honest. It's more of a gamble to use a shortcut in some fights than it is to just tactically menu it to make sure you keep the enemies from separating in such a way that you would miss, or it would under damage, or you would get knocked out of the action before you get to take it. You know, in some fights that you stop a boss, you know, it might be better to tactically menu it to make sure that you're locked on the right way, make sure the boss won't interrupt you while you're trying to cast stop, etc., etc. Specimen is one of those bosses, actually. I started off with Stop with Tifa. I used to start with Barret and then just shortcut it with Tifa, but the problem is the lock-on in PS5 is very weird now and really unreliable, and he seems to like to start with Rake a lot more often, which hits the whole party. So if I start with Barret, everybody's going to get slapped, he's not going to get stopped, and it's going to get interrupted. It used to be that Fire was the only thing that would interrupt it. Now it's just, okay, switch to Tifa as lead. If I see Rake, just parry out round behind him and walk on, and I can either shortcut it, or if I feel like the targeting is really screwy, I'll just tactical menu it. You do lose a decent-ish amount of time going that route, because switching over to haste, slow, and then stop can be very time-consuming, but it's not necessarily bad. Eligor is another boss. If things go sideways, don't hesitate to stop him. You can break the wheels to inflict a pressure stagger status, but if you have an ATB, stop works just as well. Though in most strats you won't have the ATB for stop because she breaches in phase 2.
You said you didn't. It'll
just,
be fun.
what? You've got to remember to keep those type of things in mind. Tactical menus, when a fight goes wrong, is 100% what you need to be doing. Recovering a fight that goes past phase 1 is much quicker than resetting, usually. Especially if there's a significant cutscene between phase 1 and phase 2, which almost all of the fights do have a long cutscene between them. Some of them longer than others, but almost all of them have a significantly long cutscene between the two. There's a few where it's pretty short. It's still not too free. I'm gonna go take a pee break because we're on the dancing game. Luckily, I'm doing a local recording, so that we can have the internet shift out for no reason. So yeah, the dances are probably our biggest break. I've talked to other runners about it. I was like, what if we could skip? And they're like, no. Everybody likes this break.
Well, you tried.
The dancing thing is kind of weird. I think it's better characterization for Cloud, but overall, it's not needed.
That show today blew my mind.
There's like 3 breaks. One when we first get into Aerith's hometown. One here after we finish Hell House, but before Abzu. And then we get one final one in Shinra HQ, which is about enough time to run away for a bathroom break. Because there's like 2 hallways where it plays a bunch of Shinra propaganda, and you have to watch them.
Please don't.
Okay. So I gotta be careful about when I talk to him. If I talk too early, Aerith has additional dialogue, so I gotta wait. If I hadn't have done those soul drains, Aerith would be at like 18 MP right now, or lower. The reason I need some MP in here, because I need to cast Fire on the thugs in Corneo's Mansion. Also, I need to check my menu after this one. So I've got a setup for before Abzu, and then a minor tweak after the fact to set me up all the way to the end of Chapter 11 for Eligor as well. I kind of need Fire Elemental on Cloud because I'm going to use a Self-Destruct. Self-Destruct is probably a bit slower than spamming Fire-Gas, but I believe it's balanced out by having a stronger sewer overall. Because I have plenty of MP to cast backup Fire-Gas with Cloud, and I don't need to go out of my way to grab MP crates at any point.
I hope you
so it just leads to a more consistent setup. Does kind of bum me that we don't get the black dress.
The 2 of you here for the audition?
It's like, I can't tell. Frickin' lighting elements are so, like,
poking your nose in where it doesn't belong.
Has so many different color temperatures, but like it's really hard to tell what color we're looking at. All right, so we're gonna give T for the Godder, and then we're gonna do a lot of other micro menuing. Amarung, we want this to be fire, poison to healing. This needs to be fire as well. That I want magic up back. I want this back. Elemental you, this for this, this for this, this for this, that for that, and then we want to go here. We want cross slash. SD, yep. Fire we're gonna double down on Dolphin Flurry here just because it makes my life easier. So that way, I've had the limits on 2 different buttons for Abzu 1.
So what happens now?
Putting Dolphin Flurry on both of those does waste a little bit of time.
This room gives me the creeps.
But overall, it makes it so that I don't screw up Abzu in a dumb way. Because I want to go Star Shower and a Dolphin Flurry. Star Shower is extremely strong in this game. It's about as hard to interrupt, or is as hard to interrupt as a limit.
Well, ladies, listen up. I'm sure you're still
and it buffs the next move by 70% as long as it's input while you're in Star Shower's bouncing animation. Either while you input the command for the AI while she's jumping around, or during the landing animation when you're in direct control of her. You got to be aware that sometimes the AI will move out of the Star Shower animation and reposition itself before it does the next attack. So sometimes you should control Tifa directly to keep that from happening, because if she moves out of that landing animation, your buff goes bye-bye. It doesn't, like, hold in the air. It's not like you can throw a Star Shower, an empty Star Shower during a boss fight, miss everything, and then buff the next move. You could, like, throw it. If a boss is coming towards you, like Airbuster, you could Star Shower and then Star Shower, so that the Star Shower that hits it is actually buffed.
What are you doing?
Okay, should be fine there. Depending on how fast they move apart, I could whiff that. Fire has a bigger hitbox, but Fire casts faster, so it's more likely that it'll hit both of them, even though the hitbox is a little bit smaller. So we're just gonna skip everything this idiot has to say. Here comes another, like, possible donation incentive for picking who to talk to. I always just go Tifa, because... Okay, that was a really weird way to do that. Fire, ATB boost, fire, Berserk, Tifa. Okay, and that's one of the issues I was talking about right there. Fire, Fire, cross slash. We're gonna have to fire 3 times, I think, right here.
Get fired up!
There we go. I had to throw in an extra Fire Gun because Dolphin Flurry didn't get input properly. I'm very lucky that he didn't get out of the animation, out of his stun animation, and leap off. I need to downgrade you to Somersault, Soul Drain, Mag, and Curaga will be needed for the ghosts. Yeah. So we have to downgrade the limit. Well, we don't have to downgrade the limit, but we don't need anything more than Somersault until we get to Eligor. So we're just going to make it work. It's much quicker, and it's only 2 hits, so it ends the fights much faster.
There should be a big waterway just up ahead. Let's find that first.
So we're going to see what this RNG this guy gives me.
Try to stay behind me.
No, it's not right, but whatever. Yep. SD saves me MP, so I can do dumb stuff like that. That's not a huge time. The major time loss there isn't from the shortage of MP I now have, which really isn't. I don't really have that big of a shortage of MP. Fire is, 10 per, so I still have six fires on the table for, nearly 7. If I grab a crate, it'll be 7. So I have 6 to 7, depending on. Also, if I trade off with a self-destruct, which is very unlikely that I'll use self-destruct on anything in here, because most of these enemies are just too weak for me to get a significant amount of HD out of it.
I'll protect you.
So, some of these fights I'm going to bother switching to Tifa so I can get optimal movement out of it. Most of these areas, there's a progression point that you need to interact with after combat's over, so it's not necessary to do anything to do the movement with Tifa. Some of these fights you can, but the bluegills can be quite a frustrating issue because they can sleep spline your party members. So I've gotten to the point where I take the consistency over the faster strat, because bluegills can lose you so much time if you have to do anything about them, rather than just taking care of them initially.
It's gonna cost them a fortune to rebuild.
So now we're set up till about chapter 11, and the only stumbling block we're gonna have is the awful pump minigame coming up. Because like everybody was so excited about that it had to be kept in, not skippable, not simpler, not easier, just be there. Oh boy, who would be sad about it? Literally get nothing out of doing it well other than saving IRL.
And let there be
So Fyra, we're gonna soul drain this guy. I Fyra that one specifically with Cloud to get him the heck out of the way. Because if I somersault with Tifa, I may push him too far back with Cloud. He may also guard, so I just can't roll past him. So that's the best way to deal with that fight, to be perfectly honest. Fyra is more of a backup in some of these fights, because if spells whiff, or something dodges it, or damage is really, really low, enemy guards or sleeps Aerith, it gives me a decent backup tool. So Fyra overall isn't needed to be downgraded, but for the most part, you probably should use it. It does enough damage in most instances, and it's much quicker than Fyriga, and you get more uses out of it because you're not on Fyriga.
I know this.
So this
Fyriga can end up wiping out a whole group of enemies, but the amount of times that should come up is like very slim. That should be an issue.
They're nothing.
Compared to us, at least.
Okay, we're gonna go with Fyra.
This is gonna hurt.
Right.
Nothing.
So normally it would just fire a magnify there, but the enemies are so jank. I think I'll grab the crates here, even though I really don't like it. I hate that so much. The furthest box, the box that's furthest away is almost always the one with MP crate. So if you angle wrong, you end up having a slash twice, which is like a really big slap in the face. So you really should be a little bit more careful, but depending on how things go. Really, this is what I was talking about right here.
You're mine. It's over.
So that piece of shit activated guard just soon enough so that he wouldn't die, so I had to activate my fire to kill. And then somersault to follow up with damage. No matter what I did, I would have had to hit that stupid pincer 3 times. The game is really between sleep from bluegills, the frickin' scissor pincers or whatever, activating frickin' guard before you get the fire off. Alternatively, you could do Fyriga Magnify, but that's an extra second that the pincers can activate guard. And the damage will not be enough unless they're clustered together with another enemy to the point where one of them knocks it out of guard and the other one kills. And then these guys doing jump.
Okay then.
Just like that, okay?
This,
I gotcha.
This segment kind of sucks. The sewers in general, both sides are very difficult and can be very, very random.
I'll go first. Okay.
Synergy would probably shore this up a little bit, but I'd have to route it in. Most of these fights aren't too bad. It's just that 10-20%. The main issue is when the game gives you a shit ton of really bad RNG rolls where the enemies either act really defensively, separate very aggressively from the pack so they don't get hit by the magnified spells, or the AI goes complete dum-dum and rolls into a sleep spine that gets cast immediately. Oh yeah. A lot of these chapters, like I said, at a high end, your PB rolls down to how tight your route is and how much you risk versus bad battle RNG that the enemies can just screw you over in. Fyriga would have killed in that instance, so that is an argument for leaving Fyriga. But it also requires far more MP, so you definitely have to get more crates. That one crate definitely was needed after all the stupid stuff that's been happening here, so...
They're nothing.
Fyra here.
You're burning up.
I could be a little bit more aggressive rolling through that door, but I've decided to be a little bit more guarded. Cloud can cast Fyra, but if he's past that door, it's a high chance that it's going to hit the wall because it's like Fyra curves all the time.
This is gonna hurt.
Okay, I guess I'll Fyra a rat. Whatever. I thought it was the steel pincer that was going to be alive, not the rat, but whatever. Alright, so 89 MP. Yeah, we got enough. 48. We're good. Yeah, the self-destruct cross-slash was 100% needed for the Abzu fight. In that point, if you Star Shower into Dolphin Flurry, you're in a good position. I usually can stop Abzu from doing Enrage. But if Dolphin Flurry doesn't go off, he usually gets it off. Because it requires, like, hitting him on a certain frame. Either that or hitting him a certain, like, multiple times on that same, in a specific frame window. So, Abzu is quite the frustrating disaster. So yeah, we're going to lose about 20 to 30 seconds here. Unless I manage to hit the pump every time 1 for 1 for 1, which is very unlikely. A 1-2-1 or a 1-1-2 is decent enough.
Wait. Trust me, this will be back.
The second one is both, like, easy and deceptively hard at the same time. So. Almost everybody hates this minigame. There are a few people that like it, and I think they're insane. It's almost like the people that say, photo mode's great. It should totally be on the square button. I hate you.
So maybe this is a little different from the one at the bar. More industrial?
Here goes.
So this one, you just push down in the red zone. Depending on how big your red area is, you'll pretty much always hit it. This next one, you hit the notch before. Unless you mash like garbage, and at the mercy of your own stupidity. I flicked on the notch before the notch before the notch. So yeah, I'm probably gonna lose it on the third one too. That's what happens if you flick it on the right notch. Right about there. Alright, I got lucky. So that's the only cue anybody's come up with for the third one, counting to 4 and then flicking.
Okay, let's head back.
There's really, like, no good visual cue. The best I come up with is, like, somewhere around the very beginning, but that needle moves so quickly, it's really impossible to react to for that one. On the PS4, it's, like, straight up impossible, to be honest. Because it runs at 30 frames. That game is atrocious on the PS4.
Don't you mean?
Get fired up.
Going in.
Giving it my all.
Let's do this.
Get him.
So yeah, they split up. They probably should just stay closer together. I keep making that mistake. I've had a couple of runs where the game has just decided that I'm not allowed to have any fun. Because she's in the limit, Aerith also, or Tifa wouldn't get slept, so that was pretty much guaranteed. Fire a gun, armor salt.
You're burning up. Giving it my all.
Alright, so that allows me to set up to get out of here. Yeah, sub 32 would have been good. I probably could have made it if I hadn't messed up the pump. I'd say a 232 is pretty good. 31 is probably something you can get here. A lower 31. Odds are not in your favor. Requires good execution overall. Some good RNG, like Rude. I had pretty decent RNG. Having almost full ATB like that allows me to get the Thunder off so that I can kill the damage spread. The way that my strat is set up on Rude, because I don't have Wind Elemental and I have Ice Elemental instead, no matter what it was, you know, as long as you're not on Wind, he's not going to take any more damage. I think they're both Reno and Root are resistant to lightning, so you want anything, you know, fire and ice, they'd be neutral too, so they take the regular elemental damage. With Wind, since he's weak to it, he'll take double of that elemental damage, I think.
Kinda in a rush, so...
There we go. So this one, you can go up this ladder as soon as you want. You don't have to wait for them. The first one, you can go up whenever you want. You don't have to wait for them. The next ladder, though, you do have to wait for them, so... A lot of these is kind of weird in how you have to set things up. You usually want to set it up in such a way that Cloud is the one doing the killing, so you gotta wait for them anyway, so they'll get to the progression sooner. Okay. Part of the reason I go with Ice Magnify is to make these crypts easier to get rid of.
Did you guys hear it too?
Why would there be
Crispy,
kids out here playing?
crispy French fries. Anyway. So yeah, we're going into Reset Chan. I call her Ghoul. Oh boy, what a joy of a boss fight. So we go straight from Abzu that we absolutely punish, make him hate everything. I kind of messed the fight up by not... I don't know if that was the AI doing it again, or if I didn't buffer the Dolphin Flurry properly. I'm pretty sure I did, though. I couldn't be sure, though. We're gonna go for a Fire Gun Magnifying here.
We gotta hurry.
This one. How's this?
Okay, the triple slash was just a follow-up, but she one-shot everything, so that's fine. Yep. The moment she grabs this ladder, you can get up here. This next fight, we're gonna go for a counter so that we can get a little bit more damage in ATB. It's like a 30% chance because of the 3 different targets. Okay.
That's that.
Too late.
And now we want to fire
This is gonna hurt.
Alright. Now we want to heal up here since we're going into the fight with the ghosts. That way your healing will auto-target the ghost instead of your party. So that's the whole purpose of this top off right here. We could do it with Tifa, we can do it with Aerith, because Tifa's magic damage is exceedingly low when she's on Metal Knuckles, so using Tifa for anything outside of physical attacking is usually not that good of an idea.
Alright, let's see what's inside.
She's on Elemental right now, but it really doesn't do much. Honestly, I feel like rerouting with Feathered Gloves in mind would be a better choice, but the earlier runners were like, why are you on Feathered Gloves? It's awful! You should be on Metal Knuckles. And now I'm talking to the runners that are still staying with the game, and they're like, yeah, most of us use Metal Knuckles, and I'm like, I hate everything. I'm just caught right in the middle of a dichotomy that I can't understand. But that harkens back to the New Game Plus Hard having very flexible routing, to where no one particular route is correct. I mean, some might be quicker than others, but for the most part, you know, it sets you up for a really good out. We want to do this. Okay. Fire Guy's a little bit excessive, but and make sure we get our kills on time. We could go with Fyra, but the ones behind me sometimes survive, so I find it's not worth it.
What now?
It's worth the extra 10 MP to secure a kill. Or I guess it's 11. We'll have a couple of MP crates. I'll be able to soul drain the Drakes if I really need MP. I'll also get some MP crates in the room with the ghosts. The first ghost I'm gonna Fire Gun, and as long as the fight ends quickly enough, I'll get to save the MP. I'll get it back. I think there's kind of a flag in the game if a spell shouldn't have been cast, and it detects that you didn't cast it, even though you instantly cast it because you were in an animation or whatever. That the game will refund the MP. So if this fight ends quickly enough, I'll get my MP back. I've had one fight where it's been an issue because the ghosts have moved in such a weird way that they didn't die. The Fire Gun will get off so quickly that they'll be locked to 1 HP. I gotta finish waiting for them to spawn, but they moved in such a stupid way that they both managed to survive. Or one of them managed to survive long enough to screw it up. So this is an MP crate. Both the rooms have one. If I have to reset Ghoul, I can get an extra MP out of it. Not really wanted, but it is something I can do.
I found you.
Fire Gun. That's what you want to do right there. Watch your MP. It should go back up. There you go. Got my 21 back. Alright, so we're going to go to Ghoul over here. This will be the first time we use Kurga on the Ghosts, because it's just... well, this is the second time. Most people used to use Kurga Magnify for these fights, but I was like, I was hard pressed to justify doing that for just these one fight. I cast it a little bit earlier, so the HP got locked again. It can be pretty annoying. That Fireguard trick seems to only work with a tactical menu. If you try and do a shortcut, the characters wait until they're done playing out their animations. So it's a bug that I guess can only be activated with a character doing an animation that would otherwise keep it from performing a combat move, and then inputting a combat move through the tactical menu to force the game to activate it. So we're gonna try and get upstairs without getting hit. This is much quicker because parrying is just much better movement overall. You got to be careful where you move, or you can end up spawning Cloud on the or below. But the parry movement is much quicker. The only downside is you might have to heal out of it. All right, let's get this first reset out of the way. Don't even. Oh my lord! I totally did this to myself.
Watch yourself.
Tifa, Kiriga, Ghoul.
Ready?
Okay, we're gonna. Yeah, I got lucky.
Going all
Need to be boost. So you got to be very careful with Ghoul. You either choose to be super aggressive and self-destruct at first opportunity, or you choose to be a little bit more passive like that. When Ghoul backs up like that, he can warp away, so it's kind of dangerous. But in this scenario, it was the better choice because he would have dodged the self-destruct. So we're going to limit from the menu here. And then we're gonna Kiriga Ghoul from across the screen so we can kind of buffer it a little bit. Most likely it will, oh, never mind. Sometimes it will close in on Aerith and close the gap. So my movement with Tifa was pretty bad, which is what made the rest of that fight super sus in phase 1. Sometimes Ghoul will get over furniture, and sometimes Ghoul will just Borealize, whatever you want to call it. It will disappear and respawn in a different spot. Both of those will cause self-destructiveness. You can usually tell that it's over the table and it's going to whiff, but for the most part, the disappearing thing is can theoretically be stopped by tactical menuing it, because the game will show that he's untargetable spawning. That fight's pretty decent. The reason I go for the self-destruct isn't really for the self-destruct damage. I could just as easily do like Kiriga. I need the self-destruct specifically to force myself to get a limit. Because Ghoul needs to take like 5% damage or 10% depending on the difficulty before becoming vulnerable to magic. And then once it takes an additional 5 to 7%, depending which... difficulty 7, I think, is hard. 5 is for every other difficulty. It will go back to being invincible to magic. I think Kiriga is flagged in such a way that it's not considered offensive.
Maybe now we can get to the other
So the next tick of magic damage will...
I'm with you. Let's go.
will
this
kill.
isn't a game.
So we're going to somersault.
I'm focused. Maybe this will do the trick.
Kiriga goes B.
I gotcha.
Let's do this. See ya.
Okay. Probably could have followed up with Fire. It would be quicker to cast spells in there, which Aerith had enough MP for. I've had a lot of trouble with the fire spells kind of coming out crooked and literally hitting the ground instead of the enemy. So like you have to wait a certain time to cast them before they're fully spawned. But you want to pre-cast it so you're not losing a bunch of time. So it's really weird. Very hard to explain. Triple slash is probably the slower strat, but more consistent. If I had like finished a full combo and then let triple slash do the rest of the work, I probably would have been in a better situation. I don't want Aerith to heal. I want Tifa to do. MP is very needed.
Why am I not surprised?
I lost time there to not manipulating the camera ahead of time, I believe. So this next fight with the Drake sucks. I'm just gonna YOLO somersault into the lesser Drake and hope it kills. Or hope that the Cerulean moves close enough to it that it's going to get double hit by the Aurora from Aerith. No matter what you do, this kind of sucks anyway.
Coming through.
And we're gonna switch over to Aurora.
Don't think you'll walk away. Enjoy the ride.
him! Get ready. Gotta go for it now. Lend me your strength.
Okay, Tifa, heal up.
You're good at this.
Alright. So now we're going to set up for Eligor. Unfortunately, it's basically the one boss setup because we're going to have to switch back to Mithril Blade here since Aerith is leaving the party after this segment. So we're going to switch you over to Wind, put you on Subversion because we need to block. And then we need Ice here, Wind for that, I believe. Good. Alright, we want Berserk. We want Breach, which I could have done earlier, but there's really no point because I want to put her back on Dolphin Flirt. Wait a minute. That's not the right spell. That's the right spell. I need these spells in the right order for the most part, so I don't make menuing mistakes when doing the boss. So once you switch over to shortcuts more than tactical, you need to have a flow of combat, and to make sure you're not missing any time ranges or letting a boss up early, you kind of need to have the same inputs each time when doing shortcuts. It's kind of hard to explain, but it's something you'll like pick up on really quick when you're trying to learn this. So we're gonna Dolphin Flurry here to stagger the boss's time a little bit. We're gonna go for Blizzara, and then we're gonna want to Soul Drain. I didn't really want to go to Tifa like that, but this, okay. I was trying to flatten out her ATB with an uppercut, but I shouldn't have gotten greedy like that. It's fine. Her ATB will be fine.
It's on you.
1, 2, get out of the way. Tifa ATB boost.
Get ready. Nothing to worry about.
Throw the Tempest, Breach, get out of the way. Aeroga, switch over to Cloud, self-destruct, switch back to Aerith.
Watch out for high winds.
So I needed to switch to Cloud to keep him from doing any sort of goofy movement there. It's very likely that he will dodge roll if you give the computer full control of it. So you're gonna more often than not miss the self-destruct. So that cross slash was timed specifically to make sure all 3 slashes hit. If I fire it off too soon, he'll whiff with some of them. If I fire it off too late, he'll roll into that wind attack and die. You have to be, like, extremely late. What you really should do is just wait for the Blizzaga, and then once you start seeing Aerith get ready to cast it, that's when you should throw in the limit. You can alternatively wait until after, because he'll just guard the wind and you'll be fine. So we're gonna Soul Drain here. Soul Drain, Blizzard, Tifa.
Calling ice.
Okay, Star Shower. So we just need to stagger and kill one of these to trigger the pressure phase. Pressure isn't really necessary here. Now that we have Somersault and Star Shower Dolphin Flurry in, the fight's pretty much over. We're going to take a look at our HP. Aerith, I want you to cure Cloud at a very particular point. I got to do it like right after here. Okay. Tifa's HP doesn't really matter. She's probably going to lose some anyway. So we're going to go into another interesting menu here where we're going to set up to go back to Mithril. Nope. We want to give Chain Bangle to Tifa, actually, though. We're going to gimp Cloud's defense for a while. It's kind of sucks, but that's the way it has to be. Binding for Magnify. Magic Up for Skillmaster. That goes here. Fire for that. Fire for Binding. I believe First Strike for Lightning. Subversion for Healing. Wind for Lightning, and we'll toggle this now. So now we're going to go into a lot of magnified nonsense. I could have upgraded the limit, but I forgot. It would have been optimal to do it now, because I wouldn't have to go out of my way to go to Ascension and go back up in the menu, but
I'm getting sick of this.
Sometimes you get in a flow and you forget it.
Tell me about it. See how hard we got here.
I want to know what my HEB is going to be here.
What's wrong with these people?
Okay, that's not right. Okay, you suck.
Contact. One target. Engage.
No escape.
That took so long that I decided to just do it the natural way to gain the limit. Or gain the ATB. I could have alternatively used ATB boost. Also, that turret is literally the worst. More often than not, the turret will make you whiff those other soldiers if you're not being careful with your targeting. And then it'll do weird stuff like that. The game is not super duper good at, like, Verticality. I'm surprised how many vertical segments they put in, knowing that.
Bird.
So, normally I would keep a shorter distance, but fire up, but I've noticed that it kills 100% of the time now. We're gonna fire a magnify here, because normally they're close enough for it to double hit, which I think it did anyway. He just backed up so much that I was almost 100% certain he wasn't going to get double hit. So now we're getting into the mid-end game. We're back to Cloud being our mage for several of the segments. Until Chapter 13, unfortunately. Right after this, we're going to have to 50-50 that and make Barrett the mage for a little bit. Aerith's HP doesn't matter here because we're not going to see her again until Chapter 17. Or at least she won't be in our party until Chapter 17. We'll see her in Chapter 16 for a little bit. But at that point, she'll have fully recovered HP and MP. So we don't need to worry about it. She's basically going to be a materia mule, if you will, for the mid to late game for a certain amount. Not gonna.
Damn it! How the hell did they expect us to escape? There's a way out! Oh.
Gotta get through.
So I'm doing self-destruct shenanigans again in this chapter, but with Mithril Blade this time. Which is why I had to give Aerith or Tifa the chain bangle.
Almost there.
I need to lower Cloud's self-defense. So that he will take much more damage from the
no need to rush.
The self-destruction.
Thank God the kids made it.
We're not going to use HP. Oh
Come
my.
on, we've got to go too.
Ooh, boy. Oh, that sucks. I almost took
I'll be fine.
That was a really good boost. I didn't actually realize how good it was until after I threw it. If you get to the playground by the time those guys are exiting, that means you got a really good boost. The second half of it was really bad though, because I failed to try and take advantage of the ones at the playground. You probably it's so inconsistent that like I honestly don't ever think that I'm gonna get them. The movement in that segment's pretty static, at least in terms of what you can control. The AIs need to push you forward for the most part.
Okay.
What you want is a lot of boosts, and you want them to stumble over and over again, so that they'll keep pushing you forward faster than you can walk, because they're running at full speed and you're not. It's one of the more frustrating segments to lose time in, because you really have no control over it, outside of like choosing to stick hard left or hard right. You know, not putting yourself in a situation where there's a bunch of guys running past you, and because you put yourself on the wrong side.
We'll grow lots of flowers at your new house.
Do you think that
We're gonna go for some optimal movement here.
Of course you can. Hey, what's your...
Hopefully it'll work out.
Where's Eric?
I sent her to 7th Heaven to get more
I would like that HP, but okay.
Oh,
I need to start off with that roll of Cloud to move them further back.
We can still stop these.
Okay, never mind.
Right?
Yeah. Weapon's dead. Probably don't have to. I need to stop it. Move him into fleeing, and then warp him out.
Come out wherever the hell you are!
Oh my god, that movement was so bad. Oh, that would have been faster if I wasn't like as awful as I am.
If this is how you want to play it,
we're gonna have her heal herself here so that in this next section I can spam out cures once we get up the ladder. Cloud getting hit there actually doesn't matter because his HP is gonna be too low anyhow, or gonna be lowered anyhow. So during this cutscene we can do this, spells multi-use with L1, and we gotta wait anyway for that to finish. May have lost a little bit of time to overcuring, but I'd say it's way better to be at full HP. These next couple of segments down below. I could have pushed the ATB boost till after that fire up, would be a bit quicker, but it would also require you to take hits from the helicopter on purpose. And honestly, with the amount of HP it'll siphon away when you're not on Chain Bangle, I wouldn't gamble on it. But it is a option. It's also a thing you might need to know that in Reno and Rude in the second phase, if you're going for self-destruct and Cloud doesn't get hit by the missile for whatever reason, because it like spawns off. Last time I got missed by the missile because the damn thing spawned off the platform rather than into the platform for some reason.
Keep them busy, will ya?
So, can you... Oh my...
All right.
I'm gonna need to punch that dude. Alright, so normally these Hella Troopers spawn separately, but we'll see. Okay, ATV boost, Dolphin Flurry, fire up.
No escape.
I see. Looks like my spawns have gone back to normal. Nice, and we still have gotten screwed anyway.
Let's finish
kill. So I rather would not have done that. Normally, I got on a weird RNG seed where they spawned early. Looks like now that Sephiroth despawns in Chapter 2, it affects the spawn here for whatever reason. Or all of the spawns in general. So I guess it's a shared RNG value between the two, so it's one or the other. So we want to give Barrett's Magnify for warding, correct? We want time for this, onto here, and then... No, what am I doing? What am I doing? End elemental, correct. This needs to be, my brain just like shut off for a second there. That was a really weird choice. First strike for HP on Barrett. And then this needs to be E-skill. I don't know what menu I was thinking of, but that was not the right menu. Ascension, SD. Hopefully I can do this boss properly so that I can save the time, still save some time. That was very weird. Sometimes, you need to not trust yourself and check your menu. That's all I can really say about that one. So, HP looks right. I'm gonna double check my menu before I do the boss, because, having anything more messed up could, okay. And then let me check my shortcuts. Okay. That is straight time loss doing that, but it's less time loss than having that wrong because I messed around and started doing the Chapter 13 menu in Chapter 12 before the boss instead of after it. Alright, so let's go. Alright, so we're going to start off with a Dolphin Flurry here to make my life a little bit easier.
Hold on. Get ready.
Alright, so we're trying to build up a little bit of ATB here. And deal some damage to Reno here. The limit alone isn't enough to push the phase over. We're not going to be using many spells here. So we're just going to, at least not with Cloud anyway. Tifa is probably going to use a stop spell in here, and Barrett's going to be the one finishing up this phase for the most part. So, okay. I got hit by the missile, I'm happy. I actually need that additional damage so that I can do this and get a limit out of it. So the reason we did all that shenanigans in the menu was to put Subversion Warding on so that we could make sure that Cloud would self-damage. Make sure he's also on enemy skill so he can self-destruct, and take the missile so that we can get a level 2 limit out of it instead of a level 1. Level 1 would not be enough, and Iron Blade would not do enough to Reno, from what I understand. So, nope. At this point, anyway, Cloud really needs magnified spells, so outside of putting Iron Blade on for boss fights, I probably would caution against it. Flash Strike, that's awful. Root, then we want Eriga. Of course, Eriga, please. Star Shower. Tifa, Eriga. HP boost, self-destruct. So I switched over to Tifa, even though that seemed slower, because every parry closer to the console saves time. So that was a really dumb time loss, but whatever. Getting out of the rubble in like sub 3 hours is good for me, so we'll settle for that. We're gonna do them. We're gonna do the menu I was trying to do here right now. Ice to stagger. Then we want subversion for fire, which is this one. Then we want skill master for first strike. That needs to be for. Magnify for elemental. Warding for time, and then we want that to go here. This to go here. For like first strike for stagger. Yeah, this menu for some reason my brain always gets frizzle fried on. So wind and ice. Yes, we want that. That was not what we wanted. So we want Fire Gun Mag, and we want Thundera for the machines. Dolphin Flurry stays. Go to Fire Gun for the sewers. We're gonna go into Blizzard and Magnify here because that's not gonna help us at all. Mag and lead Tifa, and we might as well downgrade his limit while we're at it. The downgrading the limit doesn't do all that much because if we're in a scenario where Cloud actually gets his limit, he's probably died twice, which is extremely bad.
I think I hear him up ahead.
We would have to have revived him at least once with Barrett, and then he would get a limit during his halfway through that, or I would have had to heal him twice. It's even worse now because we're going into the highway, so.
How could this happen?
When is help going to arrive?
Honestly, I think you only need the 1 Star Shower plus self-destruct on Reno, but it keeps him in hit stun to the point where you can reasonably build up a single bar with Cloud. We used ATB boost early on in that fight to double up the bar, but I realized the fight was so slow that there was no reason to do that.
Just focus on seeing Marlene again.
You could go build up bar and then put yourself in a position to take the missile. I found the missiles are pretty inconsistent if you move. The one next to the fence was I found the most consistent until it missed last time, and then I was like, you guys kidding me?
You guys run into Jesse.
But yeah, so we're gonna switch over to Goddard spamming limits with Tifa because her Dolphin Flurry does so much more damage. A lot of these enemies are gonna be like high HP single targets, and we gotta do some extra work in there to deal with it.
Come on now, there's no need to be afraid. I've been thinking, y'all. We gotta go find the others.
Huh?
If we don't,
PD is probably off the table with this unless I God mode the next 2 hours.
I need your help with it too.
Right.
Or I guess I should say hour and 50 plus minutes. But we definitely have a 452 base reasonably on the table. And that's including Genova where Cloud dies, so the recovery in that fight costs about 30 to 45 seconds.
This is Sector 5, right? So where's this place you said Marlene?
Let me see.
Where I think she
What is there to talk about?
It's a house on the other side of town.
Well, come on then. Pick up the pace.
I'm going as fast as
A lot of
you
the
are.
characters' abilities are fairly good. Unfortunately, certain ones get thrown to the wayside. I find that certain runners will gravitate towards particular commands that suit their monster desires. Me personally, I don't use Disorder at all, but I do know there are several runners that heavily use Disorder. Disorder is extremely strong with Synergy because it's so fast and it does have a small ATB refund.
That's the house.
Marlene!
Focus Strike has a similar thing. It's not quite as quick, but when it hits, it does give ATB refunds, so you can loop Focus Strikes very quickly. I'd say for the most part, like Disorder works really well with a looping Synergy command setup. This is the chapter I was talking about where I was skipped the cutscene right there. My brain was thinking of that every time I kept getting here in chapter 9 or chapter 8 rather. So we're gonna head back and try and save everyone. Triple Slash overall, like a lot of people use it for the most part.
The main entrance to Sector 7 is buried under rubble now.
Gives or takes depending on how heavily a person wants to use magnified spells or alternative strats.
Good plan.
Triple Slash ends up being a lot better when you're using self-destruct stuff because of the more balanced nature of Iron Blade.
Didn't mean anything.
So it has a higher physical damage output plus Elemental is balanced out a little bit better than on Hard Edge. Blade Burst is really good, but the problem is it has a long wind-up, it has no homing, and with bosses that are multi-parted, it will only hit a single time. I've tried it on Crab Warden, and it'll only hit what you targeted. It won't hit the additional legs and stuff, which would be really good. But I guess, you know, they figured, oh no, that would actually make this move useful. It's only, Cloud's only magic-based natural command that doesn't involve using MP. Braver is pretty decent on a single target, but is only slightly stronger than a single targeted triple slash. It has a fringe use because it interacts with a boss in a very particular way to stagger them immediately. Infinity's End is very good in the end game when we're dealing with Whispers and Sephiroth that have very high defensive values, to the point where Infinity End will hit damage cap, where other attacks usually wouldn't. So we're gonna go for Fire Magnifies here, because it casts a little bit sooner, so you're less feasted. A lot of this area, we're just going to be spamming spells with Cloud. The reason we have the Thunder is for the mechs in the middle of this. There's a Smogger Sweeper combo. And I'm going to go for a Star Shower Dolphin Flurry.
We'll have to find our way
but the Smogger will often get separated or try and silence Cloud, so it's better to go for the Thundera and then have Tifa Dolphin Flurry, the other one. Or Star Shower Dolphin Flurry, rather. That's... it will take a little bit longer not having Tifa to evade, but that fight is so hard without like Magnified Lightning, which I don't really want. I want Magnified Fire for the previous chapter, I'm going to want it in chapter 14, so I'd have to go out of my way to rearrange my materia just for that. Might be worth it, but I don't know overall. So we're going to, we're going to Thunder with Cloud, Flurry, switch over to Barret here. Alright, we're good. That's faster because it got ended quicker. A little bit, probably. Anyway, so a lot of these fights, Cloud's MP is of no real consequence. You just kind of want to nuke everything as quickly as possible. Some of these fights can get very weird. Okay. This fight is especially a big one. Oh, the Magnify's not doing its weird glitch thing. We're gonna, Grungy Bandit. I guess. Flurry, Cloud. HP boost. Fire up. Okay, I guess he's just gonna get killed by Dolphin Flurry, whatever. So it's pretty slow, because Barret runs at 3/4 the speed everyone else does. But it's better to be moving forward than doing nothing. A lot of these instances.
No more games! It's over!
So Triple Slash would have killed, but I wasn't 100% sure of that. So what we're gonna do here is swap Cloud out for Barret pretty much, because Barret's gonna become the party leader. So he's the one that's gonna need to deal most of the damage. Ice Elemental would probably make this next segment more consistent. Problem is I don't have an additional ice materia looped in anymore, because this chapter 13 was the main argument for having multiple ice materia. There are some places where ice is very strong. Problem is most of the enemies are really just do not give two flying Fs about ice, to the point where they dodge it. The dogs, bloodhounds, whatever they're called now, are quite frustrating, because they will often dodge ice. So it's a 50-50, unless you start casting an ice spell while they're aggroed at you. So alternatively, we can put one of them on its side with Overcharge and then go for Blizzara from there. But you're still in the same scenario. Even if you magnify a Blizzard spell off of one, it will it can still dodge it, even if the first target is hit by it. It's what makes Blizzara Magnify very dicey. In these later segments, it actually, some of these areas, it makes sense to have Thunder Magnify more. Wind Magnify could possibly be a good route, but the problem is you need Ice Magnify for the boss, period. Because the failed experiments all go down to Ice. It keeps triggering ATB Stagger like I did earlier on in the run. whereas wind will not. So you end up looping ATB extremely fast, and the only thing that you're held back by is the speed of your casting and how long it takes you to reach the point where you need to be. In that first phase of the boss, a bunch of the enemies rush you, and you need to kill them. The thing is, you want to get to the other left side of the crates where you're on the back behind them on the right side. You need to get at least up to the crates and on the left side, so that the two on the catwalk don't start running around the side to try and get to the catwalk behind you, so that you can just hit them with ice immediately, because there's one other one that's running around for whatever reason that spawns in that phase, but there's like no point in killing it because there's 4 other that will spawn but take forever to be targetable. So you want to try and kill those 2 on the catwalk, and if you have them start moving, it's very likely that your ice is going to miss or hit the side of the catwalk or something, so you need to position yourself there. You could have Tifa as the de facto caster in that fight. It would require an additional menu, in my opinion, because having Barret on Ice Magnify is the optimal strat for this chapter, because he's basically your only party member for like 50% of this dungeon. So you want to set him up to take care of the fights quicker. You could do the older strat of just catastrophe everything with limit. First of all, it limits your damage because you won't have Fury Ring giving you Berserk, and it also takes an exceedingly long time. Any fight where Barret is needed to progress, also watch your eyes. If you have an issue with like photosensitivity or migraines or whatever from flashing lights, probably should dip out for like 5-10 minutes, because we're going to be having a lot of this. Catastrophe does do a nice chunk of damage. You need the guns here, so you can't get away with the melee stuff I was doing earlier to buff the damage. Just go. I'm not on Ice Elemental, so a lot of the enemies aren't super weak to my element. I could just Max Fury here, but these Max Fury tends to like shoot in a really weird way, so I could just escape, but I'd have to run way further and then run back, and Barret's slow as heck, so that's the best way to deal with it. Max Fury can sometimes not kill all the bugs because it'll just kind of shoot all over the place. Overcharge is a 50-50 as well, so Focus Strike is, or Focus Shot's your best choice. Let's go with that. Nice. That was a really good fight. You really can't account for that. If the dog gets stunned on the stairs like that, that's actually really good, because ice will most often just hit the stairs here and put you in an awful position. So we're gonna just Max Fury here. So you want to get up the stairs to make sure your Max Fury doesn't hit that last little step. Same issue with ice. The angle can be really bad sometimes, and will run into the stairwell, and then it won't propagate properly, even in that case. This fight right here kind of sucks too, so we're just gonna... Yeah, that's exactly why I do it the way I do it. If I do Max Fury, there's a pretty decent chance I'm gonna get feasted there. Not exactly optimal, but a lot better than some of the other scenarios. I could have just YOLO Max Fury and hoped it killed everything, but it would have required some crits. So either way, I most likely would have had to follow up with either an overcharge or a regular shot. That worked out pretty good, that I got both the Forger and one of the bugs out of the way. And then I could just do the other one regular shot, so I didn't have to wait for the whole combo. Problem is, Barret's ranged weapons do doo-doo damage. They are really bad. His melee weapons are really the only way to increase his physical damage, but they're also absolutely atrocious in making contact. Most of the damage is on the final hit, and is very finicky and slow. So later in the game, the melee weapons become suicidal at the minimum, because the amount of enemies that will just be like, yeah, I don't care about that. Okay, that was obnoxious, but whatever. I was gonna start fleeing with Tifa, but she was in the air punching one of them. You could start fleeing up here with Tifa, but often this targeting right here gets messed up and the game won't activate it properly. So best you can get like part of the way up the stairs Or you can do what I do and just kill the bugs and deal with it. You end up losing time to having unoptimal movement, but you know, sometimes you just gotta give up good for consistency. Oh, that's awful. I'm really bad at this. Star Shower. Okay, I need to Dolphin Flurry here to make sure that she won't do any stupid movement. I want XP, I guess. That's gonna be slower. See, this is the reason Focus Shot's probably better, because it just charges and fires Max Fury. The more ATB put into it, the longer the barrage is. So it's a give and take. Max Fury's more consistent, and it's less chance that the enemy will just dodge your attack, because it's a barrage, rather than a single shot. But Focus Shot has roughly, I'd say, the same damage output, plus it has a wider explosive range when you do that, so. We'll just overcharge here. Blizzara. We could do some additional spells from Aerith or Tifa, but I find there's no reason to do it, unless you get a super clustered group. Okay, that was exceedingly fast, because those last two jumped into the last Blizzara spell. I don't know what's going to happen with the two up here on the catwalk, though. That's awful. We'll just do this then. And then, you ain't getting out of here. Blizzara. That's fine. It's actually really good. Then not having overcharge kind of sucks, but I can charge it up in the following phase. Dude, I really hate trying to interact with this thing. I don't know if it's limited when you're allowed to activate that or not, but whatever, I guess. This phase also sucks, by the way. I could charge a Unbridled or an Omni Strike here and pop the boss in the nose, but it's not needed.
Watch yourself.
Gonna, what am I doing, bro?
Feeling a bit chilly?
I hate how the overcharge just travels through. I probably should be using Blizzaga there, because I don't lock its HP, so I know I'm, like, losing out on damage for sure. We're gonna just fire a Catastrophe off here, so that we can just immediately block any sleep that they're gonna try and inflict. Well, that's as good as it gets, I guess. Go, go. Oh my lord, shoot! Alright, so that'll be it for the flashy, shooty, flashy. Kinda sucks, but that's, I think somebody, when they were reporting it to the PS5 version, screwed up the values, and instead of turning it down, turned it up. It's even worse. Well, actually, it's not worse with the brightness setting, like, affects the darks in here. It doesn't actually affect, like, the flashing lights. Somebody just, like, maxed the damn blue mount and was like, yep, that's right. Everybody else is like, I'm blinded by the light. And we're like, oh, good, that's the intended path. Okay. So, that's not that. This for this, this for this, this for this, this for this. Ice for fire. Magic up. Wait. No. Assist for warding. Yep. I don't know how I always do this menu and then forget every time. You'd think I would actually, like, remember the menus more and more over time, but I just get worse over time. Yeah. We're good. So Cloud's gonna stay leader for the next couple of parts, for the sewer. There's a lot of, like, hard lock points, so there's very little time to be saved progression-wise from Tifa's movement. Or if there is, it's, you know, it's very tight, so you don't get too much. So using Fire magnified with Cloud probably is better to be shortcut, but a lot of those fights are so volatile that I feel it's much better to go with Cloud as lead. And one way or the other, if you do that, you probably should have Cloud as leader when you start Abzu. You can probably work around it, but Abzu does 3 different attacks when you fight him again. Ground Pound, Smash and Bash, and just a regular Ground Pound move that he slams. The only ways to deal with that are to, like, let Cloud run away, or instantly change to Punisher and counter each and every one of those. Ground Pound can be punished. The problem is the punish on that one is a little bit weaker because your other party members will get caught up in it and get their stuff canceled. But because Ground Pound is a single hit, Punisher counter is fine. The only problem is you lose a ton of HP, so the fight's a lot scarier from there on out. If you get Bash and Smash, that you need to be having, at least in my strat, you need to have Tifa casting Fire so that she will interrupt his Bash and Smash. I do the strat that breaks both of his horns, one in the first fight, one in the second. But Bash and Smash is 3 hits. 2 lighter ones and then 1 strong one, which is basically Ground Pound. So using Tifa's Fire to stop that is really really necessary. And the last one is just his regular attack, which like you don't need any sort of like quick draw or anything. But like just starting off with the Punisher and Fire to just lower flatten out the curve to the point where you have a way to react to everything. Ground Pound sucks, but you don't need a hard reset for it, I found out. Just take it with Punisher and let Tifa's Fire get interrupted. The reason I can get away with that is because Barrett's going to be on Synergy Fire, so he will be adding enough backup damage that the horn will most likely be broken. There is a small chance that the damage ranges will be add up in such a way that the horn won't break and you'll get in the water, but we'll get there when we get there. So normally I could get into the sewer around 320, but big surprise.
You guys
high variance happens. But I'll settle for it. We're going to be triggering a lot of synergized fires with Barret to flatten out damages. We're going to be using a lot of fire and magnifies. And honestly, we don't need to do too much else, to be perfectly honest. With Synergy Fire in the pipeline and being able to possibly trigger it multiple times with Tifa's First Strikes, or First Strike plus True Strike. True Strike also doing a significant amount of damage if the enemy's close enough, but most of the time that fire will be enough chip damage to push the enemy over the edge into the dead zone.
If this is what you want, you're gonna feel this.
So the Dolphin Flurry here is more so to make sure that the damage hits all the way. There's no real big loss other than wasting the time of inputting it, assuming that, you know, the fire will do enough. The fire synergy spells, you're seeing the glitch of them showing magnification sometimes. That's a weird visual bug. It doesn't actually cast a magnified spell. So, we'll just ignore that for the most part. This is pretty decent movement overall. Yeah, that's fantastic, actually. You want to make sure you're facing this direction so everybody spawns facing the same way as Tifa. I'm not going to bother healing Barret until the next segment. So we're just gonna...
Ain't no walking away from this!
So you'd better run!
That it?
So, if you're really got a good setup, you can get down that hallway with Tifa and break the boxes with her. A lot of these fights are like a 50-50 type thing. Synergy, you have to give up the optimized movement for the additional of Synergy. That allowed me to get into a better position. But honestly, I would have preferred the rat just die to triple slash. Yeah. What we'll do is we'll top them off in this next hallway. Not this hallway. We actually need both the characters for the next cutscene at the Corneo gate that Leslie opens for us. So we're not going to heal until after that. There's a lot of spots where you have to be cognizant of where you're healing. Because if a character's too far behind, you'll end up having to stand there and wait. The game is doing it to try and prevent cutscenes from getting soft-locked, I guess. It's basically what we have to do to set up the skip in Chapter 15. So, unfortunately here, it won't give us any skips, it'll just waste time, because we have no way to interact with any. But you don't. Get your discharge, that'd be great. Alright, so we're gonna try and get Leslie to give us a boost here, but there's no guarantee.
We're getting close to Corneo's hideout. From here on,
Leslie kind of like goes one side or the other. He usually goes hard opposite of what you do. I'm not gonna bother healing Barret for 3 HP, it ain't happening. Especially since he's probably going to kill stuff with Energy Fire. So I'm not too worried about it.
Bastard went that way.
Fire, and then we're gonna use Tifa to move as far up as we can. Can we just... That was a little slow because it got eaten. Okay. That was not bad, but not good either. I'll grab the MP crate here, just in case. You really need to... you gotta be very careful when you're routing endgame and decide what you're going to do, what you're not going to do. Especially with the crate thing. A lot of these crates I don't need. That one I probably don't need to bother getting, but I grab anyway. In a lot of instances. So you see right there, the fire didn't do squat. It actually tried to shoot off and hit the Abzu show that's running away. But, because there was a wall in between it, didn't get it. But Barrett following up with Synergy Fire was enough to end things. That was very interesting. Very interesting indeed. Alright, so we're gonna go for a boost Fire here, and then take... Over to Tifa, Cloud Fire. Cloud Fire. Okay. That True Strike was just to make sure a Synergy Fire went off to end things, but that was a poor choice. Hopefully we'll get a good spawn from... Oh, this is actually really bad. No, 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 that was awful. Oh man, I could have gotten it too if he hadn't. So that stupid thing spawned in the doorway and kept me from sliding forward. Because parry's so quick, I can actually get ahead of this idiot. And what am I doing?
All set.
Oh, that's awful.
Need a light.
By the way, nice door, dude. So, oh yeah, that's nice actually. All right, so Tifa heal herself. I think Cloud will take 2, and then we'll Kiriga, Barrett. It's more efficient. Then we'll back out so that I don't have to downgrade it. So we're gonna grab both the MP crates in this fight, and then we're gonna grab the next one by the ladder. We really didn't need to get those. I just need 22 MP on Aerith, or Tifa, but I want to make sure I have plenty of MP, just in case the fight goes sideways and something gets interrupted by Flurry.
Oh, this is gonna burn.
Over here. No, 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 no! Stop it. Awful. I messed up getting the MP crate. I should have just all-in'd on killing at that point, but whatever. We'll heal up Barrett. That fight was a bit slower than it should have been. I gotta wait for Leslie. There we go. Good. I want Cloud and Leslie to be around the same time, if not Leslie's slightly behind Cloud, so that he's moving at the optimally instead of waiting for Cloud or getting pushed around by the other two characters, Barrett or Tifa. They really do like pushing Leslie out of the way and making the cutscenes take longer, making this travel take longer in general. Leslie's a little bit better now, but not too much better. Alright, so we're gonna grab the MP crate here. Oh my god, no. Don't you start, dog. One of my roommates is out, like, cleaning the yard. My dog comes in and begs like a little baby when she's ignored for an extended period of time. Coming in here being upset about it. So anyway, Abzu 2 is quite... Abzu 2 and Specimen are very tough bosses. They're very random in a sense because of the all the ads. So like I want to build up Barrett's ATB, but because of the ads, Barrett's gonna get bullied most of the time. So it'll interrupt this me being able to build the bar normally. It's gonna make a lot of things very tough that don't need to be very tough.
No more games. It's over.
Fire Gus, switch over to Barrett to recharge.
Need a light.
Get some boost. Fire Gus. Zerk.
Oh, let's go.
Okay. So Barrett and Cloud have enough ATB, so we're good. Barrett's gonna need a fire guy here so that I can make sure to start stun locking Abzu at the right time. Fire guy. Cloud fire guy. Star Shower. Got it. Oh, that was way too tight. I'm not happy about that, honestly. I could have died very easily. If he'd gotten up, he would have blackwatered, which would have wasted a ton of time. Tifa's ATB was screwed up from the first phase, so that was the problem. Star Shower. Barret in Dolphin Flurry. Charge. There we go. Yeah. This fight kind of sucks because the shotes will, like, make your commands slower or interrupt them a very large amount of time. So that fight is very, very, has a very high variance to it, no matter what you do, I've found. So we're going to set up for the only skip that we have right now for Chapter 15. Obviously, if this is a glitchless marathon, I can skip it pretty easily without too much of an issue. Brain activates. Lightning for wind. Revival to healing. Binding for this. And then we want to switch this to E skill so I can self-destruct. Yep. Okay, we're good. Now we need to get a little bit of Thundera in here because we got some mechs. Not Arrow-Ra, we want Arrow-Ga. The damage will be too low if I don't. Arrow-Ga. Arrow-Ga. And I think Dolphin Flurry needs to go stop back. Yep. We can downgrade her to level 1. Nobody else needs to be... Okay. So we're going to have the final save here as a backup mechanic, just in case I get a bad boost off of Tifa, or I mess up the running. I need to run while I'm having Barret spam healing. If I mess up the HP, it might be a much tighter range, because I can only get him to spam 2. That's what the enemy skill is for. I'm going to self-destruct and put myself down to 1 HP. If I really had an issue, I could throw HP up over the E skill at that point and push my... So if my HP is only like a little bit, I can, you know, is like 1,000 or 2,000, I can use an HP up to double it effectively and make it so that I can get an extra heal on Cloud. For the most part, it shouldn't be too much of an issue. If I have really good fights and my HP is super low, it's going to make the soldiers fight really obnoxious. You know, if I have a really bad couple of fights and my HP is, you know, perfect coming out of them, like I take no damage at all, it's going to make the soldiers fight awful. So no matter what happens, the soldier fight sucks, in my opinion. So we're going to go for just some fire spam for the most part. Fine.
Let's give him a hand.
ATB boost here, so that I can get both fires off.
No escape. Going in.
So I took 0 damage. Nobody took damage. Cool, that's exactly what I didn't want to see. At this point, it doesn't matter. I don't want to take any damage then. I want these fights to go perfectly. If the first fight is going to go good and I'm not going to take any damage, then I don't want to take any damage here either. Let's see.
Ain't nothing we can't handle.
Boost. Focus. There we go.
Swords coming.
There we go. I need you to max through that, and I need you to Star Shower that one. Oh, cool. Barret overcharge.
Get away.
That's what I needed. Cloud's HP is still too high. Garbage. I need to tune up the these soldiers a little bit before I start trying to SD him so that I kill him instantly. Because I want to avoid the camera shift if I can.
Yeah, no kidding. It's a miracle we haven't been killed.
So go for a triple slash and then try and build up ATB and a boost. Hopefully they'll group close enough together that I can get away with this.
Don't screw up.
Normally you would have lightning on Barret as well, but I've decided to cut it so that he can synergize winds. There's other strats where you can like synergize with Tifa instead with Mithril Knuckle. Doesn't matter. Boost. Just enough. Cure yourself. Barret cured themselves. So anyway, we gotta do this little cutscene. That cutscene is tied to Barret, so that's an indicator of what's going on. So we're gonna go in here. Nope. Got too far into the menu. The only problem is saving here loses you a bit of time because it takes a while to open this command menu, so that you can actually Start this cure chain up. Tifa. Oh, that's actually bad. I don't think I'm gonna hit it.
Jump over all this shit.
Not much choice.
I'm done. Alright, lucky me. So Tifa needs to give you a good boost with my setup. There's other ways to do it. I just learned it with a Tifa boost, because when I was in the Discord, like, learning it, somebody's like, oh, how do you do this? And then somebody's like, did you get boosted by Tifa? So I just assumed that was the way to get it 100% of the time. And then I found out later that Tifa boost is kind of random. So a lot of this movement, I'm not even paying attention to Cloud. I'm literally looking at the mini-map here. So all the movement you want to perform is to make sure you're in bounds all the time and not accidentally going out of bounds. I wanted to go up just a little bit to make sure I didn't clip to the floor early a bunch of time. It's better to stand to take things a little bit slower and make sure you don't clip in early, so you can avoid. It's not even battles that you're avoiding at this point. It's more so that you're avoiding taking the normal progression method. So we're gonna walk back a little bit here. Don't really need to do it that much, but I'm being very cautious about making sure I don't flip back in bounds or get pulled down to something. Should be got a little bit more. Oh, that's so I should be able to clip in here. I could have clipped to the other side, but I ran into the highway a bit too soon. So this is a bunch of time loss. I normally would just have to touch the I-beam here and then back off of it, but having to walk across it is a little bit of a time loss. I'd say overall, though, that's probably like the least worst way to do it. If you're gonna mess it up, that's probably the best way to mess it up. So there's an MP crate here I could grab. There's another one over by the Valkyrie minigame I can also get. I'll probably not bother with either of those. Yeah. I'll most likely grab the crates in the Blast Ray fight, depending on how much MP I leave that fight with. Barrett's MP is pretty decent. Let's see here. I need 1 Aeroga. Should need an Aeroga in that phase. So I only need like 3-4 Aerogas out of him, I think. The rest of them will be synergized. Yeah, I should be fine. Last run, I unfortunately killed by being very greedy in phase 3 with Valkyrie. There's a laser beam that comes up that you kind of want to stagger Valk with, and I got really greedy with it. And there's a humongous camera shift where the camera kind of messes with your movement because it forces you into a certain perspective. So if you're not holding the right direction, you end up. Sucks. I shouldn't have done that. I guess we're gonna do it this way, though.
Bam!
We want. No, I want Sergeant Star Shower. Thunder boost.
Let's be smart, bro.
Bam! Okay, whatever. That worked out fine.
And don't come back.
That Max Fury was actually really good. I was using Arrow Rub before, but now I know Max Fury's far better. Maybe it was just because it was in combination with Star Shower. I have no idea.
Go all out.
Get the hell out of here. Oh yeah.
So we're gonna. We could keep Barrett down at the bottom through Cure Spam and skip this cutscene trigger, but it's just. Okay. I haven't gotten it on the PS5 version. It's not really worth it when you can just skip 1, 2, 3, done. You know what I mean? Especially since some of these are really slow when you don't have the characters next to you on the zipline segments. Alright, so we're going to try and take this boss a little bit slow and be a little bit more careful and cautious about it so we don't have to basically throw the entire run right here. If I'm going to throw it, I want to throw it to Genova or something. An actually difficult boss. This one, for the most part, is just straight up execution. So bang, charge, switch back. We're gonna switch over to ATV boost, switch over to Barrett, just in case. Okay. So I got the ATV boost out early, so it'll make this next phase a little bit easier. I did slow down phase 1 to get that, but what I'm trying to do here is I'm going to limit with Barrett so that he's the target of, or I'm starting with Barret to target his attacks on him, so that he's basically won't take any damage. Of course. Need to switch over to Barret. And then do this. How unfortunate. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Stop. Erga.
Feeling a bit weak?
Tifa, where are you?
Oh, you gotta be shit, me.
And then we're going to Focus Strike.
You ready?
Whirling.
Finish him off.
True. Cloud Erga. Barret Erga.
Got your number.
There you go. So you could use Tifa to use Synergy Wind here on Mithril. I find that the True Strike works out pretty decent, getting Barret to spam arrows with it.
Security's looking pretty tight.
My route's mainly balanced around using Synergy on Barret.
I don't think it's all for us.
You can alternatively do it to Synergy on Cloud or Synergy on Tifa. It really depends on who you want to use as your like lead character, movement character. That's going to be performing the most useful offensive commands or to maneuver you in the most balanced way. I'd argue it's either Tifa or Cloud that you need to choose for combat because of the movement speed. Tifa is usually a better choice because of parry, but in maps like this where there's a lot of progression points that are based on killing an enemy, I find that Barret's much better as a backup with Synergy, specifically because of his movement speed, like this. Barret's good, but he's just, what am I doing? Security officer, switch over. Wow.
Stealth ain't my style. Remember, baby.
Okay, I should be fine.
It's feeling like a proper party now.
Alright, so now we're on to the more obnoxious portion where we're going to have to do some catastrophe spam for consistency purposes. Switch over to Cloud again. Alright. Tifa, Star Shower, I guess. That'll speed that up a little bit. Tifa would be a bit quicker movement-wise, but I find it's just better to use Cloud to kind of kite everything. We're gonna just fire, I guess.
Calling fire.
Star Shower.
Allow me.
Okay. More or less the same time, I guess.
Not so fast.
Some of these fights, it's just better to take the more aggressive route. Make sure things get done properly. These guys right here, you can't really... You've got to be very careful with the soldier operators until catastrophe hits. Because you can very easily end up killing your target. And in some instances like that, the guard dog ends up 10 miles away, and you're like, how the hell did he even get over there and not die? 342? I think this like should be a 340. There's definitely about 2 minutes of mistakes thus far, for sure. And some pretty obviously bad ones. I'd say overall, at like once you're getting to the end game level of play with this, this is very much not bad. This is a pretty good run. I have a little bit higher of a standard than I probably should, and I, you know, honestly will more often than I should, you know, say, it's bad run, slow. Right now, there's some things that could be tweaked, and some fights I'm still make some mistakes on. Because right now my practice is more full game, so it's hard to do targeted practice. The other issue is the PS5 has a limit on its saves in comparison to the PS4 version. The way that the saves are structured is you get 10 per game, and we could just back it up to a USB on the PS4 version. Unfortunately, we don't get that on the PS5 version. We just basically get the 10, and as a New Game Plus runner, that puts you in a position where you have like a specific one. The marathon I have right now is really long-a-thon. Everyone is able. I believe it's either started or it will be starting Monday, and I have a run Saturday.
I thought I was dead for sure.
I'm also going to submit for regular, really long-a-thon. I've been hitting a bunch of 52s. Yesterday I ended up throwing a run out a window because I got really greedy on Valk and killed Tifa to the beam. And then Cloud, for some reason, wouldn't rush in with a slash. So I couldn't build the ATB to arrow and stagger the boss. So I would have had to restart in after phase 3, which is like a hard 2-3 minutes lost. So I was like, yeah, this ain't happening. Well, yep, that's about what I expected. Monkey bars. Makes you look like a monkey. The movement in this section is really funky. I'm really not a fan of it. Kind of, it's both consistent and inconsistent at the same time. Thanks, it's your girl. Thanks for dropping by. I figured since I've been hitting 452s, I should just do a marathon submission-esque video. I would have my camera on, but about an hour and a half in, my camera decided to start freaking out and either freezing or just flashing, and I'm like, yeah, you know what? I really not want to put a, could you please not? I was like, I really don't want to put a, you know, migraine or epilepsy warning on my friggin' marathon submission. I think I'll just unplug this. Got to Tifa, or got to Aerith's slums, tried putting it back in and it acted up again, so it got yanked out and chucked. Stupid freaking camera. It was a humongous pain too, because the camera somehow got wrapped up in my monitor wires, which is an even crazier thing because my freaking monitors are on a stand affixed to the desk, not a hard stand, which, you know, has the wires running through the arm, boom arm. But it's like, how the hell did I even manage to do that? So, got a pretty decent run going. This will probably be a 452. I think my PB had like a really good arsenal, and Rufus is usual. My Genova was the only problem where I died, but I would say the mistakes I've made thus far are roughly equal to dying in Genova, so even if I do Genova properly, which probably won't happen, because the game has been just been completely stealing my staggers. Been trying to give staggers to Tifa, and the game has snatched both of them. The one that Cloud is supposed to get, frickin' Aerith stole last time. And then the frickin' one that Tifa's supposed to get, Red stole. So literally nobody had a limit. I was so annoyed. I was like, what? What is this? Game, please. So I had to kill like 3 tentacles and stand there for a little bit with Tifa. Thank God sleep works on frickin' Genova, so you can just kind of sit there and wait a second to build up the limit before you start going all in.
That's a win.
Fortunately, no matter how good this... Oh, no. No matter how good this run is, though, it's at the mercy of, yeah, my PB before that, I think, the 54, Tifa had hopped into the beam that I was trying to counter with Cloud. And then the run after that, Cloud died to the black beam because I switched off Tifa too soon. So instead of having her tank it in Star Shower, Cloud just got killed by it because his HP is just too low.
This is Shinra HQ.
It's kind of silly that those fights work out.
Guess you'd know about all the rules, regulations.
Frickin' last time I got to run to frickin' Genova, I was getting all paranoid when I saw Tifa on screen. I'm like, all right, Cloud, we're gonna move a little bit to the left here because I don't trust this game. I'm like, no, we ain't doing this. Skip this. Oh, thank God. I'm gonna go use the restroom.
I think I just threw up a little.
Oh yeah, I just threw up a lot.
Very highly of
I will be right back.
Hey everybody, how's the grand tour? I hope you're all enjoying yourselves. Wasn't it fun to learn about Shinra and our esteemed president? And to get a peek at the president's mementos? That was super cool. Moving along. The next exhibit will teach you about the important.
I mean, I guess right now, marathon practice, I either get a 52 or literally kill the run.
I hope you're ready to
I only get 52s when I finish the run. There was one that I threw away earlier that I definitely should not have. Barrett failed to upwarp in Chapter 1. And I went to reset it, and I was like, oh shit, I need to practice that just in case that happens. But, yeah. The reason this run is so decent is I've got the lasers glitched in Chapter 1, and I now have Sephiroth despawning in Chapter 2 as well. But the enemies seem to have stopped spawning early, so I think the AI that causes, or whatever value that causes the enemies to spawn early in chapters 4, 12, and 17, the dogs, maybe a shared value that causes Sephiroth to spawn or despawn. So it's one or the other, I guess. You either get no Sephiroth spawn or you get early spawns. Which, you know, 18 seconds over possibly 18 seconds if you perform well, I guess. You probably could save 20 seconds, I guess, if, like, you developed an entirely new Chapter 4, 12, and 16 strat for those fights to take advantage of the early spawns. I think at best you could probably save, like, 10 seconds to all that. But at least now I know if, from what I can tell, if Sephiroth isn't spawning in, is not spawning in Chapter 2, be ready. You're gonna get regular spawns. So I'm happy with that. But if you get the early spawns, you know Sephiroth is going to be there. Why am I not mashing properly? What am I doing? Over here mashing with circle. Like, melting down. My brain stopped working, I guess. Ooh. Alright. See you later, buddy. Thanks for turning off the cameras, I guess.
I still can't believe the mayor is working with Avalanche.
Would have been nice to know. Idiots at HQ should have kept us in the loop.
Mayor, explosive.
I agree, explosive. That's the only strat I know, explosive. Literally Megumin. Only thing I know how to do, Akohatsu.
Here's the 63rd floor, where loyal Shinra employees relax and recharge.
It's pretty late, but I bet people are still here dealing with the aftermath of Sector 7.
It's their own damn fault. Where are you, Mr. Collaborator?
I think we just need to start talking to people who look the part.
Remember, say mayor.
If they say the best, then we have...
Oh, that was a nice way to lose time.
Hell's that?
Combat
Friggin' had my cup in my hand, and I was like, oh shit, I need to manipulate the camera. And I'm like, well, should I manipulate the camera or keep moving?
The mayor is the best. I was told to...
I think you know which one I decided on.
Do you know what would prove your work? We have a stated, if you beat the sim, then the key card is all yours.
EB is on the table if I can get out of Chapter 16 before, or at least start the staggering bit. Alright, bum, bada bum bum bum. Oh, so good being good. But then again, not so much. So, HP boost, thunder, rush hour. Alright, time to do the menu.
No surprises.
That was interesting. Game's even slower than me sometimes. What a surprise. Screen selection. X circle, X circle. I keep forgetting this one. Dang it! I was hoping one of them was spawned outside, but apparently I'm
here. Once you're up there,
we came to get
a lab, access to art.
We'll find a way.
A board meeting it's being held in.
The other thing I'm practicing for is Quest for Glory that they're holding on RPG Limit Break. That's the marathon I'm actually aiming for. If you want to know. Iron, no. Chain, yes. Need a steel, yes. Then we need a wind to revival. Yep. Revival for healing. This for Steve. I need magnify. Where is it? That's magic up for why am I so brainless? Binding, I believe? Yeah, that should be correct. It's Blizzara. Right, and then we cross slash. Oh my, why can I just suddenly not menu anymore? Circ, okay, at least that's correct. Rise, good, max stays. And I think I did that wrong. This is one of those weird menus where, like, I'm toggling a lot of things that don't need to be swapped with one another. Let's see here. Okay. He's got Cure Magnify, that means I'm also correct there, too. The thing is that healing Magnify isn't super necessary anymore because limits are invincible. But I guess if things go poorly, I can easily get mopped up in the final phase, and that healing will at least get me a recovery going into the next fights as quickly as possible without having to take the bench. The only bench I'm willing to take is the one after Genova till I figure out a better strat for... I think I need to, like, revise the way I do Phase 4 or Phase 3. Problem is if you heal Aerith in Phase 3, she's most likely going to get slapped around a bit in Phase 4, and then she's not going to be at max HP anyway.
Alright, I'll wait.
If you heal her in Phase 4, then unless it's, like, Cloud doing it,
maybe,
which really doesn't jive with the way things set up since he's usually party leader, you don't want him to have healing.
Love to show them.
You're gonna end up slowing down the final phase and most likely getting frickin' windstormed or whatever the hell it is. Howl Wind, whatever the hell they call that move. Ugh. Why does this take? This takes so long. Too long. Too long. I'll keep going. So yeah. At least I should be able to finish this run. As long as I don't, like, have some sort of meltdown or just complete inability to touch buttons. I'll just have to go outside and touch grass instead. Fingers, yeah, just another hour. That's all I need. 60 minutes max. That's all I need from you. Another 60 minutes. I hope it's less than that. If I end up in a 55, that means I had to reset somewhere or had really, like, I got bullied by a couple of different bosses and barely survived. Getting bullied in the endgame, like, isn't so terrible, but it sure as hell would look bad in a marathon run. And you're like, yeah, these fights are all kind of heavily scripted. You just have to hit the buttons right, and then you, like, almost die to Sephiroth, and you're like I said, you just have to hit the buttons right, which I apparently can't do. Please, please, please! We'll see if I play nice with Specimen if I can ever get out of this air duct. Oh my god. Yeah. And I was all sitting here thinking, oh, I might get out of the air duct in sub 355. Ooh, speaking of... Yeah, hopefully fucking Specimen and I have a gentleman's agreement. I won't, like, really kill him, because I'll skip the cutscene, so he won't actually die. But he can die. Yeah. And I like Specimen from the OG because he's so much less of a prick. Especially since Red gets force added to your party, they're kind of like, yeah, you need to figure out how this character... So they basically preset him up so you can't screw the fight up anyway. Nice camera angle, dummy. Time to pan over Cloud's beautiful, beautiful ass. I can't wait. His lead. Okay. I wish I could get an indicator if somebody had God or Dummerung on outside of battle. That'd be nice. Every HP is full. Barrett has so much MP that I'm, like, shocked I don't cast spells in this fight. I guess since I'm on Wind, Barrett could actually do damage as long as he doesn't get fucking slapped before he casts it.
Or perhaps instead...
Nice ass. Okay, yep, that's exactly why I do this. Haste on Specimen. Tifa.
No more playing nice.
Nice. At least I got the Berserk in. That would have been way worse. Could have been way... That fucking last second fire really spooked the shit out of me, to be honest. Early rake? Early rake, nice. HP boost. Cross slash to shower. Self-destruct. Overrun. What am I doing? Arise, Cloud. Nice tactical menu. Oh no! I hate everything. Did anybody else see what I saw? Fucking my lock-on got put on the little prick, so we're gonna have to manually menu this garbage. We're gonna lose a little bit of time here too. Tactical limits, catastrophe. Oh my god. How did I manage to unlock on him? I'm such an idiot. Whatever, at least it's targeted properly.
Any last words?
I hate you! If only the cross slash was a big heart, that'd be hilarious. Alright, so L2. What now? Dude, that was BS. Oh my god.
Not throwing in the towel.
What? I was like, what the hell's going on here, dude? Excuse me? Oh my god, the time eater over here.
Say your prayers and beg for forgiveness.
Over to Barrett.
I'll end this.
Y'all about to see one hell of a light show.
Do this. Well, as long as I get in the hallway sub 4, I'm a happy boy. And I am sub 4. Despite that soldier trying his hardest to hide. Dude, that I would have let him live too if the game had just let me end combat. Fuck. Even he was like, nah, dude, I'm the fuck out of here. I can't kill these guys. Please, no. Fuck. That guy with the blonde, that blonde dude, I've seen him blow up before. Like, literally explode. And then just get back up. I don't stand a chance. Get the fuck. No. Anything but this. And that other dude, I've seen him jump in the air and shoot a fucking beam of pure energy. I think I've seen that chick punch somebody once and he exploded. Get me out of here. Yeah. I'm over here messing with him.
My mom and I's room looks exactly the same.
Cool.
Every morning, I remember crying here alone.
Skip. Pretty decent pace overall. I think at this point I'm really looking more for consistency than like PB pace. As long as I'm consistently hitting the marks that I want. Luckily I don't have anything silly like fish manip that Final Fantasy VI has.
Then we can use the same
Nothing that's like frame perfect inputs or anything. Although I will say, I think I'm at a distinct advantage in some of these runs because I'm dealing with the lasers bugged out and Sephiroth. So I got like 30 seconds saved for free every run now.
Where did they go?
So.
It stinks in here. Back there.
That'll do. Focus.
Nice. Nothing better. That's white. I love how I hesitated a little bit for the triple slash, and what did I get for my troubles? I got fucking jumped on. I probably shouldn't, but whatever. I really hate healing with Tifa at this point.
Hell is this place?
Hojo's treasure.
You know what? It's Sunday night, and that's pizza night, so I'm super happy. Although I had pizza for lunch, so I'm not sure if I want it for dinner. I could always eat the pumpkin roll I made the other day. That's delicious. And nowhere near nutritious. Could we skip that, please? Thank you. It is delicious.
I'd better hurry.
Alright, Nini. What's up? Oh, good. It's a good thing I was messing with the menu because I stopped. It managed to stop me from doing the one dumb thing I do there, trying to skip that cutscene. You can skip those pod opening cutscenes when you're with Tifa and Aerith, but Cloud and Barrett's loop cannot. It's kind of weird. It's like an inconsistent rule. I'm assuming that you can skip one because it has like Tifa isn't flagged as like a leader, or she is the leader, but it's not. I don't know. It's really weird. I'm not sure what causes it. All I know is it's something you can abuse. So, I did ice elemental back on Eligor with this SD nonsense, and that's the reason is because it sets me up for a good orientation going in here into the lab. Ice elemental does neutral damage to Specimen. I believe Specimen is neutral to all magics except Thunder. It's resistant to Thunder.
What is it?
Which is why Barrett's still on Wind Synergy as well instead of Thunder Synergy at this point, because we're going to run into a lot of monsters and machines. The funny thing is a lot of these are like in opposition to each other. Most of the monsters are resistant to lightning, but ice, and most of the machines are weak to lightning, but not... Well, I guess they're not really resistant to ice, but they're not weak. Let's
do the trick.
So Ice Elemental was basically so that I was on a neutral element for Specimen. I'm going to need to take advantage of having a magic here so that I can de-barrier one of these dummies. If this fight goes poorly, I'll probably just straight up reset. And this can be really obnoxious. Catastrophe, we're going to get on in here. But I want both of these little big guys to get hit by the Catastrophe. I don't really care about the other ones. It's not that big of a deal. We'll go this way. I don't know why I decided to do it that way. Self-destruct. Hopefully we will be in such a position that we can get away with this. Good. The arrow synergy that Barrett cast kind of pushed the Moth unit in a weird way so that I could stand back up and get the cross slash out as soon as possible. Usually I get hit 2 or 3 times before I can start firing cross slash. So since Barrett's still on steel pincers, we're going to try and keep him at max MP so that we don't lose out on damage. Cloud's HP and his HP really aren't super important. So we'll only go for the full group heal until we get to the last, get done with their segment. Because we'll switch Barrett back to EKG cannon, and then he'll ride steel pincers till the end of the game in all the other parts. I need the damage boost from steel pincers. It needs to be either Big Bertha, steel pincers, or wrecking ball, or a specific strat in I think it has to be, I may be wrong though, in Whispers in Chapter 18. I'll need them to speed up a fight, if I can even get it to work out. It's probably easier to do with Big Bertha because overcharge is used to blow the bus away instead of focus shot. But c'est la vie. The melee weapons make it a little bit harder. But if you manipulate your A to B properly and know what you're doing, you win.
Hojo.
Parties. So we're gonna switch parties here, but there's no fight, so I'm not gonna need to re-equip them just yet. So we'll do the next fight with the Blast Ray, and 2 dinguses with what we have right now. Normally, like, Lightning Synergy would be a little bit better, but I also don't want to convert my equipment just yet, because it would mess with other stuff that I want.
Oh, I guess this has to be the third ward, right?
I think so.
Mainly, my menu steals the magic ups from Cloud, so it would significantly... Could you just interact with the Triangle boss and stop bossing me, Triangle Man? Triangle Man. Doing whatever a Triangle can. So yeah, we're gonna, this is where, like, I'd say a lot of people can vary up routes. Most people will swear up and down by split magic, you know, toggling magic, magnify, and magic ups. I'm going to do something a little bit different. Some of the fights with Barrett and Cloud can easily be fixed time by using Catastrophe. But Catastrophe is about a 15-second investment because you have to wait for Barrett to get in the right spot to trigger the cutscene. It's me boost, focus, okay.
Was never in doubt.
So I just need to build a little bit of bar to self-destruct there and let Catastrophe do the rest of the work. I could alternatively do that with Cross Slash as well. Ends up not being super important. So we'll heal up and put Cloud at max here. The next fight we do with them is not going to require, or it's going to have Cloud at self-destruct, but no. You usually just need to top cloud off if you're doing self-destruct routes. If you're doing anything else, you should probably be a little more thoughtful about your stuff.
Tifa, we accessed the central terminal. The door should be unlocked.
Okay. Alright, I think
We will.
I can do this. At least half of this without, like, having a brain shut off. Alright, so we want to Goddard Demerung, yep, and then we want Fire for Ice, this for this, this for this, and then I believe it's Lightning for that, and then we want to go back to this needs to be Time, I believe, yep. Time for Magnify, this will just turn this to HP up while we're over here. Oh yeah, we also want to do that. Yeah, this menu is kind of bad for me. Or rather, I'm not 100% used to it yet because I just... Oh, that is not what I wanted. Thunder, I believe, and Thunder is the way... Yeah, Thunder. Mag. Blizzara stays, Soldrain stays. We'll switch you over to Thunder as well and put you on stop since we're already in here, and we're good. Alright, so one of the mistakes I almost made was maneuvering Magnify properly. We're going to try and... we're going to use it in the next couple of fights because the dogs won't dodge Thunder.
Can't afford to lose focus.
So we got to kind of do this in an obnoxious way. That was really stupid. I didn't expect them to all cluster up like that, so I was going to use Star Shower to clean out 2 of them and then follow up on Aerith with whatever was left.
There's a...
So we gotta fight a group of 2 sets of 3 dogs. They can all spawn at once, which is not common. I did have that RNG seed for a while. It seems to have passed. Which I think it's a glitch. It's not supposed to happen like that. So we're just gonna spam some low-tiered spells here. Some thunders and stuff.
Come on, really?
Thunder to pressure.
You jittery?
So we want to stay on her specifically, Tifa specifically, to keep them from doing anything silly.
I think we're almost done.
Soul Drain can go through any wall, so we'll just snatch up the MP here. No problem at all. Soul Drain will travel through objects. We'll grab this crate just to up her MP to max. Wow, Tifa's only 3 off. Then I guess I didn't need to bother with that. Oops. I don't know Tifa's MP count, if you couldn't tell. I don't care. I could Soul Drain, but there's a chance that it would pull it out of her Somersault. Since her MP's pretty much maxed out anyway, I'm not going to bother. Soul Drain's a little risky to do. That room with the dogs, you could just Magnify spam. I probably should have just spammed another Magnified Thunder and finished it off. But as soon as I input the 1 Soul Drain, I was like, I might as well just do it again and max out my MP.
Let's get across with those.
As long as you're managing your MP properly, a lot of these fights are inconsequential. You can take some more slower strats to keep your MP topped off, which is what I'm doing right now. That dog fight I shouldn't have, because I'll be able to steal over 30% on the turrets usually by staggering them with Thunderga Magnify and then following up with Soul Drains.
Watch yourself.
We're gonna wanna... Perfect. There was no way to really, like, manipulate that. I was just trying to keep Aerith close to Tifa, so hopefully if they did aggro her, they'd get close, but they both decided to aggro Tifa,
really the
which resulted in them both getting nuked by the kick of death. So this fight here, we can just manhandle these turrets. We gotta go Thundera. We're gonna go Soul Drain. So I switched over to Tifa to keep her from warping back to Aerith. The reason she, like, flinched for a second there before she started moving was I was trying to guard and then parry towards the ladder. But I didn't. Could you... Oh, my lord. Triangle boss. I hate you. Please go to a different game. I don't need you here. We don't need you anymore. So yeah, your MP is pretty much maxed, can be maxed out at this point. There's a pair of crates over there to the right. There's a lot of, like, 10% recovery for Tifa and Aerith, but they're not, in no way is it really enough. With this setup, I need to make sure I hit Switch 2 first, because I always forget. With this setup, your MP is exceedingly high, and you have plenty of slush MP going into, we want that. Counter Dummering, yes. We want to toggle out Clouds, this for this, and then we want nothing to do because we don't need to do the menu. We already did it. So we're toggling Clouds magics out for magic ups. We'll end up splitting it at the very end, but right now we want Cloud's damage to be capped out as high as possible. It'll up his elemental and
Commencing test.
it'll make sledgeworms far simpler.
Commencing test.
Concentrate.
Triple slash. Are you shitting me? Fine.
Let's go.
I would have wanted to triple slash, but Cloud got jumped on like a fool. And then I had to have Mr. T saving.
Your experience.
What you talking about, fool? Get the fuck off my wife, boy. Something like that. Except, hopefully not interpreted racistly.
You should know this class.
Mr. T is the man.
No
that shit was, that was always one of the funniest things. Still, you the freaking WoW commercial with Mr. T. I was like, what? What is this? Why am I in an alternate timeline? So yeah, I would have wanted to triple slash into self-destruct, but I got jumped on.
Commencing test. All personnel must evacuate area.
I think actually we're gonna try this a different way. We're gonna. Can you just, dude? Stop it. Nice. That would have been better if I hadn't been. I just die, dude. Oh my god, Barrett, why'd you have to back up so far? That fight sucks. Okay, so Thundera does make that fight faster. I never considered using Thundera there. I think Thundera, Synergy, plus SD would be enough. Probably should go for the counter, roll out Thunder, and then ATB boost into self-destruct. That would be quicker than what I just got done doing. We're gonna heal everyone up here. I didn't necessarily need to do it the way I did. I was just, damn it. Awful. Why'd I do it that way?
Just in case. No holding back.
Barrett, overcharge, please.
Gotta be careful.
I'm counting on you.
God damn it.
It's over.
Barrett, you are a fucking god among men. That would have been a bit quicker if I... Wait, did I ever catastrophe with him at any point? I don't know. Not sure. Not sure at all, actually. So you could just Thundera and then Synergy Thunder with Barrett to end those. The thing is that sometimes they'll duck the Thundera and then you're screwed. Because you need to have 3 ATBs, so you have to like fill up to 2 and immediately. And then follow up from there. I don't think I'm gonna go for the self-destruct here. It's just better. I think the self-destruct actually makes this take longer if you don't get the kill. Don't get multiple kills, because then it like staggers the brain pan stagger, if you would, or if you will. I think I need to be going. Okay. Nope. Nope, that room takes forever if you let it happen. Rip. Okay. Alright. So now I have to do the menuing here. Barrett's AG to Tifa, yes. We don't want to do it that way, though. That's very silly. And then we want ice. No, binding for this. And we want to go back into here, remove magnify. I believe it. So we're gonna switch back over to magnify ice for the failed experiments. It'll speed that phase up quite a considerable margin. Your Thundera or Double Thunder will be enough to take out the Sledgeworms, and Tifa's Somersault should take care of one of them. That's actually why I downgrade her to Somersault instead of Dolphin Flurry, because I find Dolphin Flurry, like, literally never hits a Sledgeworm. Somersault is like 80-90% success rate, and even if it doesn't hit with both, it does like 2/3 of their HP, so it's much quicker. You can end it with a Thunder.
See if they can get to the central
The only thing that sucks is Aerith not being on ATB boost. Makes her fights a little obnoxious and kind of ATB based, because you can't start attacking with a Sledgeworm, so they'll start bumping up and down.
Okay down there?
Then you're gonna regret everything you've ever done in your life.
That'll do.
I did it again! You gotta be careful with starting to hold down too early, or else you'll just switch to Barret, lose some time.
Right.
Ah!
Tifa, Red fell to your level.
Oh no! Come on!
Let's go, let's go, let's go! Let's kick flip into victory, or whatever. Not now.
I won't give up.
We're just gonna run around with Aerith here. You get. There we go. Nice critical, by the way.
Moving on.
I could have gone for Double Thunder with that, but that worked out just fine.
I really wish you wouldn't.
Okay, you suck.
Feeling chilly? I think we're almost
Drain.
done. Time to end this.
Okay.
Get him.
I thought the Soul Drain would end it, but okay. I didn't realize they had that much magic defense, even when staggered. Did I magnify Blizzara?
Let's get this
Yeah, I did.
Don't catch a cold. Go on.
Somersault.
You're up.
Tempest hits like a truck, by the way. If the enemy is dumb enough to stay inside Tempest, yeah, it's gonna kill. This is like literally the perfect lab in the sense that
now it's my turn.
Aerith's MP could not be more correct. This is probably way too much MP, to be perfectly honest. I could have skipped that crate. And I could have grabbed it during the fight when I was Tifa if I'd had parry on. Wait, I do still have parry on, actually.
Look, an elevator.
I gotta remember to put revive on her then. I must do it before, Jenny Nova.
The professor still has plans for us, I presume.
For the record, I don't like this one bit.
Neither
All
do
that
I.
remains is the fourth ward. We must trust in Cloud and Barret to see it through.
Let's do this. You're gonna feel this one. Feeling chilly?
Sure, Thundera. I should have done Thunder, but whatever.
Worked up
yep.
a good sweat. This was a good idea, right?
Yep.
Perfect idea.
Let's go give you...
I need to shortcut, please. Dolphin Flurry, upgrade, Bruce Strike, and Focus Strike.
Yeah, there's the news.
Might as well full conversion at that point, if I'm gonna have to do the menu anyway. That way I don't have to bother with her shortcuts
Hojo did.
in the
We unlocked it on...
fight in the menu before. Yanova, send Yanova right over.
Now we head back to that door.
So yeah, this is probably the self-destruct stuff here is probably like the stupidest, both the stupidest thing I do and like the most 100 IQ thing I do in here. The thing is, like, a lot of the cutscenes with Cloud and Barret when you're talking to Hojo need to be triggered by both being upright and active, and Barret has to be in the center of the room. Unfortunately, a lot of the fights went really weird, where Barret was like out of position or one enemy was still alive, so I had to like do something to kill it quickly, and it pushed either pushed Barret out of position, or I had to switch to Cloud unnecessarily, doing a bunch of weird stuff. So we're just gonna go Thundera, overcharge.
This is gonna stay.
HP boost.
Let's be
Boom.
Just
Okay.
You act on you. You'll see.
I think I tried that off too soon. Yeah.
Just a bit. You jittery?
Okay.
Go on.
I'm awful at this game. I can't count damage at all.
We got it to work.
I should have just followed up with a thunder. So thunder is all I need for that, or maybe double thunder actually, but do enough. Okay. So her MP is extremely high, even with the silliness. Like normally, if you're doing like a really aggressive lab, you could leave here at like 130. It's a shame that some of those fights don't happen. Where am I going? Somebody tell me where I'm going. What are you doing, game? Oh my god, it's suddenly running like it's the PS4 version. Uh-oh. We're on the PS4 version, guys. Speed run over. Alright. I'm gonna get out of the elevator so I can, hard edge, yes. Then we want to fix this right now, actually. That's the wrong way to do it, though. Lightning to time, I believe. Time for this, time for that. This goes to HP up. Time as well. Oh, that's the awfulest way to do this, too. Revival. Binding for Magnify. Tifa's Parry. Barrett's Skill Master for HP Absorb. And we want to convert that to HP up. First Strike. That's for Stagger. Something still seems wrong here. No. Oh yeah, this. Stagger for Revival. What I want. This menu I need to practice, I guess. Or, you know, just stop being bad at it. That was also another one. Infinity End stays. Zerk. We want Thundaga and remove that. Oh man. One day I'll get to this elevator before 425.
What the hell?
But today's not that day. I threw away a lot of time in the little lab with mild damage ranges, or Cloud and Barrett segment didn't go exceedingly bad, but a lot of the fights were really bad. Every other segment was pretty good though.
So what's above this?
And the problem was like outside of the motor ball fight or morph fight where I was trying to get like cute about it with that Thundera, everything else was pretty much static, what I normally do.
Once we
the dog jumping on me is not that common.
Now's the time.
I mean, I obviously have a backup strat with just overcharge your way out of it, or max fury as well. Overcharge is probably the way you're going to have to handle it because of Barrett not having first strike yet. Your other choice is Catastrophe, but like I said before, those 3 rooms, the one with the Morph, the one with the 2 dogs, the Zenenes, and the one with the Sledgeworms, well, I don't think with the Sledgeworms, but you need Barrett in the first 2 to progress the cutscenes and stuff. You double check. Okay, Aerith is the leader. Oh, please do not throw this fight. Don't throw the fight. Don't throw the fight. I'm gonna throw the fight. I'm not even listening to myself anymore. I'm throwing the fight. Time to throw!
Please help me!
This fight's one of the worst ones to screw up because of this right here. It's even worse on the PS4 version because the loading before Jenova is really, really long. But they didn't shorten this up at all as far as I can tell for the PS5 version, so... having to restart Jenova is a humongous slap in the mouth, to be honest. So we're gonna go Star Shower, Tempest, Limit, and then Flow like water. Haste, everybody.
This one's for you.
Berserk, Thundaga.
Let's start with this.
Triple slashes. I don't really like where Tifa is. We're gonna go over here. Come on.
Get ready.
Tifa, where are you? Uppercut, True Strike, Cloud, focus, spam. We're gonna Star Shower. I didn't want to switch that early. Blizzara. Nice. Wait, what? Okay, Cloud's dead again. Nice. This sucks. Good. We're gonna have to revive Cloud here.
Keep it up.
Soul Drain, uppercut. Through strike. Alright. Eric, Tifa's gonna have to heal herself in a second here. Oof. Oh, that's the time save right there. Gone again. To another friend. Haste everybody. Tifa, I need you to Kiriga yourself. Awful. At least I got the haste in before I got silenced. Are you serious with this?
No holding back.
Serious? Just die, dude. Just die! Just die, bro. Warhead. Stop being bad. Are you? I hate this so much. Nothing like losing your skill master command to frickin' fireball out of nowhere. Here, come on. You can take it. Alright.
Let's do that.
Uh-huh. Boost, I guess.
Let's be smart.
That's gonna go into Nova, I think. Alright, let's go on in there. Focus Tifa. Got it. Aerith, Soul Drain. True Strike, Uppercut. Infinity End, Tifa Uppercut. Tifa Uppercut. Alright. Aerith's HP is lowest. What a surprise. We're gonna be taking the bitch bench again. Bitch, 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 bitch.
You okay?
Come on. Berserk. Switch over to Cloud. Tifa, Star Shower. Golf Flurry. Dead boss. Alright, we're gonna just do the menu first. EKG to steal pincers, yes. Powder Dumbering, yes. We want HP up for this, HP up for that. Steadfast, I believe. Yes. We want Refocus, yes. Luck up, yes. Luck up for First Strike, and then we want Binding for this, and then we want to toggle this back for... Jesus. That's way out of the way. Sleep. Haste. And, Arise stays, because I'm probably going to get her killed. We are going to definitely take the bitch bench, though, because when I saw that phase start, she was at, like, 2k. There's no way in hell I'm going to be able to do Arsenal without her dying at that HP value. If only I could fucking heal her right now, that'd be nice. Thanks for the design, guys. I'm glad you could take everybody out of my fucking party, so I have to use the bench. Oh, it'd be really nice if you could friggin' heal in the menu. Who would have thought? Alright, let's go fuck up Rufus. See if I can... Yeah, Kiriga Magnify, I'm sure it'll work. Totally.
Everyone okay?
Alright, let me try not to frickin' free and go. I know he Kirigas, there's not much I can do about it. I think that would have actually done too much.
Think you got my number?
Not at all.
I forgot to switch to Punisher stance, so I'll probably have to. Probably gonna get jumped on by the dog because he's too close to staggering and I'm not gonna be able to do it. Ooh, never mind. Hey! Oi! Oh, I gotta remember I don't have Braver on Infinity End slot. Did I go into the menu with Cloud? I actually can't remember. Oh,
yeah.
Sleep.
You should be on it. You'll like it.
I should have just checked it right here. Let's do this. I cannot mash the square button hard enough right now. I cannot tell you, like, I am beating the ever-loving crap out of it. I'm totally terrified. Limit, drain, first keyboard, saturation fire.
Barrier drones damaged. Overriding
Alright, what do we got here? Alright, Thunder Rod, yeah.
How shocking!
I figured that would be the case. That almost always is.
Too bright? A bonus!
Super slow, but it works every time.
Defensive systems compromised. Threat level elevated.
Get frozen, motherfucker!
Feeling chilly? Sorry about that. Get him! Don't catch a cold. You jittery? Get ready. Sorry, but I gotta.
Tempest. And then we want to... Sure, Thunder, actually. We'll be fine with that.
Threat level critical.
How too much? I'll put you on ice. You'll see.
Why is it, like,
Gotta go
all the
for it
dead
now.
runs frickin' have super good...
You jittery?
Threat level maximum.
Why do all my dead runs have super fucking tight arsenals? Holy shit. I'd bother with Max Fury, but I don't think it'll actually do anything. They still gotta wait for the Thunderous to resolve. Full power, synergized Thunder. Alright, time to see if I can kill Barrett with fucking Synergy. Synergy's really good backup in the blue-yellow phase if you get screwed on your, if you get screwed out of the Max Fury murder. The maximum murder Fury. Want, got her, yep. And then we want binding to AP up, I believe. Yes, take assist. We want luck up. Want, steadfast. There, and then Skill Master, I believe, also needs to go. Oh, yeah. Steadfast for wind on Barrett, and then healing. Want to make sure it's correct. Upgrade to Ascension. Focus Thrust stays. Infinity End stays. Counter Stance. Will downgrade you, even though it doesn't matter. Regen. Durga Mag. Haste. Dolphin. Downgrade to Summer. Summer. Soul Drain. I believe this needs to be Eriga. Thundiga and Blizzaga. I think I was getting some pushback on Haste, I think? What was it I was getting? Oh, Regen. Yeah, I was getting pushback on Regen Magnify the other day. If I had something better to do, and I could fucking still get Magnified Curiga, I would, but... I find it's just better to establish anyway, because then at least you're getting something back. So if things go wrong, you have at least some sort of a soft cushion instead of a brick wall. You know, it gives you a slight chance of not getting murdered.
Time to dig deep.
I really don't... I mean, like, either way, you have to Curiga Magnify, so I guess the only issue that it would pose would be possibly getting Barrett in one of the phases in Sephiroth because you overused him, I guess, but I don't know. Either way, you have to mash through it because the way fucking cure spells work.
You're alive.
Happy to see me?
I guess the worst thing about it would be just like it's a waste of MP, so I guess it might nerf your air damage.
We can beat them.
Does Cure get buffed? Or is it just offensive damage? I'll have to test that, actually. That might be important. Actually, well, no, Regen I think is like a hard 10%. It wouldn't get buffed by that first cast. Interesting.
Bring it on!
What am I doing?
Here we go. That thunder I hear? This is gonna stay! Come on, hit!
Oh, great. Invalate, my favorite. Okay. I guess I may not need to use the regen here. More before I cast it. Barrett, what are you doing?
Steady.
Well, that cost Barrett more HP that he got out of it.
Bring it.
No, you bastards! Ah! I hate everything, dude. I still got blown the wrong way, and they both got blown the wrong way. I hate everything, dude. I hate it all. Get over here! Dude, wait, why the fuck is Tifa so far behind? Barrett runs at half speed. Wait, did they like double Barrett's speed in this segment? Oh my god, Tifa's gonna die. Tifa's dying! Holy shit, guys, I killed Tifa! She's gone now! Tifa can levitate. Holy shit. Ah, that's fucking hilarious. I love this game sometimes, I swear. Its jankness is part of its allure, I guess. Let's see. Nope.
Get ready.
Look at Barrett getting laid the fuck out, poor guy. Fucking invalid again. Barrett's taking a beat. Taking money. One. Go with that for now. Regen again. Try and limit the bar. Hopefully, between these two, he won't get more than full bar. Could get it one more time here. That's a lot more than he normally gets. That's about 400 ATV. That's really good. Swear to God, camera. This freaking camera was killing me the last couple of times. I had a hell of a time getting past the bus without turning around. You'd think I actually don't know what the hell I'm doing. Which is very easy to be under that impression because of how poorly I plays it. Nobody needs to know. Wait, why do my marathon submissions always just evolve at the end and I stop remembering what I'm actually... The first two waves are on a complete timer. So we're basically like setting up to just get rid of the red one, which always targets Cloud. And then just hang out and push things through. Need to switch to Barrett and get some ATV here. I want Barrett to have at least one ATV so he can max Fury. Oh yeah, that's nice. Nice ATV, by the way. Synergy can make it exceedingly hard to get the ATV on a character. They end up stopping attacks over and over again for synergy. So that's why I was, one of the reasons I was saying earlier about like you need to plan for synergy. So that fight is really particular. There's a couple of different ways to handle this. Like you can do this fight with self-destruct to speed up the first two phases.
Hell did I just
do all of these with self-destruct. If you're doing a counter stance strat like I am, you usually want to refocus, and Scott or Dumbrung is just better anyway. Because you get your limit split into 3 bars, about 650 ATB, 650 ATB, about 800 versus 1,000 and 1,000. So you get commands much quicker in this setup. That fight you need to counter Punisher, and then you need to attack after the Punisher to close the distance, and then counter again, or else the red one will always miss that last counter stance. And what we're gonna do now, since my limit's full, we're gonna try and cheese out both of these dinguses with a single limit. It requires Barrett to use Max Fury, at least have at least 1 bar. Hopefully this thing doesn't use Eriga, which will screw things up, so who knows.
Take the lead.
What do we got there?
Gotta give it my all.
That's actually what I wanted. And Cloud kills it with his limit. Now we need to take care of the yellow one. Barrett, if Barrett had 2 bars, it would have been better, because he would have started hitting the yellow one a lot harder. ATV.
Sloppy.
Okay, so at this point, it doesn't matter what Barrett's got in the tank. He's just gonna go the way of the Schwinn. Most of these staggers are based on like a system mechanic, so you don't get limit out of it, but you do get ATB stagger proccing off of it, since it counts as you getting a limit. We're just gonna move around here and build some bar after this. If Barrett had enough ATB, I would have hasted, but fortunately or unfortunately, I didn't have it. Downgrading him to fire in the hole is a good backup strat. If you end up in the final phase with Barrett, the Sephiroth fight gets very, very difficult because Tifa's True Strike does a ton of damage and boosts the stagger of Sephiroth in phase 1 or phase 2 if you have her early in phase 3. I find that Aerith in phase 2 is the best choice because she can get a little bit of chip damage with Tempest and recover some ATB from it, so she's always at 2 going into the next phase without having to use ATB boost.
Take them down at the same time.
Everybody has like a lot of different setups, even for fights like this. Certain people give First Strike to different characters. ATB boost gets ATB boost is really strong in these couple of fights because it recharges every 60 seconds. So it could be abused a lot more. You could probably do this with a single without refocus, and use ATB boost to make up the difference. So you no matter what you do, you kind of need the counter stance there to push through. You could do it with like Braver a few other ways. Aerith's ATB is perfect, so I can save the ATB boost and just spam Thundagas here to put Bahamut down. I need him on the ground so that I can Star Shower. Oh, please don't let that miss. That's actually really bad. Oh no, it didn't. Okay, thank God. Star Shower. Focus.
One more shot.
I held the back with Cloud to make sure I didn't accidentally pull the damage.
Come on. Get ready. It's over.
A lot of these fights can be really hard. You'll notice that I only lost a little bit of ATB to triggering Affinity End, even though it costs 2. The reason that happened is because I triggered Skill Master at the same time. And I think Stagger may have still been proccing, so I got a ton of ATB out of those two. Most likely just Skill Master this, so that's why I only lost a couple hundred points instead of Humongous Chunk. And on top of that, you gotta remember these first 2 bars are 650 instead of 1,000. So instead of using 2,000, I only used about 1,300 points. So we want to True Strike, and we're gonna Thundaga this guy too. Not for dude.
It's over.
Other guy.
Alright, do it.
So killing Bahamut with Tifa basically guarantees she'll be in the end phase, or be in the final phase with Cloud. But Bahamut gives less points than the other ones. Staggering, each Whisper gives points, each command gives points, each kill gives points. Killing the big one gives a shit ton of points, so basically that person will be who you get second, and killing Bahamut will give a ton of points, so that's basically who you get third, unless another character does a lot more work than they probably should have. Infinity's End. Switch over to Aerith so we can build a bit of a bar here. We're gonna kind of want to wait and make sure Infinity End does the finish, because Infinity End has a massive damage boost against staggered opponents. The big boy's HP is not capped, or at least his damage isn't capped at 9k. It's capped at 99999 as far as I can tell, and you pretty much can't reach it as far as I can tell. At least not in hard. Between the extra defense,
We did it.
strength not being quite as strong as magic, etc., etc. We're going to just thunder this, and there we go. Now we got Aerith in phase 2. Phase 2 of Sephiroth. Nice ATB. Sucks.
Steady.
I'm surprised I didn't get hit by that.
Calling ice. I'm in. Let's finish this.
So I'm gonna have to walk away and hope I get the right distance.
Bundle up.
You're done.
We're gonna have to send him for a flight because my ATV is really atrocious. So Infinity's End is going to be one of like the few ways to actually push damage into Sephiroth. Because it pushes through so hard. You'll notice that it doesn't even hit. It always says reduced, and it doesn't even hit for max. It's because he has such a high damage reduction. Or actually, no, I think he has ridiculously high defense. Either way, it ends up that Sephiroth does not give two Fs about anything. We're gonna fire off the limit here because he's gonna start with Mazamune and waiting, which means I basically have to stand here with my thumb in my butt. So we're gonna just throw a Tempest here, roll her out of the way, and then break him open with the limit, and then the Tempest will do some chip damage. Move out of the way to make sure Aerith doesn't get dragged into this. Go with a counter stance for a little bit extra bar and damage. Focus strike. I want to take that extra damage on purpose. It does push towards the limit since it's based on a percent, so it's a little bit less dangerous to have to take the damage here than somewhere else. Aerith being on 2 ATB is what I want. We want to go into this next phase and burst him down with 2 tier 2 spells, or tier 3 spells. One, hopefully will make him vulnerable. If it's fire, one Blizzaga will do the job of making him pressured so we can stagger him easier. I need to make sure to end this with Focus Thrust, though. I can't do this with a Counter Slash. That was a mistake I made last time because I need the Focus Thrust into Infinity End to trigger ATB Assist so that I can get True Strikes off quickly enough to end this phase before he gets back up. Letting him back up is, let's see here, Fool's Errand, Thundaga, Thundaga.
Anytime now.
Aerith, what are you doing? Why did she not? I have no idea what the hell's going on here.
Try me.
One more. Thrust. Infinity End. Tifa. True Strike, and Uppercut. Okay, that's exactly what we want. That is a good fight. Probably a 51. This takes a couple of seconds to resolve fully, unfortunately. I guess this could have been a better run if I wasn't so bad. Pretty decent, though. Thundaga.
Let's dance, asshole.
I will just wait for... Yeah. Hey! That's a PB. And I guess another world record? I'm on the tear of the gods, I guess. Interesting. My commentary has been evolving slowly. Unfortunately, it devolves quite a bit towards endgame. This game gets very rough in the end, and high levels of execution and focus are needed, especially when weird things happen, like Cloud dying to Genova. You really need to double down and focus. Him dying is not supposed to happen there, but you need to just completely disengage and completely focus. Genova loses you a ton of time to reset at any point, but that deep into it, it's very bad. And it's really hard to recover that because you need to stagger Genova, or else you're not going to get enough damage output. But I'm sure I'll be able to get some other people in the community, if available, to commentate for these runs, which will be pretty nice because a lot of the other people that run hard will either do A, Godderless, B, do a completely different route from me. So like a 450 is completely possible with other people's routes too. This is a pretty good run. It can be better. I think this game is easily pushable between 450.
That which lies ahead.
There's some other things on the table, some assessments that need to be made in the route. But right now I'm practicing for a marathon, so I've got to stick to my guns. Gotta stick to my guns!
Our world will
nice 48.99 milliseconds. Thanks everybody for the GGs. Yeah.
I have you.
This is a pretty solid run. I think
this is
any run that's like below a 455 is very well executed. Very good RNG. This is the nature of like New Game Plus Hard, I believe.
Lend me your
On the surface, it looks very simple and like there's one good way to do everything, but New Game Plus Hard has a very varied route, and several runners use completely different strats that would not work for the other, specifically because of our equipment. Yeah, that's about, let's see here, 5203, so saved about another 90 seconds-ish, something like that, give or take. Not bad at all. But I'm really looking forward to, hopefully, I've been getting several runs that are on very good paces consistently, so hopefully I can show off this level of execution in every marathon run I submit to. I do realize that New Game is a far more traditional and wanted category, but I feel like this game, the New Game categories are somewhat solved and have very little flexibility to offer new players. I believe New Game Plus Hard is has a relatively decent level of difficulty, and the flexibility in how you decide to do things is leads to a much wider array of strats and choices that a individual can make when they decide to learn this. And because of that, there's no there's almost no route where you're going to hit a dead end. You'll probably be able to figure out a way through something. There are certain segments where, you know, like, you know, doping limits through self-destruct is just way easier, but that doesn't mean it's the right way to do it. Anyway, I guess that's it for this marathon submission, and I guess I'll have to submit this as my my PB for the leaderboards. Half video, half webcam, half no webcam, half marathon commentary, an hour of like, huh, this might PB. I'm gonna stop talking so I can hit buttons. Yep. So I'm gonna kill this recording. Thanks everybody for dropping by.